Hello and welcome, everyone, back to Fanfest 2023. I am CCP Goat. I'm a little rusty after yesterday. We went a little late to bed, which is evident by my being here, since the others are probably all just sleeping so that they can give you the quality entertainment you deserve when the day progresses. We have a packed day today. There's a lot of interesting talks happening here on stream. Expanding on what you saw with Eve Havoc announcement in the keynote yesterday. We have very interesting player panels happening as well. The author of The Empires of Eve will give a talk about how Eve sort of measures up to other MMOs and what its space is. There's some the building blocks of Eve is actually what's coming up here now at 10. But I am going to entertain you until that happens. And I am joined by none other than Chaos.
Yes, hello.
How are you feeling today?
Tired, but good after the pub crawl.
Right. Yeah.
Got a bit too many drinks in me, but I'm a heavyweight, so...
Yeah. So, to put things into perspective, we, at the Fridays of Fanfest, we have this event called the pub crawl, which is just the devs taking people into downtown Reykjavik, hitting up as many bars as we can, and then all gathering at one bar for like a final sort of hurrah, should we say?
I think a hurrah is a bit... I think it's something, we need to find another word for it, I reckon.
Right, okay. Yeah. But it's generally, we start out by having a beer. We have a drink of the local fire wine, the Black Death.
That was rough.
It's an excellent cumin
It was
taste.
actually quite rough, I have to say.
Yeah, it is. It's the reason we drink it is that so we can eat the rotten shark. That's it's a scam. The only reason why we do it is to trick foreigners. That's just what we do.
Exactly. Like, it's always the same thing. It's like, this is a delicacy. He ate it.
But it was unfortunately there wasn't any shark yesterday. But whatever, we can maybe we can figure that out today. But after yesterday, there was a lot of things to talk about.
Yes.
There were some exciting moments in all of the presentations yesterday. Of course, you guys only saw what was on stream. There was a lot of other very interesting talks. I want to ask you, what did you think about the keynote?
Absolutely amazing. Everything I somewhat predicted in that did come true, and even more. It was absolutely fantastic. Right,
you were telling me that you had some predictions since last Fanfest.
Yes, and it actually came true. I sort of got like all the people together to get all the information. We didn't get to the punchline at the end of it, but I was quite close to it.
Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, people that watch your stream and watched you go through this, you must feel vindicated towards them.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit. But some exciting stuff coming in Eve Havoc. The talk of pirates joining the factional warfare.
Yes.
Some more avenues for people to blow up and ruin things. And of course, the panel that'll go further into all the details coming in that is at 12:30. It will be shown on stream here in the big arena.
Huge.
There's already some players filing in, so I guess
huge arena.
There were some. Yeah. It's and they even expanded it since last year. So it looks
really.
It looks amazing. Yeah. They added like 18 extra rows of chairs or something.
Oh yeah.
It was because we filled it out yesterday, and there was even a mail. There was a mail sent. Please let the players sit before you do. So. Us devs, we just stand.
Yeah, because I remember when the CEO was in the front, he's like, okay, all the CCP members stand up. And he was like, okay, they're in the back, they actually did listen.
Yeah, it's really weird. We're good like that. We're good at listening. People are filing in for the Building Blocks of Eve panel that will be streamed here at 10. But again, what would you say in the portion of the Eve keynote yesterday excited you the most?
I think the biggest one was the first-person shooter coming to the game.
Vanguard.
I've came back from I started playing online games with first-person shooters with my brothers and stuff like that. So yeah, it's probably have something to do with that now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be all over it.
It's a good like a segue into gaming to go through first-person shooters.
Yes.
And it feels nice that I can finally say Vanguard now.
Vanguard, yeah.
So, yeah, it's been a secret.
It's like the people who have a kid, but they never want to, announce the name until the baby's here, so they give you, it starts with a V, and that's it.
I actually have a funny Icelandic thing. Icelanders have up to 6 months after the kid is born to decide the name.
Oh, really?
Yes, or even up to a year, if I remember correctly. So it's very normal for Icelanders to have a baby.
Yep.
And they don't even know what the name is.
Yeah, I've heard some other things about Icelandic. I don't really want to. Yeah, anyway.
There are some things that you only learn when you come to Fanfest. The rest, I can give you interesting tidbits like this, but I believe I said to a fellow CCPer that was moving here from abroad, I said, we have northern lights. You can sometimes see them in the sky. It's amazing.
Yes.
We have really good tap water. We have horizontal rain.
I haven't experienced that yet, though.
No, I hope you won't. People, when Fanfest was held in the spring last year, we did have that. People did experience that, and they typically don't like it when the rain goes into your face, no matter whether you're have an umbrella or not. But, and then we have a rough 4 months of leg-breaking ice, where everything is just glazed over with ice because of the rain and the frost. And and then we have an entire summer where the sunlight never goes away. It's an interesting place to live here. That explains why we are. It explains why we are like we are.
Yeah, because I did the Golden Circle, and we went to, I forgot the name of. Okay, I'm really bad with the names here, but it was some sort of waterfall.
Go.
And it was absolutely windy. Everyone was dressed up in their puffy jackets and stuff like that, and I'm here just in my shirt, pants, and an overshirt. I love this.
Yeah.
And people were blowing away. I'm just I'm anchored, not moving.
Yeah.
It was actually pretty good.
Yes. That would be Gullfoss and Geysir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those names exactly.
Yeah.
We had this. I don't know if you remember a certain volcanic eruption that happened maybe 10 or 12 years ago. People around the world tried to say some Icelandic names, and it was hilarious.
Yeah. They still actually come up recently, because with the latest one this year, there was a little bit of it. Then they were like, oh, I remember that 10 years ago. Let's bring it back up again.
I mean, Eyjafjallajökull was the one who was erupting then, and then this time it was in Geldingadalir, and I don't remember the name of the mountain, so I'm not going to say it. But yeah, it was easy Icelandic names.
In Iceland.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. So regarding the day, what would you most like to see expanded upon with what you saw yesterday?
I would like to know a little more about the Deathless, on the lines of just for the third-party people. I'd like to see stuff about the Deathless. It's a void that some of it's been taken, but we still need more, because it's very, very interesting.
Yes. A faction that has, many people don't remember that they interrupted the keynote last year.
Yes.
With some very interesting information. And Chaos here was able to decipher it and have made some pretty good points to me on the pub crawl yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
But Deathless look pretty good, getting all the materials that they can into Sarsax and do some nefarious stuff. I don't know how much I'm allowed to say or how much I can say. I don't even know if my
just blink
knowledge
twice.
is blink twice.
Just blink twice.
Or
yeah, something like that. Or wink. I don't know. It's something like that.
Yeah, something like that. The two new destroyers that are coming.
Yes. The Mamba, and I forgot the Angel Cartel one.
Merkubal.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that.
Okay. Merkubal. Yeah, it's a lovely hull.
Yep.
I don't typically fly destroyers. I'm more of an interceptor guy.
Okay, yes.
But do you think that those two would be something that fit into your playstyle?
So I've never really flew Angel Cartel ships before, but everyone has flown Grista ships, and it's definitely going to be something really is going to change in the faction warfare, and especially with these brand new battle destroyers.
Right. Yes. So the destroyers are coming, and then in November we will see the battle cruisers.
Oh, battle cruisers.
I've
sorry.
already. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's.
The game is, I don't know about you, but there's a lot of ships in the game.
What was the? I don't remember exactly the number. I had it in my head, like.
364.
Yeah, I think so.
I think we have to up the number a bit more now.
Yeah, it's like we're getting 5 more.
Oh
now
yeah.
With the Titan.
Yeah, there's a Titan.
There's a Titan coming.
There's a Titan.
It's just like a little thing that was promised.
Yeah, it's very tiny, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
just something. I don't know. I don't know if anyone was asking for it, to be honest.
I haven't heard anyone asking for it for a long time.
No.
Yeah. But here you go.
Yeah, and
Here you go.
All the other stuff to do with like, yes, with the Kino. Oh yeah, we're gonna have automatic SRP, and people are like, huh?
Yeah, and Logi on kill mails.
And Logi on kill mails, exactly.
That was another like, sorry?
Yeah, sorry. And it's just like, because a lot of people are like, oh, we want this, but CCP's like, technically you want that, but you don't know it yet.
Yeah, that's the way it works.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way it works. But yeah, I mean, I've already seen some theory crafting regarding what the alligator could be, which is the Guristas battlecruiser.
Okay.
And I've seen the name of the Angel battlecruiser, but it's Kiri something, and I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to sound like an idiot. But the voices are whispering. There's 30 seconds until we go to the panel down here. The building blocks of Eve. Thank you for joining us here early in the AM on Saturday of Fanfest 2023. I hope you will enjoy the packed schedule that we have for you today. And I hope all your questions regarding Eve Havoc will be answered today.
Good morning, Capsuleers, and welcome to the third day of FanFest 2023. If you've ever wanted to peek under the hood of Eve, now is your chance, as we are about to explore the building blocks of New Eden. Please give a very warm welcome to CCP Vertex.
Good morning, everyone. It is so good to see you all. My name is Ben, also known as CCP Vertex, and I'm the development director of our core technology group known as Platform. I've been around Eve since the early beta in 2002, so this is actually my 13th FanFest overall. It's really good to see so many familiar faces and friends. Having been around for the past 2 decades means that I've had the privilege of witnessing the evolution of Eve over the 20 years. And how we're constantly tweaking and improving things, modernizing the game, the look and the feel. Crafting the best visceral experience is something we put a lot of effort into. We take a lot of pride in that, because we want you to have the most visceral experience possible, the most immersive experience possible. And the last 2 decades, we've come a very long way in that journey. From Eve in the early alpha, all the way back in 2001, where the look and feel wasn't well defined at that point, to the open and closed beta periods of 2002, we're constantly evolving that look and feel. Modernizing the engine capabilities, the art pipelines, we've released countless 3D model redesigns, texture and shader updates, completely overhauling the lighting and visual effects, to the graphics API upgrades, moving from DirectX 9 to 11, and now we're on 12. This transformation represents 2 decades worth of modernization effort, all while needing to support your record-setting fleet fights, some of the largest PvP battles in gaming history, something you should be so proud of. You don't make it easy for us, but we really wouldn't have it any other way, and we are definitely not done with modernizing the look and feel of Eve.
CCP Games presents Carbon, a next-generation game engine. Pushing the boundaries of large-scale MMO technology. to create entire universes. Forged over 2 decades, Carbon powers the EVE universe, creating worlds without limits. All you need to do is lose yourself in them.
We are proud to present Carbon, EVE Online's next-generation game engine, building on our 20-year legacy of breathtaking visuals. Carbon represents our vision of a modern game engine, supporting the latest in rendering techniques and features within an efficient and flexible framework. This effort extends to our tools and our pipelines so that we can increase our developer velocity, which means we can get features to you quicker than ever. Carbon will release with upscaling that best suits your choice of GPU vendor. So going off of our DirectX 12 and Metalwork, we will be supporting ray trace shadows and reflections. To complete that visceral experience, we will be adding support for 3D audio. And to ensure that the engine performs better than ever, we will have an all-new GPU-driven pipeline, which you will hear more about later in this presentation. Releasing early next year, Carbon enables new visual experiences for decades to come, ensuring EVE continues to be the ultimate science fiction experience. And now, I would like to hand over to our technical director, CCP Tuxford, to deep dive into the technology that drives all of these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Vertex. I'm CCP Tuxford, and I'm Technical Director of Platform. Like Vertex, I've been here at CCP for many years in various roles, including game designer, software engineer, and technical director of EVE. And I'm here to talk about our physics engine, Destiny. So, that is all messed up. Sorry about that. Right. There we are. Little technical difficulties. So what is a physics engine? So a physics engine is a software component that simulates physical interaction in a virtual environment. It calculates how objects move, collide, and react to forces. In EVE, we have a proprietary physics engine called Destiny. It's simple and efficient. And it's a key factor that enables us to have these large fleet fights. But how does it actually work? The server runs a simulation for the entire solar system. But the client runs one as well for all items in local proximity. Basically, anything you can see, the client is simulating as well. The client will send instructions to the server, instructions such as orbit, approach, or line. Basically, anything you can see in the UI, all the interactions you can do. The client sends that to the server. The server will send that straight back to all the clients that need to know about it. And then everybody will progress to the next frame. Now, technically, the server doesn't really wait for the clients to progress to the next frame, but they all kind of do it in sync. This implies a few things. And the first thing is, we only communicate changes. You will get the initial state of the universe, but after that, you only get sent changes. This means that if there are no changes in the simulation, there's no actual network activity going on. And this is because Destiny is deterministic. If you don't know what determinism is, it basically means given the same input, it will yield exactly the same results. And because we're working on diffs, the calculations really have to be deterministic. Because any discrepancy may, for example, cause collisions on some simulations, but not the others. And those discrepancies will only grow as time passes. You may have already experienced this as desync. Sometimes it's because the client is actually missing some messages, but sometimes it's discrepancy in the calculations. Now, we haven't had one in a while now, but you may have already experienced the ramifications of it. So the third thing is the client needs to know pretty much everything that it can see. Because in order to simulate the state, we need to know everything. So I have a small example of this. Let's say we're simulating this raven. We just want to simulate where this raven is going. In order to do that, we need to know what its original position is, its velocity, and what it's actually doing. In this case, it is approaching that tempest. So we need to know its state, its position, velocity, what it's doing. It's orbiting the tempest, and so on and so forth. We also need to know about anything these ships can collide with. Collisions are an important part of any physics simulations. Collisions in Destiny are pretty simple, but more importantly, they're really easy to calculate. And this is because the geometry of the objects is pretty simple. All moving items are simulated as spheres, and finding collisions between two spheres is really, really simple. You just compare the distance between the centers to the radius of the spheres. And this is kind of fine for smaller ships. For stations and larger structures, it's very noticeable that they aren't spheres, especially when you start maneuvering your smaller ships around them. We have a pretty innovative solution to that. We just add more spheres to it. And since the structure doesn't move, the calculations are pretty simple. Some ships are also pretty big, and they don't have spherical geometry. They have spherical geometry, but they don't look remotely spherical, regardless of what we try to tell the artists. So, where are we now? Destiny has served us for 20 years, and we will continue to develop it and work on it. So in order to prepare it for the third decade of EVE Online, I'm going to tell you about some of the modernization efforts we've been doing. The tick is really where all the magic happens in the simulation. We have an evolve step. That's where we move all the objects around and resolve all the collisions. Then we have everything that happens before the tick and everything that happens after the tick. This is pretty much what programming is about. It's like 3 lines of code. Do the thing before the thing, do the thing after the thing. Pretty simple. These are really poorly named things, do pre-tick, do post-tick. What really happens there in the pre-tick is we gather up all the messages we need to send to the client. All these approaches, orbits, and aligns that the clients told us they wanted to do, we gather them, send them to the relevant clients. So let's take a look at what happens in the pre-tick. So it gets quite complex. And it's a lot more complex than what you would reasonably expect for what it's doing. So what you're seeing here is around 20 years of gameplay logic getting intermixed with the physics logic. This goes on. There was a limited amount of time I wanted to spend in PowerPoint making this animation, but it's like 1,000 lines long. Why is this bad? So this is bad because whenever you make changes to this physics simulation code, it can cause unexpected failures in different systems. And this will cause you to lose confidence in making changes. And pretty soon you don't want to make any changes at all. And if you are making changes, you definitely do not want to make any big changes. This drives poor code because you shy away from making the structural changes to the code that are required. And then this causes unexpected failures again. So how did it really get like this? How did we make it like this? Reality is physics engine has been stable. There hasn't been a growing need to make any changes to it. So the changes being made have been catered to other systems. And that allowed it to grow around it. This is really common in software. It's just part of the entropy of being a software developer. And it's not particularly bad. It just means that before we start making any bigger changes to the engine, we need to do some maintenance work. As a starting point, we've separated the gameplay logic from the logic that prepares and sends the messages to kind of encapsulate Destiny and make it detangled from the rest of the code. And by simplifying and decoupling our physics engine from gameplay, we've opened the door to creating targeted benchmarks. And this allows us to precisely measure and enables us to improve Destiny's performance. Because if you can measure it, you can improve it. So all of these changes were made to give us confidence, the confidence to change Destiny. But what kind of changes are we really talking about? Destiny is efficient, but there's still plenty of room for improvement. One of the most resource-intensive code in a cluster, in a fleet fight, is sending the Destiny updates to the clients. Let's take a look at what happens there. So Destiny runs on both server and client. There's a server side called Beyoncé. It gathers the instructions, all these approaches, orbits, aligns, and everything, explosions that happen, and sends them to a client-side service called Michelle. These are definitely Destiny's Child references, by the way. And it gets those to the client-side Destiny. The Destiny code is all written in C++, but the services Beyoncé and Michelle are written in Python. And if you know nothing about programming, then C++ is really, really fast. Python is kind of slow. There are top people working on that, but that's the reality of the situation. The logic for determining which, this means that the logic for determining what messages to send to which client, along with the marshalling, unmarshalling, and the data transmission, is all handled in the slower Python layer. And if you're unsure about what marshalling and unmarshalling is, you can imagine marshalling as boarding a plane, data transmission as the flight, and unmarshalling as the onboarding. By separating the gameplay logic from the physics logic, we're in a pretty good position to send all Destiny packets within the C++ layer. This is because all the information we have is really inside Destiny. It's difficult to say what the net effect on performance is, because there's a lot of other things happening other than physics simulation. But for all the code, we've seen the efficiency of the data transmission go up by 2 orders of magnitude. The other side of performance is fidelity. And by that, I mean how realistic the simulation feels. It's clear to us that representing ships as sphere does not fit all scenarios. We use different shapes and even multiple shapes to represent static objects. Could we not use those for ships as well? We could, but at what cost to performance? With investment in modernization such as benchmark and more test automation, we can know exactly what that cost is. So for 20 years, Destiny has been a reliable foundation when it comes to physics. Our recent code modernization sets us up to boost performance and fidelity. But what about other kind of more game-changing improvements? Now, quick caveat before I say that, the upcoming feature is purely hypothetical. It would need design validation, which has not happened at all. Think of it more as what could be, not what will be. Imagine being trapped in an asteroid field, surrounded by hostile ships. Outgunned, but not outsmarted, you spot a nearby cluster of large asteroids. You dart toward it, evading incoming fire. As you move behind the asteroid, the hostiles no longer have a clear line of sight, which causes them to lose their target lock on you. Seizing the chance, you line to a nearby planet, initiate warp. Just as the enemies regain the lock, you hear the sweet words, warp drive active. So now that you're up to speed a little bit on the server side, I would like to introduce Makio, who will talk about some of the updates to the client.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel, also not really known as CCP Makio just yet. This is actually my first Fanfest. Thank you. I am a rendering engineer on the engine team, and I'm here today to present a little bit about some of the rendering work that we've been doing. And to start that off, I want to introduce you guys to Trinity. EVE Online is a very unique game, not just for you players, but also for us engineers working on the rendering. We have a very large world. We have a very high view distance in this world, and there's a large number of things to render. It's also massively multiplayer online, which means that we have no real control about what you, the players, do in the world, so we need to be prepared for anything. Trinity is the graphics engine inside of Carbon, and it's our solution to graphics. So some of the visual improvements that we've been working on lately. I'm sure you're familiar with the improvements to shadows. We now have an unlimited number of shadow casters and shadow receivers. And the shadows overall are just much, much sharper than they used to be. These shadow changes go hand in hand together with the new volumetric cloud effects that we have, which are obviously very prevalent in the new area that just unlocked yesterday. It's a really, really beautiful effect, and I would love to talk a little bit more about it. Unfortunately, we don't have time for everything. So I will move on to probably why you're here, which is the new stuff. Ray tracing. So what is ray tracing? Well, it's a hardware feature of your graphics card that allows you to shoot rays arbitrarily in the scene and see what they hit. We're working on support for both Windows and Mac. And the cool thing about ray tracing is that it enables us to do a bunch of new techniques that we simply weren't able to do before. This includes stuff like improving the reflections and improving the shadows even more, as well as hopefully improving the lighting overall in the future. The cool thing about EVE Online is that space is fairly empty. So you can count on ray tracing not having the same kind of performance hit that you're used to seeing when enabling it in other games. So looking a little bit at the ray traced shadows. Well, we already have shadows, of course, but ray tracing allows us to simulate the size of the light source in a much more accurate way. If we add a shadow caster to this little scene here, you can see that only some of the rays will be blocked, and the actual shadow that you see from this very large light source will be very soft and diffuse. This is fully realistic and fully dynamic, which means that if you have for example, an antenna sticking out of your ship, it will cast a perfectly sharp shadow onto your own ship, while the distant space station will cast this very, very soft shadow on your ship, and these two kinds of shadows will seamlessly mix. We have a prototype working, as you can see, but it's still very much work in progress. We also really want to improve the reflections. We, of course, already have support for limited reflections, but ray tracing will truly help us take them to the next level. You can imagine the metal parts of your ships reflecting the dynamic environment around you in a way you haven't been able to see before, as well as, or for example, seeing a perfect mirror-like reflection of your ship as you pass by a frozen asteroid. No prototype here just yet, but it's something we're very excited about. But of course, graphical improvements aren't everything. We also need to make sure that it all performs well. We do always try to optimize our code and our shaders, stuff like that, but there is an upper limit to how far you can go with just minor code changes. Sometimes we need to take just a completely different approach to rendering something to make sure that we maintain the performance. And one of the biggest challenges there is just pixels. It's just the sheer number of pixels that we need to render. The number of pixels is, of course, determined by the resolution of your monitor. 1080p monitor is about 2 million pixels. 4K bumps that up to 8 million. And that's the number of pixels we need to render every single frame. Of course, the cost of each pixel will also keep going up. We are always adding new shading improvements, such as the shadows. We're adding new special effects and post-processing effects to make sure that the game looks as good as it ever can. And on top of that, we want to add ray tracing. And all of these increase the amount of time we need to spend on each pixel. And we can't forget about anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing usually comes in the form of some kind of resolution increase. Again, increasing the effective number of pixels we need to render. So it kind of multiplies the cost yet again. And obviously, the solution isn't to just get everyone to get a really expensive GPU. Would be nice, but that's not the reality we live in. But then looking into anti-aliasing specifically. Well, what is aliasing and why are we trying to get rid of it? Well, Aliasing is essentially an artifact of the way that GPUs render triangles and things in general. You basically have this binary test for each pixel that checks if the center of the pixel is covered by the triangle. And if it is, it's completely filled in. And the end result is the image to the left here, where you can see these ugly jagged edges, this kind of staircase pattern. It's very typical of aliasing. And anti-aliasing is essentially any kind of method that attempts to generate the image to the right, which is something that just represents the actual physical shape of this triangle much more accurately. But aliasing doesn't just happen at the edge of triangles. It can also happen in the middle of triangles, such as in the case of these specular highlights. So what's happening here is that the highlights on this hull here is they are very, very thin, and therefore it's essentially completely random if just a row of pixel centers happens to kind of randomly end up on this reflection. And when they do, they pop into existence and then briefly disappear again whenever the camera moves. So it's essentially a problem of details that are smaller than a pixel that we can't capture with this. One of the most naive and simplest approaches to anti-aliasing is supersampling. It's a very simple idea. Instead of doing a single sample at the center of each pixel, we simply do multiple samples. It's effectively the same as just rendering at a higher resolution. Then at the end, we kind of just average together all of the samples inside of a pixel, which again is effectively the same as just scaling the image down again. This is really, really effective, but it also is really expensive. If we're doing 4 samples for each pixel, for example, that's 4 times the amount of shading work and lighting, so all that good stuff. On top of that, we need 4 times the amount of memory to store all these samples, and we also need 4 times the amount of bandwidth to read and write these samples. So 1080p effectively becomes 4K, 4K effectively becomes 8K. Everything becomes so much worse. But it is really, really effective. You can see the comparison here. To the left, we have no anti-aliasing, and to the right, we have 4 times supersampling. As you can see, all of this ugly shimmering and all this distracting shimmering is completely gone. It looks absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, because it's so expensive, Eve has so far been forced to rely on something called multi-sampling. So multi-sampling is an optimization of supersampling that essentially only tries to supersample the triangle edges. So we're still only shading once per pixel, but we actually choose which samples to actually write to. And we write the same color to all of the samples that are covered by the triangle. You still need to pay for the memory and the bandwidth cost, but the shading cost increase is essentially negligible, and that's where the bulk of the cost comes. The big drawback of this is, of course, there's no anti-aliasing for the shading in that case. So if we again look at this shimmering image here, the only thing that multi-sampling really fixes is that top jagged edge, like that staircase pattern on the edge of the hull there. You're not going to see any kind of impact at all on the shimmering inside of triangles. It would be really, really nice if we could afford supersampling, but we can't. But what if we still do 1 sample per pixel, but we kind of start moving it around inside of the pixel, so we do a different center every frame, and then we kind of just add them all up at the end. Well, that's the foundational idea behind temporal anti-aliasing. The idea is basically that you spread these samples out over time. You do 1 sample per pixel, but a different sample every frame. The idea then is to blend it all together really carefully to get the effective result of 4 times supersampling. It's really effective, and it's actually even faster than 4 times supersampling. 4 times multi-sampling, simply because we only need 1 sample per pixel, just like when we have no anti-aliasing at all. But you do need to be really, really careful when doing this. If you end up blending when you're not supposed to, you can get blurriness, you can get ghosting, where you can see parts of the previous frame. Looks very terrible. And in fact, if you blend too little, you also get problems. You can't just disable the blending completely, because then you will suddenly start to be able to see this kind of jittering motion around as you move where the pixel center occurs. And to take an actual visual example of this, here's a very zoomed image of an hangar. You can see that it's very pixelated, and you can also see that it has these ugly staircase patterns everywhere. This looks even worse in motion, where you will have a lot of shimmering effects as this moves. So when we apply temporal anti-aliasing, we will first start to sharpen the image as much as we can, and then start kind of moving it around a little bit. And all of these images are slightly different, so when we add them all together, we end up with this really, really nice and smooth result. We still have all of the sharpness of the texture detail, all of that good stuff, but we have managed to eliminate the staircase patterns, and on top of that, it's much, much more stable under motion. Looks very, very good. But can we actually take this approach even further? And it turns out that we can. It's called temporal upscaling. The idea is to start at an even lower resolution. We don't actually start at the full resolution. You can imagine moving this single sample that we have around in a 2x2 area instead, so over 4 pixels instead. We then temporally upscale this beyond the full resolution to again get this kind of super sampling effect, and then scale it back down to full resolution, well, what your monitor has. And this works. It works really well, but it is even more challenging. Any kind of issues that you would normally have with temporal anti-aliasing, such as flickering or blurriness or ghosting, just becomes so much more obvious when you're kind of blowing it up to twice the size, basically. Fortunately, this isn't a problem that we really have to solve ourselves. There are numerous temporal upscaling, or at least temporal upscaling functions, algorithms that already exist. And we are planning on supporting pretty much all of them so that you can pick the best solution for your specific graphics card. We will be supporting AMD FSR 3. We will be supporting NVIDIA DLSS 3.5, Intel's XeSS, as well as Metal FX upscaling on Mac. So that kind of makes sure that even as we're adding all of these new features, even on weaker graphics cards, you will be able to enable these new goodies with a minimal loss in image quality from the upscaling. But your GPU isn't the only thing that's kind of struggling. What about the CPU? Well, the GPU and the CPU have a very interesting relationship. They're essentially two completely separate processors that coexist inside of your computer. And it kind of works the way that the CPU sends commands to the GPU and tells it what to do. And in some cases, we can actually end up with a case where the CPU simply doesn't have the time to generate enough commands for the GPU. And the GPU will just sit idle and not have anything to do. And that's where our GPU-driven pipeline project comes into play. It's quite a bit of a complex topic, so we will need to take a deep dive into how this relationship between the CPU and the GPU work. So to understand this, let's have a look at a timeline where we can see what the CPU and the GPU are up to at any given time when rendering a frame. So the CPU is, of course, responsible for a lot of different things. It's not just responsible for graphics. Things like physics, networking, network code, as well as the user interface, all this kind of good stuff, and a lot of other things. This is a bit outside of my area. I work with the graphics, so I'm just going to group all of these up into this big block and call it gameplay. But at some point, the Carbon engine will have processed all of the other subsystems, and it's now time to start rendering something. And at that point, it will gather up a bunch of commands, and it will kind of send them off to the GPU. And the GPU will then start processing this and rendering that frame. But the CPU doesn't just sit idle as it waits for this to complete. No, it will immediately move on to the next frame, and the frame after that once that's done. And in this case, this works really, really well. The CPU even has a little bit of breathing time, and the GPU is taxed to its full capacity. It's working 100% of the time. But there are cases in Eve, quite a few cases, where this is not the case, where this submitting of the gathering up all of these commands and submitting them to the GPU actually takes longer than it takes for the GPU to render them. And this can happen simply because of massive fleet battles or a huge amount of detail, and it also depends on your specific hardware, like the relative power of your CPU and the GPU. And in this case, well, we're wasting a lot of time on the GPU. The GPU is essentially sitting idle for a very large amount of time. And we could, in theory, push the GPU to render maybe twice as many frames per second in this case. But to understand why this happens, we need to look into what actually happens in this submit block to make it so expensive. And to do that, we need to figure out how we're rendering a single specific, like a single Eve ship, like a single ship in the universe of Eve. So I present to you an Eve ship. I promise. This is definitely a ship. Like a real Eve ship, it has a mesh, which is determined by the shape here. It also has a shader, which is determined by the color here. And it also has a material, which is represented by the texture applied to this. So to render this ship, we actually need to submit 4 separate commands to the GPU. We need to set which color we want to render it with. We need to set the shape that we want to render. And then we need to set the texture. And once those are done, we can submit what's called a draw call, which is essentially a command that says, yeah, draw something using the previously set stuff. And if we were only rendering one ship, this would not be a problem whatsoever. This is just 4 commands. Problem is, Eve has a lot of ships. Some might even say dozens at times. So we need to really be able to render this many things. And well, the first thing we're going to do, I'm a programmer at least. I love lists. I'm going to move them all into a list. This will make it much easier to work with. And once they're all in a list, well, it isn't that difficult to just kind of do a naive loop over this and render them. We'll just go through all of the ships that we have to render. We'll set the color, we'll set the shape, we'll set the texture, and issue a draw call. There's actually 100 ships in this image, or in this scene. So we will end up with a total of 4 times 100 commands, which is 400. Very simple. However, this is not the most efficient way of doing this. We are actually switching between the same colors multiple times, for example. So we can actually eliminate a bunch of commands by kind of just reorganizing this data. So if we move this down here, and then we make new lists, we make one list for each color. And then we kind of just take all of these ships, we go through them, and we sort them into the color. We sort them based on the color that they have and put them in the corresponding list. Well, it turns out that we can render these lists much more efficiently now. We no longer need to switch the color for every ship. We can just set the color once and then render all of the ships that use that color. And the end result is that we eliminate almost 25% of our commands. And we can actually take this one step further. We can start sorting things based on what shape they're using as well. And that will allow us to eliminate even more draw calls. In fact, we no longer need to change the shape as often now. So even though we're rendering the exact same pixels on the screen, the exact same triangles, we are now doing it with almost we are now doing it with almost half the draw calls of what we were doing before. And this process of kind of just reorganizing the data to render it more efficiently is called batching, and it's a very important thing. So yeah, problem solved, right? Let's see what happens with our timeline. Well, our submit block is now really tiny. The problem is that now we have a batching block instead. And that it turns out that just reshuffling all of this data and taking care of it is really expensive as well. What if we just kind of take this original list of ships? We just yeet it directly at the GPU with no regards for its safety. We just don't care. And we kind of just let it figure it all out for itself. That is what the GPU-driven pipeline is all about. So it turns out that GPUs nowadays are really flexible. They can actually generate commands for themselves. They don't need a CPU to tell them what to do anymore. So we can actually have the GPU do this batching for us. And the best part of this, well, one of the good parts at least, is that it's even faster than the CPU at doing it. The actual best part is that there's minimal CPU involvement. The CPU is now free to do other things while the GPU keeps itself busy. So if we look at our rendering loop that we had before, we can kind of eliminate everything inside of that loop there and basically just set the color and then tell the GPU to do its thing. And we eliminate more than 90% of the CPU side draw calls and commands that need to be sent there, while the GPU still gets to execute all of those 200+ draw calls that we had before. But it's fine, because the GPU was already not being taxed to its full capacity, so that's all good. And what happens to our timeline? Well, we used to have this batching block that was on the CPU timeline that just magically moves down to the GPU's timeline. And in fact, the batching block is actually significantly smaller than this. This is just the smallest block I could get in that could still fit the word batching. So what does this ultimately mean for Eve? Well, it's a complete restructuring of how things are rendered inside of Trinity. It's a lot of work. There's essentially no shader that's going to come out unscathed by these changes. It's a lot of work, but once it's done, we are confident that we will be able to have a lot more objects on screen, and we can really let our artists go crazy with this. And also more variation inside of those objects. We no longer need to have copies of the same objects to make sure that it works well with batching or something like that. We can just have more unique objects and let the artists just get more free hands. But the best part about this is just that it frees up the CPU for game logic. It means that the entire graphics engine just kind of moves out of the way of all the other systems that also require the CPU time, which will, for example, enable for the new physics improvements that CCP Tuxford was talking about before. But then the big question is when? And, well, CCP verdicts already spoiled this. Early 2024. We want to get all of these improvements, including the upscaling, the ray tracing, as well as the GPU-driven pipeline, done in early 2024. That leads me to my final question. How do artists actually work with all of this new stuff that we're giving them? And that's where I hand over to CCP Amino.
Thank you. Oh. Hello. So, my name's CCP Amino. I'm a tools developer with CCP. And so our job is to try and take the power that Carbon brings to our game and put it in a package that will allow our artists and designers to leverage that to build great experiences for you. So with the big investment in Carbon, we've also been making a big investment in these tools. And I would like to introduce you to our new, very internal-only tool, Graphite. So Graphite is a sort of editor for everything you might want to do in the engine. Whether you're making a new ship, skinning an old one, building a whole new scene for you guys to explore in New Eden, or even badly trying to make a trailer like I am here. You can basically use it to leverage the power of Carbon in order to build all of the experiences that we want to deliver to you in the game. And we've been working on this for quite a while. We've actually started from the ground up with the UI here. We've been trying to modernize our tools internally overall, try and bring all of the capabilities of Carbon together under one tool set, and empower our artists and designers to deliver bigger and bolder experiences, leveraging all of the new benefits with the new engine. Some of the improvements we were making are actually just really simple. In some cases, it's just about taking a system we already have, fitting a turret to a ship and shooting another one, making it explode, making that feel a little bit more in our tool set like it does in the game. The important part here is having artists being able to use this like you're going to experience it will allow them to hopefully build a higher quality version of that turret, something that feels better to use, is more fun to play with, and they'll be able to get that experience a lot earlier in their development cycle. In some cases, it's about bringing tools home. When it comes to doing things like defining collision geometry, we've historically leveraged third-party tools, have artists work in there, build the kind of data that we need for Carbon to consume in order to do the collision work. And that's quite a long-winded pipeline. The artist will spend a lot of time in this third-party tool, be it Maya or Blender, try and author this data, and then they've got to go through the process of getting it into the engine to see if it works, to see if it plays nicely, to see if they've introduced some really weird bug where you get stuck in the middle of a station. So by bringing these things all under one roof and bringing them home, we plan to leverage this to deliver higher quality to you in the game experience. In some cases, we're actually looking to improve our developers' experience as well. Many of the places they'll spend a lot of time is doing things like crafting a beautiful scene for you to explore. They want to visually tell a story, use their art assets, and show them off to build big, cool things for you to discover and enjoy. And we want them to spend more of their time expressing themselves and designing what they want to deliver at the end, rather than spending time fighting against the engine and the tools that they have at their fingertips. So we put a lot of time and effort into leveraging some of the performance benefits that come with Carbon to give them a much nicer overall experience, smoother, prettier UI, make it a little bit more functional, make it a little bit more adaptive, make it feel good. If it's a pleasure for them to work with, then hopefully they will deliver something very pleasurable for you in the end. In some cases, we are actually trying to make use of and leverage the power of some third-party tools. You'll have seen a lot of the new cloud tech being used. This technology is authored by artists in something called EmberGen. And that tool will spit out data that Carbon can consume and we can put in the game. Before we can actually get it into the game, there's a lot of other little things that go into a little bit of overhead. And ultimately, they end up working heavily in isolation inside of a toolset outside of our ecosystem. crafting those clouds. So what we're trying to do here with Graphite is make sure that they have as smooth and as fast a pipeline. So when they're using these third-party tools to build big new clouds, we are very quickly getting them into the engine. In this case, preferably almost instantly. They make a change in EmberGen, and we want them to instantly see that in Graphite. But along with that, by having all of our tools under one place, having the tools that they use to author scenes, this allows them to see not only their cloud very quickly in engine and see what that's going to look like, but see it in the kind of place that they're going to use it, allowing them to craft more bespoke assets that fit the scene and better tell the story or better describe the experience that they want to give you. In some cases, we're leveraging whole new capabilities. So Carbon brings a lot of benefits in terms of new performance, better options, and this provides new opportunities for designers and artists to take advantage of. Every time we save a couple of frames in the engine, maybe that means explosions can be bigger. Maybe that means scenes can be more complex. There's less restrictions on the work that they do. And so this is quite an experimental feature for us, but we're trying to leverage the power of third-party tools, in this case Blender, again with a really direct pipeline. So the artist can work in Blender and craft very large assets, hit one button and see it very quickly ported straight into the game, try it out. How does it feel to fly around? How does it feel to bump into it? How does it look? And by giving them this pipeline, the plan is to allow them, again, very early and very experimental, allow them the power to build much bigger and grander experiences overall and deliver to you the best possible experience that they can manage to make Eve awesome forever. Thank you very much. So, if you have any questions, you'll find many of us around. We're all very friendly. Come and say hi, have a chat. We'll happily talk your ear off for hours about all of this stuff. But we also have a panel on the second floor. So if you're in the mood, we'd love to see you there at 1:30. Thank you.
Welcome back to Fanfest Day 2. I am CCP Overload here with Chaos, who is joining us once again. I don't know about you, but that was super interesting. I really enjoy hearing all the cool things that the platform team are doing, all the tech behind Eve. It's such a unique game. There's nothing else like it. So there's so many of these bespoke tools that we have to just craft and build and do things that it's just... It blows my mind. I remember when I found out that we only had 16 shadows in scenes in the old shadow system. We could only have up to 16 shadows. And I'd been playing Eve for a long time, never noticed. Just never noticed that there was only 16 shadows. Just clever ways of hiding it. But now, as you just saw, incredible new advancements in the way we're building things. Phenomenal. So how did you enjoy that presentation?
Yeah, it's really good because it really shows people there's more to it than meets the eye, because it's a lot of work for something, I wouldn't say simple, but to a normal person it's very simple, but it's not really. So it's very good to see.
Yeah, especially when we get into things like these, we saw CCP Tuxford talking about the server with Destiny and all Destiny's children.
Yes.
All the crazy game logic that we have to process, especially in these large time dilation fleet fights. You know, there's 8,500 players squeezed into one system.
Oh, yeah.
You can imagine all those messages all flying around, all the crazy physics simulation, everything that you have to do.
Exactly.
It's just an absolute cluster. And of course, these are the things that's almost impossible to even test for, because we can't spool up 8,500 devs and just all log into test servers and try and generate.
Exactly, you have to test it as you go.
Exactly.
Like, I experienced my first tie-dye probably 4 months into the game, and I remember running to my brother's room, "Are you using the internet?" But no, it was actually the game, and it was actually pretty cool how tie-dye actually does work. But yeah, it's pretty unique.
Yeah, so it's a pretty useful thing to be able to just slow time down.
Yeah.
Of course, it just helps keep things running, and we would love to be able to, of course, remove things like time dilation. But this is an n-squared problem. Every time we make things better, you guys out there shove more people in.
Yeah, exactly, because the game's always growing, and especially after this year, with the new game announced, the first-person shooter, we've got more eyes going to be on Eve, and the player base is going to get much bigger because of it.
Yeah, I hope so. Now, you've flown all the way here from Australia.
Yes, I sure did.
Is this your first FanFest?
Yes, it is.
How are you enjoying Iceland? Is it just like Australia? It's another island in the ocean. I imagine they're very comparable.
Very similar, but there's some differences. Like, you know, one's very hot and one's very nice. Figure which one is which.
I've been to Australia. I know for a fact it's incredibly hot. Too hot for me.
Yes, it's pretty hot out there.
So, tell me a little bit about yourself. Introduce yourself to me. Tell me about what you do. Like in Eve, I know you do a bunch of streaming. Talk to me about all that.
Okay, so I stream on Twitch. I do a lot of things to do with just, I wouldn't say PvP as much, but I always like to do backline stuff, get in trouble, running people and all that. But when the events do go live, I turn aside and I become the hunter. Well, making a lot of this at the same time. And I think I love the most is finding something else that no one really knows about and teaching people who've been playing the game for 10 plus years, some stuff they never knew about.
So that's something I actually super enjoy as well. I've been playing this game for a very long time, and occasionally I learn something new, because the beauty about EVE Online is it's not a game. It's like 24 games in this big overcoat trying to sneak into the cinema as one game.
Exactly.
There's all these different types of gameplay that, you know, you can go 15 years like I did without doing certain parts of the game.
Exactly.
You just haven't done it. So I made a point recently of like making some new accounts and going and doing things I'd never done before.
Yeah.
So I have an alt, which is a secret alt.
Of course.
I joined a high-sec mining corporation. This is one part of the game I've never done. I've never been involved.
Have you been ganked yet?
I have been ganked. I lost I think it was a retriever.
Welcome to Eve.
Yes. And I just... No, it was my Machina, in fact, because I just saved up and bought it. Because I'm not sending any S to that account from anything else. I'm trying to keep it all like in-house. And it's just this little high-sec mining corp, a bunch of cute little new bros, and they're all doing their thing. And like some of them were teaching me how to do these different things with the mining and helping me and just chilling on comms. Just a whole different world from like the high end, like, you know, super duper PvPers. Like, my main, I'm in Volta, for example. So, you know,
I haven't noticed.
Crash, we're logged off most of the time. But yeah, that's why I love Eve.
Yeah, because doesn't matter what you do in the game, you're always affecting something in the game. Like, you can really go without actually any interactions for a very, very long time, but you are still impacting the game, whatever you do. Yeah. And I try to go for what's the quote? Quote of, quote of all trades, master of none.
Yes.
So I tried to understand every part of the game. So if anyone comes to me and asks, okay, after this, okay, I know a little bit, but I know this person who taught me.
Yeah.
So I shoot him over there.
Yeah, there's some incredible knowledge in our player base out there, and we at CCP we utilize that sometimes. Yeah,
exactly.
There's players who know more about certain things in the gameplay side than a lot of people who work at CCP. So we try and use that resource. And not everyone at CCP has been like, you know, maybe a 10-year PvPer. So when you have someone who maybe needs to know a bit more information, they can talk to, you know, people like Stitch Caneland, who's going to be in the CSM this year.
Yes.
You know, he's done a lot of work over the years, sort of giving advice, helping out with like things like balance and stuff like that. You've obviously seen all of these Reddit posts.
I stay away from Reddit, to be honest. I'm sorry. I stay away from that. So
yeah, I mean, that's probably wise and like a general life advice.
I know. I've got that feeling.
Yeah. It's probably the same with Twitch chat. You know, Twitch chat is never wrong, of course. You'll have experienced this.
Well, it depends. It depends. Very depends on the chat with that. But they like to play games with me. Like, I think there's a patch up. I think there's a patch today. There's a patch. It's a patch. The gates are active. I'm like, huh? And no, it's not.
Yeah, I was watching the gates go live yesterday.
Yes.
Was a super cool moment. I was sitting down just in the middle of the crowd, and one person to the left of me gets his laptop out and starts like patching Eve. Another guy gets his phone out, remote desktops into his computer at home.
Yes.
Logs in like multi accounts, like using Evo Preview, and starts like multi-boxing on a phone. I was like, you madman.
Yes. I've done roughly the same thing. I've left my computer on back home, and I just go straight into the laptop to the computer, and still play Eve in Iceland.
Nice.
Yeah. Some people
That must be
walk
a
past me.
heck of a round trip ping though.
Oh, mate, not even. It's terrible. But it's funny because it's usually like nighttime or midnight there, and my room's flickering, and people are like, what the hell's going in there? But it's my monitor doing stuff.
Awesome. All right, so we've got about, I think, like 7 or 8 minutes until our next presentation, which is going to be on the art of Eve. So we've just had a bunch of tech stuff, and then we're going to go straight into all the art stuff. So 2 very different disciplines that are incredibly complementary. We'll go to a short break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm CCP Overload once again with Chaos. We're here at the arena, whose name I still can't pronounce, despite living and working in Iceland, where Fanfest is. Day 2, of course, we've had our first panel, our first presentation, I should say, and we are going to go in very shortly to the next one, which is the Art of Eve, and I cannot wait to see this one. The artists that we have at CCP are just phenomenally talented, and they always have just the most incredible eye candy. So let's head down to the main stage and check that out now.
It's time to go on a captivating journey into the artistic essence of EVE Online. Please welcome to the stage CCP Benson and CCP Bluescreen.
Hægri, vinstri.
Hello, Fanfest.
Yo.
Thank you for a great couple of days so far. Thank you for a great pub call yesterday. Anyone from Team 13 here? Team 13? Yes. Nice. Okay. I am CCP Bluescreen.
And I'm CCP Benson.
And yeah, it's great to see you all again back at Fanfest. As you are hopefully aware, we are here representing Team Tri Lambda, the art and graphics team of EVE Online, and building a better universe is what we do. So 20 years ago, this is how it all started. And it was beautiful back then, and it really was. And all the years since, we've been hard at work, keeping the aesthetics fresh and cutting edge as ever. Many steps has been taken towards that. So I've been here for about 15 years. I remember making 2 of these assets back in the day, authoring effects on gates. There was a premium client and a basic client. Don't remember if you remember that. I don't know if you remember that. That was, now it's just called high and low settings. And then in 2007, along came Trinity with a huge graphics update. One of the many milestones. Later came the V3 overhaul. And that soon moved on to V5, where we introduced the PBR-based shaders, updated textures, and this included many major polish to textures and yeah, shader updates. We quickly moved on to V5++, where we reintroduced the 4th material that we lost in the initial PBR conversion, And we also added the adjustable dirt maps that we have today. And then just recently, we gave Eve another all-around polish with what we called the Delete the Gray initiative. And so with these and countless other updates, shader developments and model texture updates and effects updates, tech additions, and with the ongoing ship redesign initiative, we continue like with the Rifter here, getting its new recent update here and refined design. So from 20 years ago until today, looks something like this. Screens got bigger. But we're never done. As much work as we put into adding and supporting new features with graphics, we spent probably the same amount of time keeping everything fresh, updating and maintaining like existing content. And so this year, we, for instance, updated all of the 68 Empire frigates, gave them a major effects love pass. So many features, new features and lights have been developed since they were last touched. So yeah, they all got a pass. And you know, we're not done with these, but this is, yeah, amazing. And also, this is tied to the warp states. Many of these lights making things more dynamic. Here, the lights turns red for the warping animation, and also other effects as it added. Just like when it comes out of warp here, you see that little poof, gas cloud from the back. But yeah, we didn't stop with the frigates. Also, the Marauders received a comprehensive effects update, updating the Bastion modules along with just a general effects pass. So all in all, we try, and we feel we do pretty well at updating these things, but it is, of course, hard to please all of the pilots all of the time. Current graphic effects are kind of weak. That's rough. So, yeah, this is something our lead effects artist, CCP Mirke, found roaming the Eve subreddits. He was not impressed, obviously. So, outdated torpedo effect. So, Mirke here had to do something about it, so our effects department went straight ahead and went to work on the missile impact effects. The missiles will now explode outwards in opposite direction of impact vector, which looks and feels right. Aside from the thermal ones, just had to be a sphere because it just looks great and it also really differentiates it from the other ones. And also for the first time now, the missile impacts will be contributing lighting to their surrounding environments. This really ties it together. You see it here on the gate on the right side here. So that's awesome. And here, going from what they looked like before, gameplay readability of the impact should now be immediate, like through the shape, language, and visuals. So it's super important that you can tell the damage type of whether you're being hit with kinetic, explosive, electromagnetic, or thermal missiles. So yeah, that is just important when we introduce new gameplay, you know, that the players can tell what they actually do. So now they look like what they are. So a bit of subreddit CCP Please does actually work from time to time. Yeah, we do. And so speaking about visual language, you all got a new way of expressing yourself in space this year with the Skinner and the new structure skins. So for art, there wasn't a lot of actual content work on the structures themselves. Many of us, the upper structures that we have included in this were ready for this. There was a lot of technical work, so our graphics programmers were more busy probably than us. In this feature here, there was a lot of stuff to integrate the Space Object Factory and make this work with that. But for us, it was more about looking at palettes, material areas, what material areas to use and what not. And materials, Just like the different types of materials, color shades, building a library for this, basically. And then trying out different combination and testing setups. And how it all comes out. Also looking a bit forwards. Here we're trying with the pattern projections that are not available yet, but you never know, maybe it'll come. But this is just a few basic gradients used on the structures in addition to the material areas. And but probably the biggest update on the pure content side connected to this was giving all the major upbuild structures like a lighting update. So we updated the lighting of all these structures because they really sorely needed it. Added point lights and spotlights and hazes and like new hologram details. And even added some new geometries to some of the structures with new paint areas. This was partly done simply because that we really needed to do this visual update to the structures, but also to facilitate any future possible customization of the lights of structures. By getting this up to date, we are opening up for the possibility of a future where lights is part of your structure's color palette. And that is super nice. So your lights really should match your structure's color palette. And there was a lot of tech involved in making this work. So again, yeah, a lot of work. And on our graphics programs for this. But quite often, art is very dependent on advances in the graphics tech. So you just had a presentation on engine, and they, of course, let us do a lot of stuff we do. Last year, we talked about the improved LOTs and meshes, and the improved LOTs and textures, and also LOTing on subship objects like turrets and more stuff like that. And this year, more awesome advances has been made. Some of them you just saw if you were in the presentation before. But there were other things, like historically we've been packing all of our 8 in-game textures into 3 compressed DDS files. This means that each texture often gets a single channel to live in, which does not help its quality, can impact it quite a bit, but that is no more. Now we no longer pack our textures, but simply compress them into 8 individual DDS textures. And this gives us some noticeable quality improvements for sure. And it also means that we can go in and remove individual textures, and that makes more sense now. So, so that's actually also what we did this year. No more static occlusion maps. Now this is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and with the modular hangars that we've been rolling out and releasing, this has really become evident. So SSAO, that we need some dynamic, ambient occlusion. And we got this with SSAO, and finally killed off the static occlusion maps. And also for like our more modular approach of assembling scenes and environments, this is super important. And here's a few examples. This is from the Abyss here. You see on the big rocks here, they don't actually have ambient occlusion maps, but with the ambient occlusion comes in. Probably more evident here. You see this triclavian extraction node here on the rock. So this really, it's subtle, but it really adds and ties the room, ties the scene together much more nicely. But our amazing friends in Team Engine were not done here. Because we also went ahead and updated the in-game shadows. What we had before was basically 1 shadow map per object with the limitation of 16 objects, so 16 shadow maps. And that's a problem. 16 shadow casters in modular asset scenes and will lead to like shadows popping in and out. So let's not do that anymore. What we are going to do instead is we are going to partition the camera frustum into multiple frustra. I asked our tech people for that sentence. I don't know what that means. And then we render a shadow map for each subfrustum. So that allows us to render an unlimited amount of shadows now. So that is awesome. But it's still not super nicely defined. So we also looked a bit on the quality of the shadows, and yeah, they got a lot better as well. Super nice. So with unlimited crisp and sharp shadows coupled with the SSAO, this is extremely important for us moving forward with complex modular environments and scene creation. Here you see the shadows again, before and after.
Oh my god.
Nice. Very nice. And now also they render on all settings, the shadows, apart from disabled, of course, but like with the filtering of shadows being adjusted to allow a balance between quality and performance. We also talked a little bit last year about the extension system that we have been developing, now known as the layout system. Bringing with it hull extensions that can inherit space object data, like that is the faction colors, the logos, lights and stuff on all the structures. So they can inherit that, or reversely, they can introduce new factions and put other factions within the same asset. So that's a single asset with many faction settings. That's new. And that gives us many cool options. Also in this is instancing, where we optimize performance while introducing large amounts of geometry using the layout system. And finally, within this context, we also talked a bit about ship extensions. For this purpose, we illustrated like adding plating and wings and other exterior things to ships, like either simply to create like hull variations or maybe even to represent like fitted modules and stuff like that. So that's a cool idea, and we went ahead and used that to use that this year in some of the ships. Maybe you want to go over that? There you go.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. So for these new destroyers, we did an update to the base Tech 1 hulls to create their new Navy variations. And on top of that, we updated the textures and we put the layout system to use. Those new destroyers are a good example of us starting to use this new way of modifying our ships. So here you can see the pieces that make up the modification to the thresher. So textures being updated, parts added to change the silhouette, and then topping it with a camo pattern. The same approach we did with the catalyst.
Yeah. Nice, nice.
Same with the courser, textures, parts, and for the first time, a Mar Navy camo pattern. So the thought behind these visuals is to make the ships feel more fitting for its role. And the last but not least, the cormorant. So obviously, this is a fairly recent hull, and the base didn't need much updating. But, you know, a little bit meaner. So more plates, a little bit more beefy. We also did the Navy dreadnoughts. So here you see the Nagfar, the Revelation with hull changes and a new camo. The Moros, yes, getting much tougher. And the Phoenix. We had wanted to give the Phoenix an overhaul for some time, so we used the opportunity and updated it completely. So this collection of ships gives you an idea of where we're heading with modifications to our ships and Tech 2 variants in the future. Since last Fanfest, we introduced the new Apple hangars, and with those came the new Capital Hangar, a good home for these new dreadnoughts.
Yeah, I think we need to restart the presentation.
I think so. Can we do a quick restart? So all of the upper structures received new hangars, each stylized and themed for their respective function and mood. That includes different visuals and audio environments for each distinct structure type that help reflect the state and life of the structure in space. This hangar project was very large on our end. A lot of new features and performance achievements came with it that benefit us into future projects. So trying to emphasize the difference in the interior to reflect the outside look and function of the station. So if you're not seeing this in-game, fuel up.
Yeah. So talking about that, could we again drop the jitter backdrop? I think it turned on when we restarted the presentation.
So audio indicators, visual indicators for the structure states. And if you're seeing these, you should maybe start looking for another real estate. So when we were looking at this hangar project, we very much kept the Empire hangars in mind. We designed and concepted some ideas for each Empire. Some of those goals for us would be to achieve a visual progression for the player, difference between regions, and security status and customization. So one of the key unlocks for us in producing these, having a small art team, is being able to build assets faster, making prototypes and not over-designing before trying things out. So here's a prototype of a Caldari hangar using the methods we learned from the Apple Hangar project.
Yeah, sweet. So like you've seen with the ships and with the hangars, this is a holistic approach in improving our pipeline and creating new assets. And it also applies to structures. So how we're building libraries for modular use. For instance, we can go back to the JITA station, the new JITA station, which was very much built in a modular approach. So if we want to try and build a modular library for a structure library for Caldari, we could go back here and identify, again, modular pieces that we can then harvest here, throw out, and then we can consolidate all the pieces into, into actual small pieces, finding building blocks, and create a set that we're going to use here is connection pieces, and platforms, small structures, big structures. You can then combine these again and use them to build infrastructure, around gates, around stations, and also the fleet harbors that was introduced as part of the factional warfare content. And this method gives us, ways to build quickly and by using ready use like assets that fit together. And so here we're using the Minmatar modular library to quickly build a Minmatar scene. This is for this is a warzone plex for the Minmatar warzone and the factional warfare. And here is an example of the Gelände plex, again using a Gelände modular set, Amar. Caldari. So it's super nice to have these sets and like a lot of new assets available all of a sudden. And also for the factional warfare content, we use these to create the battlefields. And this modular approach is really key for us. Like with a relatively small art team, this makes us able to build varied and complex environments, in a reasonable time and iterative pace. And it's not just environments like these where we can use these modular sets and where they're helpful. Also, more complex and unique assets from the factional warfare campaign is an example. We can show the stellar transmuters. Also here, modular sets came in extremely handy as we could construct these, with a combination of tailor-made geometry and the modularity on top. Those are cool. And in much the same way, we'd also construct the shipcasters, which is also a mix of custom geometry and the Empire modular pieces on top. So this way, we've added quite a bit to our environments the last years. New asteroids, expanding our asset and structure library, modular sets, better and more varied post-process templates and environment effects. So what's next? What's the next step? And to really up our game and to take us into the third decade, we wanted to take on something that's been high on our list for quite some time. That is volumetric clouds. So now we have clouds in Eve, many clouds, but historically they all been representing clouds. We've been representing the clouds and smoke as static images and particle systems. The most obvious example being our nebulas. Those represent clouds, but they're static and 2D as it gets. But obviously, we have clouds and smoke that are more dynamic and voluminous, such as scene clouds, fire, smoke, and many other effects. But basically, they're just 2D images. Obviously not always static, but using texture atlases and color ramps and particle systems, camera-facing particles, and various shader tech. You can manipulate the 2D images and mask them together, and you can create something to mimic cloud and smoke. Like here on one of our Minmatar stations. So that's basically what it is. The images facing the camera, and within that, some shader tech happening. And that's about how they work, and it's definitely not all bad. They are relatively easy to author and implement, and they definitely look good for specific purposes. But it's not an actual volume. It's just a lot of 2D planes, and that illusion can easily break depending on the use case. And also with particle systems like this, if you really want to create like dense effects, like if you wanted to try and hide the station here behind the clouds, you will often end up using a lot of particles, and that creates overdraw, and that creates poor performance. And also, it doesn't always quite work anyways. The illusion will break when you get up close and interact with the clouds. Like if you try and fly through the clouds, there's a perceived density will shift every time you break through one of those 2D images. So to continue to strive for striking and immersive environments, we wanted to try and create an actual dense volumetric cloud, and not for the first time either. We actually used volumetric clouds in an early version of them in the Abyss. This earlier version did not have the definition, and resolution, and just general quality that we would want for up-close gameplay. They didn't support dynamic lighting and shadows. And these clouds are generally just used around the dungeons, so outside of the actual play space. So that's good for this purpose, and like the Abyss play space lent itself nicely to that, because you're locked in a bubble. But now we want to fly through them. We want to hide structures inside them. We want to receive shadows and receive light and add to the scene reflections. So to create the actual 3D volumetric data, we turn to Empergen, a real-time fluid simulation software that lends itself nicely to this purpose. Here we can author the volumetric clouds in voxels using like emitters, forces, and collision volumes. And then render out the temperature and density. And then within our own pipeline, we can then convert this information into 2 3D textures. And now import that and start optimizing and authoring in the cloud, because it's not cheap volumetric data. But for example, amongst many optimizations for performance, you can cut down on the iterations, which in turn then creates this undersampling and aliasing effect you see here. So to counteract this, we introduce noise, and then you can blur the noise to further smooth out your cloud. And effectively, in the end, cutting down the iterations up to 10 times. And now we can also, in our own pipeline, author things like cloud color, both with a color ramp and with an overall flat color, and we can add lighting to the cloud. So both to light up the cloud itself, but also for the light to light up its surroundings. We can also author the cloud's effects on the scene reflections. So on the right here, you can see the scene reflection map as the reflection probe generates it in real time, and you can see the proxy reflection of the cloud being rendered into that. So with this and a bunch of other tweaks, authoring options, and performance optimizations, we end up with our finished volumetric clouds in client. Yeah, super nice, super nice. And we ended up authoring somewhere around 44 of these new volumetric clouds to initially use in the Homefront environments. Yeah, so let's take a look at that. Came out amazing. And here's one of the Amar dungeons, and you can see how you can actually just block out other stuff like this asteroid gets hidden in the cloud density. The overall density is, by the way, something we can easily adjust in our own pipeline after the cloud has been authored in Embergen. And it's also a bit of work on our engine people to make sure that the clouds play nicely with everything from explosion effects and glass surfaces, alphas, and much, much more. But yeah, in the end, we were really happy with what we ended up with. These clouds work really well to bind together our dungeons and environments and assets and creating a super immersive environment we always strive for. So yeah, this is a good way to enter the third decade of EVE. And we put together a short video here just to let's have a better look at these environments. So let's check that out. So go blow some stuff up inside volumetric clouds. Oof, nice.
So clouds. With further use of our volumetric cloud tech, we wanted to try and create a new environment centered around clouds. Key points for this new environment were bright, cloudy backdrops with a feeling of danger, with contrasting, ominous Jovian structures. Kind of the opposite of our current abyssal space. We went into our archives and dug up some environment explorations from the past. Some of those were based around exploration into old Jove territory. We had discussions on re-envisioning Jove, went through old concepts and new, and figured out how we would make it fit into our visual goals of creating this bright, hazardous environment. Because when you're dealing with Jove, it's easy to slip into dark and moody visuals. So a bright, disastrous environment nebula was created that pushed us back onto target, getting us closer to the feeling of being in a disastrous sandstorm. Here you can see the new nebula of Sarsak. The scenery needed new assets. We wanted to place ourselves in a certain age of Jove. That age has its visuals based on oily, sleek metal and primitive shapes, like the current dormant Jove Observatory. We wanted players to discover this new region of Sarsak through a puzzle of finding new gates, which would lead them closer to Jove. Here's an early exploration for those gates with a very organic and aggressive look. Another one, more simplified and structural, feeling more organized. And the final one, a blend of organized bent oily metal on top of a very organic interior, hinting at a more sophisticated Jove age with its shit figured out, at least on the outside. A lot of detail got crammed into this asset using our extension system, letting us go a lot further in detail than previously possible with our old assets. To emphasize the organic element and scientific feeling of Jove, we created visual effects that display more tangled mathematical forms. So, the first asset into this new region, the gate, a visual target for Jove space assets. In this new space, we needed a central location for previous Jove habitants. Here are early explorations of such a structure following the same ideas as with the gate. Another idea for this structure, and the final one. An inactive Jove puzzle piece, one of the largest known structures in the game. Same as with the gate, we went way up in polygon count and detail for the model and its extensions. So, where are the Jove? There are no signs of them in this new space other than their barely working and abundant structures that seem to have been kick-started by a newly surfaced faction called the Deathless. The Deathless is a new faction for us. They're a hybrid faction mixed together with the Kaldari and Minmatar empires. Their look is based on mixing the best functional parts of these two empires and fusing them together with their signature exoskeleton technology and a lot of tubing. So they attach components together to get the best out of both. With this new faction, like we did with the Troglavians in early days, we were imagining how the Deathless might look and feel if they would do a takeover. Because they are not only bound to Kaldari and Minmatar hardware. Here are some work-in-progress ideas that show modifications to the upbuilt ship platforms. So, a modified small ship platform, modified by the Deathless. And here you can see it hooked into Deathless technology. In the same way, changes made to the medium ship platform. And held in place by the Deathless signature exoskeleton tech. This is a bit of a sneak peek for what Deathless could become. As Deathless move on with their exploration of Jove, they realize that more hands are needed on deck. So they send out an invite to a proper pirate party. An invite is sent out to the Goristas and the Angel Cartel. To bring the Angel Cartel up to par with the Choristas, we revisited the Angel Cartel design language. Here are some of those ideas. This is a new Angel Cartel destroyer design, sleek and aggressive with its iconic cockpit area, and plenty of turret hardpoints. Here is the Angel Cartel battlecruiser design, same sleekness and aggressive pointy bits, equipped with a similar cockpit design. And of course, the one we couldn't let wait any longer. We took a look at old designs we had for this one, the previously revealed concepts. So in the left corner, with some iterations on it, like you can see from left to right, we tried to get it into the new visuals of where we wanted the Angel Cartel to be, giving it the same sleekness, aggression, and pointy bits. We gave it the 4 states of its being, gave it wings and thorns, and its final beast-like form, the Angel Cartel Titan.
Yes.
Wow. So, that's for us for now. Come and chat with us in the art corner, where we'd like to get your feedback and say hi.
Yeah, we'll be there the rest of the day. Questions and everything like that, please come to the art corner, feedback, anything. It's super useful for us and helpful. And yeah, and it's just nice to see you all. So all come by. There's room for all of you. Yeah, that's right.
Click it.
Yeah. Oh. See you at the art corner. Thank you.
Welcome back to FanFest 2023. I am CCP Overload, and I'm joined with a couple of guests here. We've got Chaos once again, and Professor Mark McCorcoran from the European Space Agency. But before we talk to you, Mark, about cool space stuff, how phenomenal is the visuals of EVE Online, Chaos? Like, for a 20-year-old game, this game came out when you were 6 years old, right?
Yes, when I was 6 years old.
And we see like all this new advancements in tech that we're doing. It's not just, of course, the art team, it's the tech guys and the platform team who are building the tools to let the artists author all these sites. You know, Zarzak opened up yesterday. We have all the incredible volumetric cloud technology. When you see like lightning flickering in the clouds and it, beautiful.
Yeah, like people need to really go there to experience how big these structures truly are and the amount of depth is actually in them.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
And the detail as well. It's just fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, EVE's always had this unique visual identity, and it's always been at the forefront of like kind of what's possible when you look at these games. Even back in 2003, people didn't believe that some of the screenshots that were being released before the game was released were real in-client screenshots. Yeah. And of course, over the years, it's just been evolved and it made more and more pretty. All the extra lighting effects on the citadels that we saw and on all the frigates, things like the Marauder changes recently with all the extra bits and pieces that happen on that, just constantly evolving and pushing further and further and further. You know, hats off to all the people who make this all possible.
Exactly. It's fantastic.
While we were waiting to come back on, we were watching that trailer there that the graphics guys put together, and we saw all the ships flying around, and Professor Mark McCorcoran turns to me, is like, why are all the ships constantly under thrust?
Yeah, I mean, it's a trope in science fiction, of course, right? I mean, it's all very cool to see thrusters working permanently when, of course, there's no drag in space, and once you're on the velocity you want to be at, turn them off, right? Save the fuel. So I think we had this yesterday in the panel we had, that you actually have a drag system in space, in EVE, sort of, maybe there's a game-ish reason for that. Explain that to me, why you want drag in space.
So basically, all the ships have top speeds, which of course doesn't really make sense because, as you say, you know, the engine is running. You get to a speed and you turn it off and you just keep coasting. Yeah. You know, this is basic Newtonian physics. You will eventually hit something potentially, but if we could just keep accelerating and accelerating in EVE Online, it would be chaos. It would be utter chaos. Oh.
So I mean, it's an interesting point because, you know, I'm a science fiction fan, but I don't have time to play games at the moment. I used to, but I kind of, you know, had to wean myself off. It was stealing way too much of my time from looking at real space. You know, occasionally I'll look at it and I'll look at my son playing, and I'm thinking, oh, that looks no, stand away, step away, don't go in. But you know, the TV series like The Expanse, they're quite famous for having tried to embody real physics. And in fact, when you look at space battles in The Expanse, they happen incredibly quickly, and there's an awful lot of, you know, what the hell just happened? Whereas you go back to Star Wars, it's actually the Battle of Britain in space, right? It's all kind of cruising around and flying. And I haven't played EVE, so where do you fit between that, right? At what point do you make it so completely unmanageably real that you can't actually play the game?
Yeah, that's always this discussion that people have to have. You know, we talk about like suspension of disbelief in things like The Expanse, like Star Wars. You know, no one looks at that and goes, "Yes, this is a documentary." Like we accept that we have to have some things that we let happen. Sometimes you look at them and go, I mean, these in Star Wars they're shooting like laser blasters, and you can see the light bulbs moving around, and you're like, hey, hang on. But then like there's this line where, yes, you can be super realistic, or you can be completely and utterly unrealistic, and one of them can be good gameplay and one of them can be terrible gameplay, and you have to find the nice blend. And sometimes you can like get away and hide things, and things like, for example, you know, the drag in space. The classic meme is EVE is actually submarines in space. It's a submarine simulator, kind of like dressed up, and we've put a little wig on it and said, hey, it's actually in space. It's not. It's underwater.
Yeah. I mean, the question again is, we had this discussion a little bit in the panel yesterday. You need to also make things credible to human beings, that human beings can engage with them. But real physics actually isn't very accessible to human beings. Quantum mechanics, general relativity, these are not things that human beings actually can make any sense out of, unless it's with equations. And so I know the guy who was in charge of the visual effects for Interstellar, Paul Franklin. And he worked very closely with Kip Thorne, Nobel Prize-winning physicist for gravitational waves. And they made an awful lot out of the fact that this was credible physics in the film. And then just sort of blew it all away with what was the answer in the end? Love or something saved the problem right at the end, you know. But Star Wars didn't actually set out to be scientifically real. The Expanse tries to do that more. So, you know, when I hear the people speaking here, it's all about, yeah, we've put the new physics in, and I'm going, yeah, kind of. But that, of course, you know, as a player, you guys are players, does that actually not disturb you, but is there a point where you say, well, wouldn't it be nice if? Or he's like, no, I'm cool with submarines in space.
I'm actually quite good with submarines in space, I would have to say. Because, you know, you still have to have the fun side of things. Yeah. Like, when you make it too realistic, it becomes a headache. Yeah. Because that's not my type of thing. Nah.
I mean, the thing that comes to me, I don't know if this is a long time ago, but Ender's Game, this famous science fiction book, which became, I guess, a film later on, a TV series. All the kids in that who ended up, you know, in a genocidal war against an alien species, they'd all been trained on computer games. They didn't actually think what they were doing was real until it was too late. Do you think you guys could fight a space battle? I mean, a real one. Do you have does this give you the training needed to fight a real space battle?
So I think there's two parts to this question. If the space battle is underwater, then we're all experts.
Yes, that's guaranteed.
And then the second part is, I think what Eve does, and we see this time and time again, is it teaches people how to work with and manage other people. Yeah. Because unlike a lot of games, Eve, you can kind of think of it as this like grand strategy game. If you're playing from like an alliance leader type level, and you have thousands of people at your disposal, and some of these huge battles have 8,000 plus people in a fight, so you might be commanding 2,000 or more people, and everyone has to fly their ships individually. You can't click a thing and make everyone do something. Right. So you have to be, the logistics to make that happen means there's entire supply lines running. You're commanding like sub-commanders who are giving out things to like smaller fleets and things. So there's a huge amount of like people, resource, logistics, and planning. So I think a lot of Eve players, if you put them in some theoretical space battle, actually would maybe have an advantage over
we might listen, we know how to PP, but we might not be able to hit the targets.
Yeah.
I mean, that's right. So you guys, in your various ways, I'm sure are stars in the Eve world, right? In the Eve universe. You wouldn't be up here if you weren't, right? You're not grunts, right? So, well, I'm guessing. So who are the grunts? I mean, when you say I lead, is there a political hierarchy inside Eve? Who gets to vote to be who's going to be king, or whatever the leader is?
It really depends on the groups. There's some that are quite democratic. I've been in one corporation. We basically refer to ourselves as space communists. We had 100% corp tax. Everyone had access to the wallet and everything all the time. And other ones are full dictatorships. One of the largest groups in the game, the Imperium, which is run by Goonswarm Federation, they have somewhere in the region of like 30 to 40,000 people spread across dozens of sub-alliances and corporations and things.
And what did you call it again? You called them, well, the under people.
Grunts.
Yeah, well, we call them F1 monkeys.
Okay.
Or line members, if we're being more polite.
Is it just because you've just joined and you don't have enough status points and you can't... I mean, do you have to work your way up, or could somebody come in and stage a coup, 1 week after joining?
Someone could do that if someone gave them the wrong access, and someone could definitely do things, and that does happen.
Yeah. It's all about trying not to get scammed in Eve as well.
Because I'm going to really age myself now. The first computer game, well, I mean, apart from the original Atari Superman or something, right, in '78. I'm sorry, I am that old. First thing I played at university was the first online dungeon game. So it was called MUD, Multi-User Dungeon. First one. It was on a big mainframe down at the University of Essex. You could only play it after 2 o'clock at night because it was being used for work the rest of the day. So we PhD students were working late night. And there was a hierarchy in there. You worked your way up by gathering points and dropping things in the swamp, and you rose up the rank. And then if you got to be a wizard, the wizard could then put favors on other people. And there were definitely events that happened over the couple of years I played there where indeed the wizards just deliberately made a complete nobody kind of a super god. And so they would run around making chaos to choose your name, right? So again, all right, so I join tomorrow. Yes. How do I get to be in charge of 30 or 40,000 people? What do I have to do?
So if you join tomorrow and you knew the right person, they could just put you in charge of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do I have to be a sociopath? I mean, that's generally what happens in most political systems, right? You want to be in charge of that many people, you're slightly...
There's been all sorts of leaders across the history of New Eden. There's been some people who lead, if you go back to like the long time, like the Great War, people like Jane Constantine, who led a bunch of alliances, and everything he posted on the forums was all written like lore and in character. And then, you know, there would be these great debates between some really incredible writers. Sir Mola used to write a lot of things that have been quoted into history books. And then you get other ones who they lead more from like this is a game that we're playing and we're optimizing the game so that we win.
But is it through persuasion, through talking to people in the online, when you're in the game and saying, hey, come and join me, we can do this together? Is it just classic human sociology of persuading people that you're the right person to be the leader?
Yeah, so it's all about just talking to people, finding the right connections, and who knows, you might get to the top fast. Sometimes you'll stay at the bottom.
Yeah, sometimes it's not too dissimilar to like engineering and academia, where if you have a big research project, for example, that's going on, and you need a bunch of kind of menial, more like data crunching type stuff done, it's probably going to be the PhD students that are going to be working on that. They're like our line members in this scenario. Then you have the people who are further up who've got there one way or another by merit, by doing something kind of spectacular, or just simply by political maneuvering. So it's
or to be more generous by age and experience, right, at some level, because that's the hierarchy, right, in academia. To zeroth order, you join as a PhD student, you write your thesis, you work your way, you write some papers, you get an assistant professor job, and so on and so on. Whereas here, you know, my son, who's 21, he could join tomorrow and he could be the king in a year's time. Maybe I'm not saying, you know, through skullduggery, right? So he does, but he would learn. He would have to be learning in the. I don't know why I'm asking you guys this, because everybody on the stream knows this stuff already. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, it's always nice to talk, especially like we talked a little bit just before we came on about having someone on like panels and talking about things where they don't have that particular knowledge about things. So, you know, bringing you on to talk about things like space, and then you starting to ask all these questions is I find quite an interesting dialogue, because it forces us to think about, you know, maybe he's right. Like, how do I answer this question?
Yeah, exactly. And like Eve is bigger than people really think, and it's much more complicated than you think. But if you get the rights, if you go to the right people, you can go quite a long distance.
Okay. Yeah. Well, turn it around, right? I'm acting like I'm the moderator here. Ask us some questions. Come on.
All right, so let's talk about space for a little bit. So you're here from the European Space Agency. You're wearing it on your shirt. Tell me a little bit about the James Webb Space Telescope.
Yeah, so JWST, which I gave a talk about on the stage behind us here yesterday, is a collaboration between NASA, the American Space Agency, of course, European Space Agency, which is 22 countries, and then the Canadian Space Agency. So it's a very big international project, which was started even before the Hubble Space Telescope was launched in 1990. We kind of knew Hubble would do amazing things, but we also knew that it wouldn't do everything. And in fact, we were proven right. Hubble was able to make some discoveries, which immediately said we need a bigger telescope to follow up those, right? I mean, you can, very simply put, if you want to discover something, you take a picture, and you see a faint dot in the middle of the picture. Now you want to know what it's made of. You need to split that light out into a spectrum. You need to see the different chemical traces in that. So when you split the light out, you're effectively making it fainter, if you like, because each little bit is now split into multiple wavelengths. And to gather more light, you need a bigger telescope. So JWST was partly designed to follow up on things that Hubble would discover but not be able to go further in characterizing. But it also opens up all sorts of new avenues, because it's an infrared telescope, whereas Hubble is predominantly an optical and ultraviolet telescope. And the infrared is really an important part of the spectrum, because firstly, it lets us see the most distant galaxies in the universe, where the light has been redshifted all the way out of the visible range into the infrared. So Hubble can see back about 13 billion years into the past, which is about 800 million years after the Big Bang. But to see the birth of the first stars and planets and galaxies after the Big Bang, you need to be in the infrared, because the universe really stretched out, really redshifted there. But it also lets you go and look in places where light can't normally escape. We saw these clouds that you saw there, and they're opaque to the background light. So, you know, you're wandering around in a cloudy environment. You guys need to get infrared cameras, because if you put infrared cameras on your spaceships, you'll see straight through the clouds, and you'll see the people who are coming to attack you. So that's actually a true piece of physics. We can see through dust, mostly. The thing that makes clouds opaque is mostly dust, not gas. But in the infrared, they're more transparent, so we can see through them. And for us, what we want to do with that is look into places where young stars are being born, and planets today, like the Orion Nebula. If you look in the visible, you're dominated by clouds of gas and dust, and you see a few stars. You look in the infrared, you see thousands of stars in there. And you can see much more detail as to how they're forming. So, and also, the third thing, the big feature is looking at exoplanets. Planets, which, of course, big thing in EVE Online, going and saying, what are these planets made of? Are they gas giants? Are they terrestrial planets? Do they have atmospheres? Are those atmospheres breathable? It's one thing to measure the mass of a planet. You can go and measure the mass of Venus and say it's very similar to the mass of Earth, but they're completely different worlds. Venus has temperatures up to, above 450 degrees, and not a place you really want to spend time. You would say, well, that's habitable because it has the same mass as Earth. No, it really isn't. So you need to measure the atmospheres as well, and JWST will do a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking yesterday in the panel about space. We had Max Singularity. Of course, he works over at NASA in JPL. And we were talking about things like the scale of the planets, for example, with EVE Online. And this is, again, where we start to disconnect from real physics.
Yeah.
According to the game, the Amar homeworld is 3 times the size of Earth, and therefore all Amarians should be absolutely hench, because the gravity would be 3 times as much as well. So
it depends. It depends, right? It depends how big the world is.
Yeah,
it's not only a question of how massive it is, but it depends what the radius is, right?
Yes.
So yeah, you could get into that. So why is it made 3? Is it 3 times the radius, or 3 times the surface area, or 3 times the mass? When you say 3 times bigger, in which dimension?
Well, Max just said 3 times.
Oh, okay.
And I'm directly quoting.
Well, let's imagine it's 3 times the mass and it's the same radius. Then yeah, indeed, you would have 3 times the surface gravity. But why don't you then? I mean, why make it bigger and then not have the physics? Is there any reason to make it so much bigger?
There's literally, so the EVE Online, the New Eden galaxy, the whole cluster is 8,500 or so systems. This was procedurally generated at one point back in the day. They hit a button, and then the whole thing was automatically generated. It wasn't handcrafted, so certain things are going to have some variability to add distinct regions and biomes to different areas. So it's probably just a little artifact of something like that. Just a piece of code somewhere. Someone put like a rand between these 2 digits, and they probably picked it with no real bearing sometime in the early 2000s to what is super physics.
Right.
And then some of the stuff we talked about a little bit yesterday is moving more towards real life influenced stuff within the game if it's feasible. So we have a couple of people who work at CCP who have things like PhDs in computational astrophysics, and they're helping us bring some of the realism in alongside gameplay elements to make sure the thing is actually still fun, which is
I did. It was quite noticeable that you had 2 of them on the panel yesterday, and every time physics came up, they both rolled their eyes and said, "I wasn't here when that was put in." But thinking again, I was talking about the Expanse a bit earlier on. Going back to the Expanse, they did make a deal out of the physics. In the sense of how it affected people's physiology. So the Belters became these very drawn-out, skinny beings because they're living under 0 G or very small micro G a lot of the time. Is that a feature in EVE at all, that you have different ways that people, they're more able to fight because they are stronger because they grew up on a more massive planet, or is everybody sort of standard human?
So according to the lore, all the Capsuleers, the player characters, are Capsuleers, which are basically clones. So they're all clone tech.
Oh, okay.
So everyone's bodies, like people have like implants and body modifications and things like that. And of course, we saw in the trailer yesterday with Vanguard coming, the war clones as well. So these are clones bred for war, which the Capsuleers can inhabit and go on missions on the planets. But I think it was designed more thinking of what looks cool than what is physically possible when it comes to physiology.
Yeah, I'm going to struggle now in real time in front of the camera, but the books by Anne Leckie, science fiction books, got a series of them. What are they called? Ancillary Justice, and the 3 books there. I mean, they have ships which have clones on board, which are actually, they're not clones. They're bodies which are taken as prisoners of war when they conquer planets. They deep freeze them, and then when they get to the next planet, they unfreeze them and program them to be soldiers. And they're weird because they can all talk to each other and communicate with each other, and they actually are part of the ship from which they came. So they are sort of, they share the They share each other's inputs. So, you know, you're one of them, and there's one on the other side of the room. You would know exactly what's going on there.
Yeah.
But you also know what the ship's going on. So this idea of clone technicals is in Star Wars as well, and all sorts of areas. Why?
So
why that, right?
Because how else do you regenerate when your character is killed? It's like, okay, thank you for playing EVE Online. That's it. You're dead.
Exactly. You just move on.
So you have to have some sort of way of bringing people back. So of course this is like, you know, the magic space stuff where you hit a button and yes, it's clones.
So this is Battlestar Galactica, right? It's the ship storing the memories so that when a particular one of, you know, number 6 gets killed, another number 6 comes along but has those memories again.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly how it works. And then of course you can have multiple clones, so you can have different implants in each one. You can jump around the universe. Of course, FTL is not something that's even addressed in New Eden. There's instantaneous communication across the entire galaxy. You can jump your consciousness across. Obviously, that's not possible. So this is back to the suspension of disbelief for gameplay.
And you know, it's something we discussed yesterday, and you weren't in the room yesterday. So I'm curious. I'm curious as to what your take on this is. Science fiction has a very important role to play in the way we examine possible futures and examine the way our societies work, right? You kind of posit a weird version that you can't just, you know, have, right? Yeah. What would happen if there were clones and they did this, that, and they would die? You know, how would we treat them as human beings? So science fiction has always been good as a thought experiment about how the future works, but it can never allow itself to get too far away from this, right? You know, the sort of 1 meter, 100 kilo scale. Otherwise, it becomes impossible to deal with. So. I'm curious, as you know, do you ever, as you're playing the game, do you think about, well, how might this play out in real life?
I've never actually really thought about that, actually. I don't know, because like in the game, you are a Capsuleer, but there's actually technically other, say, humans.
Yep.
But you're the one that gets to live forever. Like there's still other people around, but you're like I wouldn't say God, but you're.
Yeah, Capsuleers are this people who are
chosen.
Yeah, essentially, and
so they're actually they're not the lowest of the low. They're higher in some way.
Yeah, they're basically almost pseudo gods within New Eden. Capsuleers throw away trillions of ISK worth of wealth in game, and an ISK to the many trillions of inhabitants of New Eden who are not Capsuleers is around, I think, 1 year's like average income for a family, and these, you know, people are getting into ships that are worth hundreds of billions and just like throwing them away. The other thing is ships in lore have a crew complement. So you have a unpiloted or an uncapsuleer version of a ship which may have, you know, 400 or 500 crew members, and then the capsuleer version, by virtue of them being in their pods, able to control a lot of things automatically. They don't need as many crew, but there still might be like 50, 60 crew. So like when a Titan dies in EVE Online, the capsuleer gets, we call it podded. They wake up in their new clone and like, oh, that was a shame. I'm sure my alliance leader will pay for another one.
But 50 people died, and they
like a Titan, it's thousands.
Okay.
Yeah. So it depends on the bigger the ship, the more crew you've got. Well, because you're a Capsuleer, you need less of them.
Yeah.
But then again, you know, that asks the question, right? It's basically instantly dismissible. It's like, well, I'm all right. Yeah, sorry about you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's not how the real world works. You would hope, at least. And
No.
it goes back to that metaphor of Ender's Game, right? When they discovered that they weren't just playing a computer game, but they actually were killing real people in a war, or real aliens, another species. Of course, it completely screwed with their minds, and they had been utilized for their fast reflexes and plastic brains. I mean, what if it turns out that while you've been playing EVE Online, you have been actually flying drones in the Middle East, right?
Yeah, that would be pretty scary, to be honest.
Yeah.
That would ruin everything.
I mean, you're certainly, I would, you know, guess that you're not. Sorry, guys, are they? No, we can't ask them. But you are also fueling other parts of the machine, if you like, right? This kind of big industrial entertainment / military / all sorts of complex. You know, I know that the people who do fly the drones do play computer games, right? Because and people who drive Formula 1 cars practice incessantly on simulators.
Yeah, exactly.
So at what point does that reality cross over? Or do you keep it totally separate in your life? It's just, this is just that thing, and it doesn't influence my daily life at all?
I say it's just that thing.
Okay.
I would say. Because, I've never actually really thought about that. Like, what was evil's actually, like, you know, actually happened. But at the same time, you have to take into consideration, you're going from constant galaxy to galaxy. There's so many galaxies as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, someone from one galaxy doesn't care about the next galaxy. and more
Yeah.
likely. So.
But I mean, there is this element of Ready Player One, right, in all of this as well. At some point, you're just going to lie down on your couch and say, actually, I enjoy this world more than the real one, because the real one's sort of, degrading. Whereas I am a master in this universe. I can make this one what I want. I am a boss. Whereas actually, I'm just a waitress in a restaurant in the real world. But in this one, man, I'm the most famous person in that galaxy. So I used to play computer games a lot, and they were nothing like this immersive level. But now I watch them, and I watch my son play them, and I hear about other people. Is there a sense that you would want to retreat? If I gave you the option now, right, fully immersive VR game, lie down on the couch, would you check out? This is a William Gibson type stuff, right?
Oh, mate.
Or would you stay in this world and say, well, actually, you know what, I do like real trees and not,
Ask me that again in 50 years. That's what I'll say. Ask me that in 50 years, and
because that's when you think the technology will be available, or because you want
to see how the world's going.
Okay.
So, I mean, New Eden is a dark and gritty place. It's a dystopia. Essentially, there's chaos, brutal destruction, death, and everything all over the place.
Is that his second name, third name, fourth name, fifth name? Chaos, brutal.
The good thing about having a dystopia as the setting is it allows people in groups to create their own personal utopias in terms of what they want to do. If you make a game like a utopia, then that's your interpretation of what a utopia actually is. So before we came on, I was talking to CCP Convict, and I was telling them about the panel yesterday, and I was like, we ended up in this like philosophical bit for a while, and it was really quite fun to talk about, and I was like kind of hoping we would end up back there again. It was super interesting to talk to you. We are going to head off and have a bit of a break, but stick around because the main attraction of today is, of course, the new expansion, Havoc, which is coming pretty soon, and we're going to tell you all about it in a short while. So I've been CCP Overload. This has been Mark McCaughrean from the European Space Agency and, of course, Chaos. So see you guys later.
Thank you very much.
Hello, CCP Overload here once again at Fanfest 2023, and we are on day 2. We're about to go into the EVE Online Havoc discussion presentation. All the stuff that we teased yesterday, all the stuff we started to show you in the keynote, you get to get a bit more information about it right now. The gates are open to Zarzak. You can go see some of the new tech we saw in the art of EVE, some of the cool things that have been built by our platform team to just bring this whole thing together. And of course, Zarzak holds a lot of mysteries that are still waiting to be answered. And let's go down to the main stage right now and check it all out.
Zarzak has been waiting. An ancient nexus, long abandoned. Now ruled by the insurgents. The fearless. The deathless. Trust is rare among our kind. Yet here you are, compelled by my invitation. I offer you a haven, a fortress, hidden from the Empire. I have given it life. It feeds on me. And in return, it yields knowledge, gifts, power. Prepare your forces for chaos on the front lines. Harness the might of Capsuleers with the promise of riches. And together, we will unlock Zarzak's secrets. One by one.
Hello, Capsuleers, and welcome. The Havoc expansion is coming to EVE Online on the 14th of November. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. It's going to be amazing. We have a lot of amazing devs here who are going to be going into all the juicy details and stats for the expansion. And are you ready? Are you ready? They'll also be sharing with you some of the foundations that have been laid to get us to this moment, as well as what the future looks like beyond Havoc. So you're going to want to stick around for this one. An important part of engaging in corruption or suppression and preparing for the future of war is building up and strengthening your organizations through valuable connections that you make with other Capsuleers. To share more on this, I'd like to welcome to the stage CCP Ghost.
Thank you. Hello, Fanfest. So, over the last 20 years, there has been countless amounts of people, myself included, that wanted to get to the bottom of the EVE magic. What is it about our game that causes countless stories to happen about spying, betrayal, vast destruction, and incredible data points, such as the fact that 73% of us claim to have made a friend as a result of playing EVE Online? And why do we have almost 80,000 active players for more than a decade in our game? And believe me, this has been studied widely. We've had university courses taught on EVE. We've had some of the top-tier universities in the world wanting to get to study our data set. And we've even had people having their doctorate studies on this thing. And one thing keeps coming up. Do you want to guess it? Friendship, absolutely. But I told you that a couple of years ago. What is behind the friendship? Killing. You're the only audience that would say that. It's organizations. The answer is organizations. It's you people. The corps and the groups you organize. The chat groups, the alliances, and there is something seemingly, if I may say, magical that happens here. And CCP has now been studying this phenomena for years. And through countless interviews with you, the players, surveys, data gathering, many meetings with the CSM and more, we believe we have found a few crucial elements pertaining to the health of a good organization and, subsequently, the heart of the friendship machine. For example, here you can see the player-organized effort of the liftoff of CCP Burger. And another example we discovered is that the most efficient organizations in onboarding new players into our game in a positive manner deploy similar tactics when it comes to stuff like creating newbie fleets, with something we have dubbed the super fleet formula. Would you like to see it? All right, let's run through it, because we love some formulas. So the super fleet formula goes a little bit like this. First, a recruiter finds new recruits. And then that recruiter or an FC gives everyone the same ship. Following that, the recruiter or the FC gives each new recruit a role that they can understand. And then specific behavioral instructions are given, such as find this target, shoot it, then shoot targets of that type that approach. Newly formed group is then taken into combat with the specific intention that they will all die together. So killing. And after this happens, the recruiter or the FC explains that this was okay. This was a bonding exercise. And the recruiter then replaces all the lost materials. And then finally, this is repeated and scaled up with increased adversity and complexity. And this setup seems to be one of the crucial ingredients in the fact that 14% of all brand new players that have played EVE less than 10 hours claim to have made a friend as a result of playing the game. We also found that good groups spend considerable resources in making sure players always have something to do in our game, that there are activity and interest-based groups to congregate in, to find camaraderie, a purpose to align behind, situations where trust building can thrive and connections be made. And massive resources are devoted to making sure players have regular access to fleet play and opportunities to have cooperative kills together, mentors available, reasons for direct trading, and a plethora of scheduling activities together. And the deeper we went, the more we've come to realize that we want to prioritize healthy group formation in our game. Not only the initial connections in the onboarding phase, but also the maturing of a group and the deepening of friendships. And so, one of our focus for the next few years at CCP will be the following mission statement. We aim to create or foster scenarios where existing players can meaningfully connect, play, and progress with each other and new players in an environment of purposeful friendship. Because as we can proudly state, you are somebody other people want to play with in New Eden. And that is a fact. When you come into New Eden as a new person not knowing anybody, there are literally thousands of people and hundreds of groups waiting for you and wanting to onboard you into their adventures together. And that is an amazing thing to be able to say about our world. And so, in Viridian, we introduced corp projects, we introduced homefront operations, and we introduced air opportunities. Core projects with the aim of giving you the tools to better organize meaningful activity and clearer contributions to your group. Homefront operations to provide a venue to practice small fleet play with different roles through fun adventures that can be lucrative. And air opportunities with a long-term plan of air opportunities being your one-stop shop to find everything you can to do right now and with relevance to who you are. And introducing something like core projects into EVE is a complex undertaking, to say the least. There are so many potential paths to go. So we decided to release a simple version of what we were envisioning for the core projects in the first go, and to see how you, the players, would use it and what you would mainly request as additional features. So in the first version, we had 5 contribution methods: to deliver an item, to damage Capsuleer, to mine, unclassified, meaning you describe the parameters, and to kill an NPC. And packaged with this, we have manual payout system, and then we introduced a dynamic home UI called the Air Opportunities to find stuff to do now and according to your interest and relevance, and to find more features to engage with as well. And this is also where we decided to place the new Homefront Operations, which is a group of brand new missions designed with the intent of offering exciting adventures for cooperative fleet play. And we are happy to see that these missions seem to be widely used by veteran players, taking a group of less experienced players out to teach them about roles in EVE and show them adventures. And since we all love the data, here is some insights for you. The most popular dungeon out of the Homefront Operations has been entered 26,603 times, and 45% of all the players using it are less than 3 months old, so new players. And the average completion time is 12 minutes, with the average reward per completing character being 26 million ISK. And the most active dungeon has given out a total of 2.5 trillion ISK in rewards. So with our goals set, we wanted to be in a strong position to also be able to learn about healthy organizations and how you might develop using these new tools and these new features. And we thought that we should strengthen our ability to monitor these key elements mentioned previously, so valuable to group and friendship building in EVE, and see if these new systems and other additions to our game could help more healthy organizational and friendship building take place. Are new connections being made? Are older ones being deepened? Are organizations thriving or not? And so alongside our project, we've developed something that we're calling the Friendship Index. And we are happy to report that after the first Homefront deployment in Viridian, we are seeing a healthy upward trend line in the Friendship Index. What this means for you data nerds out there is that we have a weighted index of 8 social factors in our game previously mentioned. And since Viridian, we've been seeing a healthy uptick in Corp member logins at the same time, and direct trade, contacts added with positive standing, co-op kills, and cash donations. What this means, in other words, is that you are playing more together. A lot of you are giving each other more presents, and your social circle is growing, which is fantastic. Thank you. Yeah. And this is just a little bit of a peek under the hood of some of the developmental monitoring we do and the health metrics we are now prioritizing to help us keep track in building stronger organizations with all of you. But the most important information for us always keeps being player feedback and reception to the things we put out there. And so, after Corp Goals and the Viridian launch, we've seen that this has been well received, and believe me, we have been monitoring your feedback constantly. CCP Nomad spent many a night scouring the internet to try to find every piece of feedback that was out there. And a couple of days later, when we picked him up from the mental hospital, he told us all about it. But all joking aside, the feedback has been great, and we implemented it straight into our product vision, actually, and the prioritization for the next launch, which is happening in November. And to tell you more about what exactly that is, here he is, in the flesh, the creative lead for the Homefront initiative, CCP Nomad. Thank you.
Hello, Fanfest! So, as CCP Ghost has said, we checked all your feedback, and that is how we prioritize the features for November. I'll start with the most requested one, payments integration to project. So this will help provide you, the creators of those projects, with the ability to assign payments to reward your members for contributing to the projects automatically. The projects are now set and forget from the point of view of the creator. The design we are implementing is based on an escrow system. So essentially, the moment you create a project and associate a payment with the contribution, then the total sum is taken out of the corporation account that you have set as active, that you have the access to. And then the escrow distributes the rewards to the contributors, proportional to the contributions they have made. For example, your corp needs 5 ravens. So you have the project manager role, you create a project, and you use the deliver item contribution method for that project. And since you have additional role giving you access to one of the corp wallets, you can associate a payout with that project. You set it at 250 million per contribution, which means per 1 raven delivered to the project's hangar. And the whole project cost the corporation 1.25 billion ISK. And that is the amount taken from the corp wallet on project creation. And you're done. You don't have to follow up with any payments. The project ran itself. So now if you are a member or a potential contributor to the project, you want to contribute to it, you have 2 spare raven holes in your hangar for any reason. So you just drop them to the corporation project's hangar, and that gives you 500 million reward for you to claim. The contribution you have made is visible on the project, as well as the reward that you have earned. You claim the reward, and 500 million goes from the escrow to your personal wallet. The project stays active since there are still 3 ravens left to be delivered and paid for. And that's it. That's how the system works. Should be pretty simple. So it's worth to note that the total amount of ISK available for each project will be visible on the particular project itself, but also the total sum of money available on the table, let's say, will be visible in the corporation window. So your members will be like, I can earn 5 billion ISK doing stuff for the corp. That's great. So this will be a signature of a healthy organization for all the members that are interested into this stuff. Like, they want to see how is my organization, how healthy it is. So this will be a good indicator. The second upgrade we are doing, the project manager role. So you've been, guys, asking for it because it's been only CEOs and directors that were able to create those projects so far. And you wanted to be able to delegate it to other people without necessarily giving them access to stuff they probably shouldn't have. So this should be good, and that's how the project delegation looks like in your corps, we imagine. They're so happy. And related to this is a quality of life feature, allowing you to clone projects, essentially just copying the parameters of an existing project, whether canceled or completed or active, to a new project. So less clicking, less writing, less effort for all those new project managers. And finally, 7 new contribution methods, 7 new project types. So we released 5 in June. This gives you guys in total, 12 project types that you'll be able to create for your corporation. That means more play styles can be recognized by the corporation, and the contributors can be rewarded for it. So starting with my favorite, remote reps. So the remote repair armor and remote boost shields, those are 2 types of projects, and they will provide the logis with all the recognition within the corp. So maybe this is not logi on kill mails yet, as CCP Ratati said yesterday. We are getting there too, but this actually allows the corporation to financially incentivize the members to fly logi, because they will be not only recognized, their effort will not only be recognized in the corporation by making them visible as contributors to the projects, but also they can actually earn money for repping people. So the available options here that you can set up is you can select the location, solar system in particular, in which you want to consider the contributions as made to this project. Repaired ship type, if you want to incentivize or if you want to reward your members for repping some types of ships more than others, if it's needed. And then identity of the ship owner, which means we want to rep people from this alliance more than from that one. You have your own reasons, no judging. You can also put it as far down as designating specific character that you may want to rep. So maybe you are CEO and you want, you know where this is going. If you are this type of person, do that. Kill Capsuleer. That's another contribution method. So this is an addition to the deal damage to Capsuleer project type that we released in June. And we started with damage delivery to foster group play, but you've been asking for recognition for the actual kill mails. Those things matter to you. So here's a project type that will recognize the actual killer. Basically, who gets the kill mail is the one who is contributing to the project. So the options available here, they are similar as in the remote reps. You can specify in which solar system the killing should happen, what type of ship should be killed to be considered as a contribution if you want to target specific types of ships. Maybe the enemy lodges, you want to, for example, pay more for damage dealt to lodges than to other ships. And the identity of the ship owner again. Just make sure you set this up correctly, because you may incentivize your members to shoot each other. Which might be a good thing, I don't know. Scan signatures. So you are running a wormhole corp. Yes, yes, yes. Wormholer, by the way. Okay, so you're running a wormhole corp and you have a hard time making all your members to keep your home scanned at all times. So maybe this will help. Or maybe you are the person that actually relentlessly is scanning all the signatures all the time, every day. Maybe finally the corp will start paying you for it. So the options here allow you to set up the solar system where the signature is and the signature type. So you can reward the people. You can reward the members more for scanning signatures in your home system versus another systems, or for scanning wormholes only rather than any type of signatures, for example. Capture and defend factional warfare complex.
Yes.
So as you may have noticed, we have been strengthening the factional warfare gameplay for some time. So it was just suitable for this to be reflected in the core projects as well. So if you're running a militia corporation, you will be able to better guide your members about the objectives for today, which system we need to capture, which system we need to defend. And for the members, they will always be aware in which direction they should go, what they should be doing. So the options here, again, there's two types of project. It's separate type of project for capturing and separate for defending. And the option fields gives you the way to communicate to your members what are the objectives today, which systems to capture. Also, the complex type allows you to reward people differently for different type of complex, because different types of complexes have different values added to the victory conditions of a particular system. So that's the way to incentivize them. Or maybe even you have a corporation that is not enlisted in the factional warfare. You can still create that project and then select specific faction, or maybe not, to incentivize a group of members that maybe are directly enlisted in your corp to actually do something or keep doing something. So this looks odd. So everyone so far had cool pictures of spaceships and explosions, but some of us prefer spreadsheets. Just imagine doing Excel on this screen. Manufacture item. This project type should improve the organization and in industrial corporations. The option fields here is the item type, where you select what type of item you want to be manufactured. Who should be the job owner, whether that should be a private job installed by the character for themselves, or should that be a job installed on behalf of the corporation, and the location of the facility. So the combination of choices here allow you to create different scenarios where you, for example, you can first create a deliver item project to source the materials first, and then create this project to actually ask someone to build the thing. And you can specify where it should be built. Maybe you have higher taxes there, I don't know. And about the individual and corporation, so the corporation doesn't benefit directly from private jobs, let's say. But maybe you're running a program where you want to show the ropes to the rookies. You want to incentivize them to do something, to build something that can be useful. Or maybe you just want to incentivize your members to build something in your competitors' HQ to raise their industrial index. That's up to you. So, what all these upgrades amount to? For the people who run the corps, it is better organization, communication with your members, and monitoring of what is going on. And for the members, it is visibility into the direction of the corp and its health. And an easy answer to the question, what should I do now? And of course, money. But that's up to you guys. But wait, there is more. The scary dude. In addition to all the core project upgrades, we are also doing changes to the new player journey in EVE. Now new players can start the Air adventure, but they have to finish it fully or abandon it before they can try any other thing in the game. So come November, we're changing that. Now the NP will be more open, allowing the new players to break off of it, to try other things, to maybe fly with you in a fleet for a while, and then come back to the NPE and finish it at their convenience. And they will be able to do that from the Air Opportunities window. And the Air Opportunities window itself getting an upgrade. So we are adding more types of content available there. And we are utilizing the system of tags with combination of the information about your location and the location of the content to present you the opportunities that are available to you nearby, and the opportunities that you might be interested in should be much easier to find. So this should be familiar, but let's make it a bit more scary. Kill 10 drifters or sleepers in abyssal space. Who struggles with this? Yes, yes, we know. We've heard your feedback about it. So this is a pretty difficult challenge for those of you who don't know. And it's not because drifters are hard to kill in abyssal dead space. That's not the problem. The problem is that you have no control over finding them there. So it may take 1 attempt or 10 to find drifters in the abyssal dead space to actually complete this challenge and get the skill points, because we all want that. So this makes the reward not very accessible. We talked to Air laboratories, since the accessibility is their specialty, and they came up with a solution. Air daily goals. So for Air, the accessibility comes from the fact that you are able to choose your path to the end result. Like in the Air Career program, here you are free to choose which goals to complete to progress to the main reward of the day. While ISK and Ever marks will be assigned to every single challenge, the skill points will be awarded for completing 2 out of 4 challenges on a given day, and it is your choice which challenges to pick. So this should be much more accessible than hiding the skill points behind specific challenge. Thank you. And on the theme of empowering organizations, we're making the daily goals ISK rewards taxable by your corporations. To fund all these projects, Evermark rewards will be duplicated for the corps as per usual. And we are moving the daily goals to air opportunities, so we'll have a better overview of your progress towards the main reward, but also you'll be able to see more details of each particular challenge. And a final note, every day the set of goals will be the same for all of you. That means it will be much easier for you to complete them all at once with all your alts. So this is what's coming in the November expansion. Core projects, air opportunities and NPE, and air daily goals. And I would like to share a glimpse of what is coming to core projects after that. Just a glimpse. Does it look good? All right. So because there's another thought that I would like to leave you with, and it needs just a short introduction. Last year, we released the Air Career program, in which we provided with a couple hundred goals that we created for you. And these goals are unlike any other challenges present in the game before. They are not missions that you need to sign up for, but rather challenges that monitor your progress nonetheless. And they just wait for you to cause a specific event. And that allowed us to create some weird missions, like spend ISK on the market, or enter a dead space, or make one blueprint copy, or lose a ship. Those are pretty unusual challenges compared to what was in the game before. Because thanks to this technology, anything can be a mission. Any type of action you can take in the game can be monitored and have a challenge made for it. And this is great because we can create a variety of content for you. However, the most meaningful content in the game is created by you. And this technology allows us to give you the tools to create missions, tasks, and challenges for others. The people among you, some shy clapping. Don't be shy, this is great. So the people among you who run corporations will easily be able to communicate with the members and monitor their progress and reward them for it. And for the members of the strong organizations, they will always have an answer to the question, what should I do now? That is all from me. Please welcome on stage CCP Mischief. Thank you.
Hello, Fanfest! So lovely to see you all here. I'm CCP Mischief, a product manager for EVE Online. Like all of you here, I love games. They've been a massive part of my life ever since I can remember. And for as long as I can remember, I've always wondered how to make each of the titles I've tried a little bit better for me and for other players. And now, being a product manager at CCP, I get to do this for EVE Online and for all of you guys. Because without you, there is no EVE. I still remember my first days at CCP almost 5 years ago. Coming to a new country, starting a new job, working on a new title. It was exciting, but challenging. Will I be able to find my people? Am I going to make friends? Will I be able to call Iceland home one day? Even though I was surrounded by people with the same passion, connecting with them still took me a while. And the same applies to all of you Capsuleers in New Eden. By default, there is a potential to make a new friend. You're all there, playing the same game. There is a shared interest. But EVE is vast with hundreds of things to do, and that's when things get a little bit tricky. So is there something that we, CCP, can do to help you on that quest? During last year's Fanfest, CCP Ratati talked about the impact that the self-expression has in building a sense of belonging and finding your tribe. This was the very first time you've heard about possible customization options in development pipeline to be added to help you fulfill that task. Since then, corporation and alliance emblems were added. As player corporations are at the core of social interactions in EVE and the key to unlocking and forming long-lasting relationships, that was the very perfect first step. Corporations and alliance emblems are available to purchase for Evermarks in Paragon stores for all existing ships in the game. And all ships released this year, including the ones coming in November, will get their dedicated sets with Havoc expansion. Now, with empires being at war and pirates raging through New Eden, it's more meaningful than ever for you to be able to show your allegiance by fitting a faction emblem on your ship. And for those of you who are proud of your professions, career emblems would be a great addition. Both types will be available in the near future, with custom emblems following farther down the line. We are also looking into enabling custom emblems fitting on structures, but more about this in just a few minutes. Speaking of structures, homes and safe havens for many, a source of headache for some. In Viridian expansion, a new tool that allows structure design creation was introduced by Paragon. Thanks to Skinner, you can now create a custom look for any of your standard Apple structures by mixing and matching available nanocoatings. And wow, it took you only 193 seconds, to be precise, to customize the first Fortizar, courtesy of Holy Roaming Empire. And here are a few more examples of your creativity. You seem to like pink a lot. And let's not forget about the 30 billion 1DQ Keepster design auction result. Surprise, surprise, it's pink. This made our day. We love seeing you guys finding creative ways to interact with EVE and with each other. And I'm pleased to say that this was just the beginning. In the following months, the tool will be expanded upon. We will add a library of patterns and materials so you can elevate your designs to go from this to this. I promise I didn't take a single penny from Brave to be featured here. To ensure you have an abundance of options to choose from, we will be adding new sets of all the materials, nano coatings, and patterns to purchase directly from the tool, no travel required, and some of them will be dropping as rewards and loot. Now, by now, some of you might be thinking, cool, Mischief, but structure customization is for corporation use only. What is there for me, an individual player? Well, we got you. We've heard you when you said, we want more ship skins. So how about we give you the option to create your own instead of giving you a limited variety to purchase? Yes, The next obvious step for Skinner is to open it up and allow all of you to fully customize your ship look however you want to. Similar to structure designs, you will be able to combine nano coatings, patterns, materials to create your own design that then you can turn into a permanent skin with some flex. Designs will be free and shareable, but each individual has to convert them into a skin. Please don't quote me on this, as everything is subjected to change at this point. Twitch chat, I'm also looking at you. And again, we will make sure you don't get bored with the choices. All mentioned design components will be available to purchase for different currencies, depending on the theme, but primarily for Evermarks and LPs. So you can create beauties like this, and maybe, that's a strong maybe, compete with Timbre for the best design one day. And with addition of corporation and alliance palettes, you can make sure that everyone wears a uniform when in battle. Now, we are aiming to get you the foundation of the ship skin design tool in 2024. Is that all? Not quite yet. Designs is amazing, and skins, as amazing as they are and will be, are only just the beginning of what soon you will be able to do to express yourself in the new Eden. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words, so let me show you a few examples of what soon, within the next 3 years, will be available for you. Let's start with structures and surrounding space. And one more example. Soon you will be able to control your lights on structures, display your favorite people's hologram on them, use animated sculptures, or put up statues. Display custom banners, or even create them. Fit emblems. Use effects like fireworks. Or volumetric clouds. And a very similar treatment can be applied to the insides of the structures. Let's take a peek. You will be able to control the mood of the stations by controlling lighting, access points, and of course, adding banners. Showcase the best performance in your organization. Reward the biggest contributors with their hologram and station and their achievements. Showcase your next project. Or control ship dock lights. And last but not least, what about chips? In the near future, you will be able to fit emblems, factional ones and custom ones. Of course, create your own custom skins. But also add activation effects. Or enjoy achievement-based skins. Use custom ship trails or even sound effects. All for your pleasure to combine however you want to show us your true colors. This might get you some friends or some torpedoes delivered straight to your hull. So it's time to start earning and saving up those Evermarks because you are going to need them. And we also have a few things in store for that. In response to your feedback and great CSM suggestions, we've decided to improve how Paragon missions work. All I can say right now that there will be more variety of those with a better access. We're also looking into enabling corporations to have Paragon representatives in their stations to make items delivery headache-free. New daily challenges, and by new, I mean new ones, not the ones that are in the client at the moment, will provide you a new source of Evermarks. And of course, transaction logs for both Evermarks and LP will help you individuals and your organizations to track your earnings and spending. Okay, there's one more thing before I go. Hot topic since yesterday on Twitch chat. Who here wants to see cat ears in the game? Hands up! Thank you very much. Don't worry, we're not adding those. But you did help me win a bet. Thank you very much for your all attention. I can't wait to see you all in space in your custom-made colorful skins. If you have any questions for what happened so far to Ghost, Nomad, or me, please come and see us at the panel room at 3 p.m. today. And now, welcome to the stage CCP Psych with more details on the November expansion.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Are you having fun? Are you excited with everything you have just heard? Cool. So I guess you're ready to talk about how you are going to bring chaos to the front lines. No? Oh, I guess the presentation is done then. Yes? So, we are building on the foundations we created last November with the Uprising expansion. And more specifically, direct enlistment. It unlocked aligning with the Empire militias without the need for you to leave your player corporation. Front lines. A new star system hierarchy based on relationships between neighboring system ownerships. And the advantage system, a new attribute in factional warfare that created the opportunity for new content while it added value on how you capture and the capture mechanics of factional warfare. So, what is coming this November? We have Zarzak. We're introducing a new star system with a unique environment and a unique rule set. We have aligning with pirates. With direct enlistment in place, we are now taking aligning with NPC factions one step further. We will give you the ability to enlist with one of two pirate factions. Pirate insurgencies. Capsuleers that align with pirate factions will have the opportunity to get in the war zones and participate in new content. Corruption and suppression, a new foundational mechanic for us, two new attributes of star systems that can alter the rules within those systems. We have new pirate LP stores for the two factions that you will be able to align with, and of course, we have new ships. We have destroyers, we have battle cruisers, and we have an Angel Titan. I want to take a pause here. I want to stop for a minute, and I want to try and create this model with you so that you can keep it in mind throughout this presentation, maybe throughout FanFest, and even beyond. I want us to see how everything we built last November and everything we're building this November can come together, how they fit together, and how they can potentially be used in the future and unlock opportunities for us. Aligning with pirates. So direct enlistment allowed us to expand on the ways Capsuleer pledged allegiance to an NPC Empire faction, and now we're using this to add pirates in the mix. We have frontlines that gave us a star system hierarchy, and our pirate insurgencies will allow pirate-aligned players to reign havoc in the front lines and be rewarded with loyalty points. We have the advantage system that reinforced factional warfare gameplay. Corruption and suppression will reinforce the pirate insurgencies feature, which you will hear about in a minute. But also, it unlocks a huge opportunity space for us to utilize in the future, as these attributes exist outside of the systems that are in incursions. Keep with me. So, building strong foundations. This means building and investing on the right technology for the future, where our goals, of course, is to deliver on the ultimate sci-fi experience. The technology that powers corruption and suppression allows us to create a link between Vanguard and EVE Online. From day one, we aim to have Vanguard objectives affect corruption to a degree in specific systems in EVE Online. We are approaching this with an open mindset, but at the same time, we are being mindful of EVE's ecosystem. We are taking the necessary precautions to not have the connection be too disruptive to start with, and at this point. Building the ultimate sci-fi experience is a marathon. We are taking it one step at a time, and we're building strong foundations. One last thing before we go into the details of November. Let us briefly see how the foundations we're building so far can potentially be used and further shape the future of New Eden. Our future goals include shaping the future and how wars are fought, shaping the future of war in New Eden. This can mean a few things. So to complete our mental model, let's add a few things in the future and in the things that the future may bring. The design paradigm we have been introducing can have very interesting applications with tweaks in other spaces of space, in other types of space. This will lead to some major revamps that will inevitably touch on other related mechanics. So I'm going to leave this for a minute there, and when you're ready, we'll continue. OK, enough about the future. let's talk about November. Zarzak, a place of wonder. Through Eve Ops Epiphany, you Capsuleers discovered 4 Jovian gates, quite fast, I might add. And since yesterday, these gates are now open, and you can visit Zarzak. It's a system with a very special environment and a unique rule set. The environment comes with dangers, as I think CCP Fuzzy showcased yesterday. So explore at your own risk. Inside Zarzak, the Deathless are building a shipcaster which allow pirate-aligned players to use and launch insurgencies in the war zones. Pirates are establishing a new type of forward operating base in the war zones that they can use as their base, and it will act as the landing pad for this shipcaster. The Deathless have also established a base inside an ancient Jovian megastructure they call the Fulcrum. They have extended an invite to Guristas and Angels to join them. And they will soon ask for Capsuleer help to bring it to life. Aligning with pirates, fulfilling the pirate fantasy. So, the Guristas and the Angels are recruiting. With the next expansion, you will be able to align with one of the 2 factions. The enlistment process will be the same as it is with Empire militias, and this means direct enlistment and also options for corporation and alliances. Pirates are, of course, at war with FW militias in their area of space, meaning there are specific rules of engagement with the players that are aligned with those factions. Pirate-aligned players can earn new loyalty points by raiding the war zones and through the insurgency feature. The new Guristas and Angel ships are unique to these LP stores. Pirate-aligned players will also get some special benefits and access to Zarzak that you will see in November. Corruption and suppression. In our pursuit of defining the future of war, we are building another foundational system in EVE Online. Corruption represents the amount of criminal activity that is happening within a star system, while suppression represents the scale of law enforcement operations in that system. As corruption and suppression increase in the system, they will trigger effects and they will alter the rules within those systems. Both can be active at the same time, and you will hear more about this in a minute. It's foundational work for us because we are looking at corruption and suppression as natural traits of star systems, even for those systems that are outside of ongoing insurgencies. Insurgencies will be the first source that generates corruption and the way that corruption is being removed from systems, while Vanguard will be the second source. For now, Vanguard will only affect active insurgency systems. Corruption and suppression's value resets at each system following the completion of a pirate insurgency. Some systems, though, we have heightened default values, and this means pirate HQ systems, we have an increased default corruption value, meaning certain effects will always be active there. And the same goes for the Empire, HQ systems and suppression, which has different effects, always active at those systems. With that in mind, and before I leave the stage, I want to bring this for one final view. Just keep it in mind throughout the rest of the presentation, throughout FanFest, and for the days to come. Now, please welcome on stage CCP K1 P1.
Hello, FanFest. I'm CCP K1P1, and now that CCP Psych has laid out the foundations of the future of war, let's dive into what pirate insurgencies are that will come in the Havoc expansion in November. So due to the effect of the ongoing factional war, there are systems in New Eden that are weakened, making them the perfect target for the pirates to raid from their Zarzak base. In these insurgencies, a set of systems is selected to loot, and as they loot, they expand outwards, setting their sights on more systems. The Empire militias can respond and attempt to put down this insurgency and force them to flee. While this is similar to FW mechanics, there are a few key differences. Pirate insurgencies represent discrete, asymmetric warfare inside the war zones. It has a beginning and an end, as well as a winner and a loser. The war zone for an insurgency is dynamically created based on player activity and can stretch beyond the bounds of traditional factional warfare space. But for now, they won't go into nullsec or any system with a status of 0.8 or above. While factional warfare is a tug of war, the insurgencies are a race. So how do the war zone and the insurgency interact with one another? This is the factional warfare map with the front lines, command operations, and rearguard systems. This is the same map with a potential pirate insurgency layer. The insurgency layer sits independently on top of the factional warfare systems and can easily extend into non-FW space, including HiSec. So let's go through the flow of how the insurgency works. Pirate leadership, or AI, will select a set of systems for the insurgency to begin. And there, they will place a pirate forward operating base. The insurgency then spreads 3 jumps in all directions from the starting system. And the system will always be in one of 3 states. Insurgency HQ, where the pirate FOB is, active insurgency with no FOB, or no insurgency. So it's similar to incursions, but with players instead of NPCs. So how do the pirates and the Empire players impact from this point forward? I'm going to need your help. So I want to take this middle section right here, and you're going to be my pirate-aligned players. And I'm going to take this side, and you will be my Empire-aligned players. So I want you to keep in mind that everyone in the middle is fighting with everyone on the outside, but at the same time, you are also fighting with you. So because you were lucky enough to sit in the middle and got here early, you also get to use the shipcaster from Zarzak, which will shoot you straight into your pirate FOB, into your insurgency area. So don't forget that I said that the pirate insurgencies are not a tug of war like factional warfare, but they're a race. And once the insurgency has started, the race has begun. Pirate-aligned players, right here in the middle, will seek to plunder the systems in the insurgency zone and increase corruption in that system. And at the same time, the FW militias on the side will be acting as the law enforcement to push back against these pirate raids. And by increasing suppression in insurgency systems, these anti-pirates will attempt to put down the insurgency and force the pirates to flee. Fully corrupted systems, like the one in dark purple, will give the pirates points and the opportunities to spread the insurgency even further. And fully suppressed systems, like the one in green, will give the Empire militias points and the opportunity to stop the insurgency altogether. But how does it work? Well, let's look at corruption first, but I want to make sure that my empires on the sides don't fall asleep because it's the same mechanics. In order to spread corruption, the pirate-aligned players will need to complete specific activities to increase the level of corruption in that system. And the corruption level will determine the types of activities that are available. So for example, in this system that we're looking at, they haven't reached any stages of corruption. So there's only one activity available, the corporate outpost raid, which can be completed to progress corruption and receive rewards. So once your pirate insurgents have reached stage 1 of corruption, they will trigger the system-wide effects at that level. Now, I do want to make it very clear that none of these system-wide effects are final, and they're subject to internal testing and feedback. And we'd love your feedback. But I'm really glad then that this is not recorded. So for example, with that being said, our first system-wide effect could be increased PvP loot drops for pirate-aligned players, with the player that kills the player that deals the killing blow. And because you reached stage 1 of corruption, that also means that you've unlocked more activities. So now you have 2 activities to choose from in order to increase corruption and increase the different types of rewards that your fellow pirates can receive. This will continue with every level of corruption that you achieve in the system, and the system-wide effects will stack. So every new stage of corruption will unlock new effects, such as increased pirate gang spawns, Empire police will stop spawning. Stage 3 could include advantage decrease for system owners. And stage 4 could possibly be warp speed multiplier for pirate insurgents. Now, once you reach level 4 of corruption, the insurgency will also spread 1 system in every direction from that level 4 system. And at level 5, pirates will have reached maximum corruption. But more on that in a bit, because at the same time that everyone here in the middle is trying to increase corruption, everyone on the outsides is also trying to increase suppression. So the system effects that they can unlock through their hard work include increased pirate bounties, increased militia LP, reduced corruption gains in a system, and triggers the spawning of Edencom security forces. Stage 4 could add web scram range bonuses for Empire pilots. And once my anti-pirates on the sides here reach level 5 of suppression, that system is considered fully suppressed. And you'll receive significant system effects, like upgraded turrets deployed on stations and gates. And once you reach level 5 of suppression, that also means that the pirates can never reach level 5 of corruption in that system. And once you've fully suppressed a predetermined number of systems, let's say 5, then the pirate FOB becomes vulnerable with only a single reinforcement timer. And if my Empire militias on the side are able to successfully destroy that FOB, then they will claim victory, and all Capsuleers that participated in putting down the insurgency will get rewards and bonuses. On the other hand, my pirates in the middle don't look so easily won. And so if they reach maximum corruption, they will trigger a meaningful change in the whole nature of the system. And it'll depend on where the system is. So, for example, if you reach maximum corruption in a system that's high sec, it'll start to look a lot more like low sec. And if the system is in low sec, it'll start to look a lot more like null sec. And if they're able to successfully corrupt 5 systems, then they will have won the insurgency, and the pirate-aligned players who participated in that insurgency will receive rewards and bonuses. So not only do you need to keep track of the corruption per system, but you also need to keep track of the amount of systems that you have either fully suppressed or fully corrupted. Every fully suppressed or fully corrupted system will give your side a point. And here, you can see that the pirates have won the insurgency with their 5 fully corrupt systems. But the system is self-balancing. So the more insurgencies you win, the more points you'll have to get next time due to the ambition modifier. Following the completion of an insurgency, the system will return to its previous owner with system control at 0%, and a new FOB location for a new insurgency will be chosen after some time. And all of this information will be available to you in a dashboard, not unlike the one you see before me. So to increase the levels of corruption or suppression, we are introducing 4 new pirate activities. They are the Corporate Outpost Raid, the Pirate Laundering Center or Anti-Pirate Security Post, the Mining Fleet Ambush, and the Warehouse Raid. So the Corporate Outpost Raid and the Warehouse Raid are an iteration on our FW complexes. We got some really great feedback from a lot of our players, and we aim to improve on the existing FW gameplay by making them more engaging, with more things to shoot and more variation, including a more even contest between the pirates and the anti-pirates. And like the FW complexes, these activities will have a variety of values and sizes. With the Mining Fleet Ambush and the Laundering Center and Security Post, we are providing our pirate players here in the middle with the classical fantasy of raiding mining fleets and outposts and fighting off the defenders, while my militia members on the sides are able to play the hero and attempt to rescue the fleet or secure the outposts. And I've got to tell you, the amount of meetings that I've been in where we're talking about the classical pirate fantasy is really starting to make me have some really weird dreams. So these activities provide a safe place for us to test new ideas, and if you love them, we would be able to backport some of the gameplay into the FW complexes. And of course, successfully completing these activities will reward you with loot, ISK, and LP. Speaking of LP, as my Pirate Align players who's well done at picking the right seat, you will receive either the Gueristas or the Angel Cartel Insurgent LP. And this is comparable to the Empire Militia LP that we introduced with the Factional Warfare. You can spend it in dedicated LP stores and purchase all existing and new pirate ship BPCs. And since we're talking about pirate ships, let's take a look at what you can fly come November. Behind door number 1, we have the Mekubal class destroyer, a fast projectile boat that has a few turret hardpoints and a good damage bonus, so you can choose between artilleries and autocannons to fit your play style. Here you can see the details for this ship, which you might have seen on TQ, but it's including its 634 slot layout for your theory crafting. Behind door number 2, we have the Mamba class destroyer, a light missile drone boat with extra drone capacity so you can launch refreshed waves of drones to attack your enemy, complete with a 7-4-2 layout. Behold. Behind door number 3, we have the Kizriel-class battlecruiser, which is what you might expect from Angel Designs with a brand new hull. The most agile battlecruiser with a fall-off bonus and a 7-5-6 layout. For your reading pleasure. And our last door, we have the Alligator-class battlecruiser, which has a simple design, a 7-6-4 layout, and an added Gueristas bonus. The Alligator is only a bit faster than a Drake, but with a high DPS. Check out the teeth on this bad boy. There is the matter of one final ship. The Angel Cartel has finally finished their designs for the long-awaited Azariel-class Titan, and they are ready to reward Capsuleers. It is the ultimate hyper-dunking platform with high damage and mobility that make it particularly strong for hit-and-run tactics. So I know you've seen this video before, and it's a pretty video, but here are the stats. The ship has an 877 layout and will be well worth the wait. You all need to be a little bit faster at taking pictures. So in the next couple of months, you will get an expanded core projects library, daily goals, pirate insurgencies, pirate enlistment, new activities, and yes, new ships. And we can't wait to see what chaos you unleash with it all in New Eden. We'll be in the second stage with a panel. If you have any questions on pirate insurgencies and pirate enlistment, any of the ships, we'd love to get your feedback and have your questions, and we look forward to seeing you later today. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Hope you enjoyed that stunning presentation about what's coming for you in EVE Havoc in November. There's a lot of stuff there to look forward to. The biggest choice for me is, do I sign up with the Gristas or do I sign up with the Angel Cartel? For this little break between presentations though, we're going to do something different. Instead of an interview, we've got a bit of a show and tell for you, because this weekend at Fanfest we've had the guys from Titan Forge Games who are working on the new EVE board game called War for New Eden, and they've been demonstrating it to players all this time. They've been getting an amazing response, and we didn't want to miss out for you to miss out on seeing what's here as well. So I'm joined by Redick and Kuba from Titan Forge Games. Thank you so much for joining me, guys.
Hello to everyone. We are happy to finally be here at the EVE Fanfest this year.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone watching at home. This is amazing. We highly recommend coming here because the show is just spectacular. There's so many great people and great players and great people from CCP.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You only get to really try stuff out like this ahead of time at places like Fanfest. So we don't have much time and there's so much to cover, and I'm so hyped because there's so many minis down here. But first I just quickly want to ask, so how did the collaboration between CCP and Titan Forge come about?
So in our company we have few EVE players. I myself an EVE player. I played for like 5 years. So we are a company creating great miniatures, and we were looking to do some board game with a lot of minis. We are mostly wargaming players, strategy players, so we wanted also something, a game that includes that type of gameplay. And we're looking what can we do and that can be unique compared to something that already exists in the market. And at some point I just suggested, hey, maybe we'll do EVE online. It was, said as
Great
kind
decision.
of a joke at some point,
Yeah.
but, somehow we are sitting here after that conversation here, so.
Yeah. And you've been demonstrating this to players here at Fanfest so far all weekend. Yes. What's the response been like?
The first big thing about we have brought we have been working on a prototype for the last 3 months to bring everything in this pristine condition and to show you those great components and everything. We have maybe made a little mistake. We have brought a 200% scale version of the game that takes 2 tables. And now when anyone comes to our booth, they're just asking,
that's the one I want.
Can I get this one?
Yes.
Yes. So it has been amazing. But we have been running demos. We are taking your feedback, guys. We are listening to what you're saying. We are making this game especially for you, with you in mind. What was the question again?
Okay. How did you team up with us? But I think you pretty much covered it. But go on.
It was not only the first test for the EVE, War for the New Eden, outside of our company, but also probably the hardest test, because the EVE community is like
very
top quality players.
Yeah.
So we were expecting, a lot of criticism, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But actually, everyone loved a lot of the things that exist in the game. Sure, there were some things they would see in a different way.
Yeah.
But now we know on what we can work to make the game even better after receiving all the feedback from EVE crowd.
Nice. Well, the first time I looked at it, I could physically feel my pupils dilating just to take in more light, because that's how amazing this looks. tell us, what is the objective of the game? How does the game flow? Like, it's a 4-player game. I can see there's a spot for an empire at each corner. So just, if you can, I know it won't be easy, but can you give us a quick rundown of how the game is played?
Yeah. So the game is like a classic 4X games, where players take sides as one of the empires existing in EVE Online. So it's quite a bit different experience from what you do in EVE Online as a pilot of one of the empires or pirate factions or different corporations. Here we are all playing empires that exist in the EVE. We're trying to develop our empire, create like new technologies, new developments like diplomacy, economy things to gain more presence on the battlefield, to deploy new ships and make them use the new abilities through the technologies. We discover new tiles, size the control over them, making our sovereignty over the systems bigger.
So can I add something to that? So in its core, it's...
While you're answering, I'm just going to put some pieces here so people can have a close look, but keep talking.
Okay. So it is a classic 4X game in which you explore the area around you. You start with a small base, you have limited resources, and then you uncover this huge map of cosmos, and you get to other parts. You get rewarded for revealing new parts and new systems. So this is the exploration part. And then you need to expand your empire. You can do it either by going wide and just getting as many systems in your control as possible, or going high by focusing on some key systems and putting structures inside and just juicing up everything from them as much as possible.
So, like the main objective of the game is, like in probably most of the games, is gaining victory points. The main way to receive them is by fighting your opponents and destroying their ships in the combat. You will always receive some victory points, but this is not the only way to generate them. You can gain them through different actions that your faction development deck allows you. For example, you might be kind of a pacifist, and you will be gaining victory points whenever someone retreats from a combat, even if you are not taking the part in that battle. You can also sell your minerals to gain some of victory points, so you can be also a miner, and maybe you will manage to win. That happened in our playtest a few times. It's harder, but not impossible.
Right.
You will still need some ships to defend your systems, but it will be not required to have that many as if you will go full offensive on some other players and try to size control over their systems.
Right. And I mean, ships, they are the key part of this game.
Of course.
Because there is just so many miniatures inside,
So
over 100 minis, divided into 4 factions. Each faction has 8 different types of ships, and they don't only differ visually. Each faction has a different. Each faction's ships have different statistics and abilities. There is a huge element of developing your fleet throughout the game, as
you can't. They're a little bit too flat.
As with your faction development deck, you can unlock additional abilities of the ships. So they start as those simple vessels, and then you can specialize depending on what challenges you are surrounded by. If you see that your enemy is focusing on small ship, you will want some fast destroyer medium ship to get rid of them.
Yeah, so most of the components that each faction have, like their development decks, their how to call it, like
command centers,
ships that where they perform an actions, is exactly the same for each faction. But what's different the faction is their ships. Some of them have exactly the same abilities because it's like their main how to call that, like main thing they do. Like for example, Black Ops will just jump through from one system to another. They don't need gates, stuff like that.
Right.
But then each faction have their Black Ops having like slightly different abilities that will reflect the abilities that exist in the game. So for example, like a Golem will apply some kind of target painter bonuses. A Seal will be able to use the drones to repair some other ships and something like that.
So right now, most of the space is hidden from view. So you reveal space as you explore, and I assume that given the fact that all of these tiles are modular, you sort of like rearrange the board at the beginning of every game, so it's never quite the same every time you start out.
So if I can like add one thing, like what you guys see on the stream right now, this is at least for now, like whatever you will get in the core box, like all the tiles, cards, ships, we plan to include that in the base games, what you see on the table.
I can see like there's 4 battleships over here. I've got 2 Ravens, 2 Scorpions. I've got several Blackbirds. I've got 3 Serbs. I've got, I was going to say 5 Cormorants, but these are actually flycatchers, the ship model.
They are all tier 2 ships.
Oh, okay.
But through the game, if you already mentioned that, let's go. For example, when you unlock large ships, you are able to deploy your Widow.
Yeah.
But without without completed utility or offensive and defensive systems, the numbers in the red and green circle, the ship will actually feel like a tier 1 hull.
Right.
So it won't have the jump ability, but once you unlock the technologies through the development deck, that ship will give you a feeling, oh, now I actually feel like I'm flying a tier 2 ship. So it's exactly the same with other ships. For example, I don't know where is someone stole the golem from us, I think. Oh, it's here. So this is like a pretty straightforward battleship that will use his abilities just to fight and like no tricky plays. So you unlock the defensive and offensive systems tier 2, and it gains kind of like his bastion mode. So you get that feeling, oh, now it feels like I'm flying tier 2. But when it's just the basic hull, it gives you the feeling it's just a Raven.
That's awesome. We've only got like 2 minutes left now. I want to show just some of these tiles for the space house. So can we flip a few of those over and just explain some of the symbology that's on them?
Yep.
Probably that one because it's in the camera shot. You might have to hold it up a little bit so people can see. So this looks like a Caldari-looking nebula on this one.
Not only differ by location, but also the closer you get to the center of the board, the more immense the rewards are for controlling them. So
yeah, I see these ones on the outside have all 1s on them, and then you've got 2s and then 3s in the middle. Yeah, so it's like a tier list as you get closer. Exactly. So if you want the better resources, you've got to move in, and everyone's going to be doing the same thing. So there'll like be a big showdown in that.
So what's on the tiles, are you going to say?
Yeah, so for example, so on the tiles, as you can see, you might find some structures like a raffinery. You can build also additional buildings like a custom office or engineering complexes that give you like a passive income and allows you to build and deploy the ships in the systems. They also have like an asteroids belts that will give you a passive minerals each turn, and also some discovery bonuses. Can be like research points, event cards, all different kind of types.
You never know what they bring, and there are some cool rewards in there too.
One of the really things that I discovered before is the way that these dice work. We don't have time to go all the way into combat. The way these dice work, that depending if you're flying a small ship like a frigate or a big ship like a battleship, you'll roll dice with a different balance of locking icons and damage icons.
So when you're using a small ship for combat, you're always using the white dices. Yep. If you're using the large ship, you will be using the black dice. The medium-sized ships like a cruiser and battle cruiser using the mix of both types of dices. So white dices have much more aim locks on their sides, while the black one have more damage results. So whenever you try to use small ship to hit any target, like a same size or bigger, it will be way easier for you to lock it and start dealing the damage. But the damage will be much lower.
That's one of the things I absolutely loved when the penny dropped for me what you're explaining. I'm like, oh my God, you found a way to show the relationship between scan resolution and signature radius for different ships, because a frigate can lock a battleship very easily, but it can't do much damage to it. And for battleship down to frigates, vice versa. I'm like, I just love the fact that you were taking, like, trying to find ways to adapt EVE mechanics into the board game format for the ship combat.
Yes, that was exactly the idea behind the dice system, to make, to transition that signature radius, locking time, tracking, everything that exists in EVE to the dices. When my colleagues that didn't play EVE asked me, like, so a battleship destroying a frigate, I'm like, that's not quite how it works. They can be fighting for a few days and no one will destroy anyone.
So everything that you see on the table right now is sort of the initial offering of the game.
Yes.
If the board game is successful, have you had any thoughts for where you might take it from here?
Yes, we have an idea for like 2 medium to big size expansions. One will be like people already asking, where are the pirates? We could add them to the game, we tried that, but it would becoming like a bit too complex and we wouldn't be able to deliver the product we would want to. I think the pirates, especially now with all the updates you are creating, deserve like a separate expansion, and it might bring like a 5th player to the table, which have way different rules of winning. Empires now not gonna fight only against each other, but now they will have the 5th player on the board that is messing with all of them at the same time.
And what's the last expansion?
The last one is about the wormholes, T3 ships, and sleepers, drifters.
Yeah.
I think that might be a cool idea to implement a new, smaller board on the side, and a bit extra customized ships that you can deploy.
All right, that sounds amazing. So this is going to be offered via Kickstarter. The Kickstarter campaign is not active yet, but if you go to kickstarter.com and you and you, I've got to wrap this up, and you want to go Kickstarter.com, search for EVE Online, find this board game, put in your email address and hit notify, just so that you can get an email when the Kickstarter event does go live. If the Kickstarter is successful and we ship a bunch of these, there'll be expansions. These guys know what they're doing. I've played their other games. They're fantastic. Let's go back down to the stage.
Hello. It has been 5 long years since I last stood on this stage and actually had the opportunity to address this community. And I don't think I've ever empathized with someone quite as much as when CCP Berger was on the stage yesterday saying that being on this stage is kind of his happy place, because his safe place, because just being here with the community honestly is comforting in a way that's hard to describe. So as they said, my name is Andrew Groen. I write a book series called Empires of Eve. I've been writing about EVE Online. Yes, yes, let's do a round of applause for Empires of Eve. Yeah, thank you. Hey, we got a coffee in the audience. Appreciate that. So the first time that I ever came to FanFest was actually 10 years ago. And the slogan for EVE Online at the time was EVE Online into the second decade. And now I feel like that's actually my mission right now, is heading into the second decade. The grains keep slipping through the hourglass, my friends. It's terrifying. So I wanted to use this as an opportunity to kind of give you guys an update on where Empires of Eve is right now before we get into the rest of the presentation. To use this as an opportunity to show you, or to tell you who I am, first of all, if you don't actually know who I am, and to see what I've actually been up to in the 2 years since Empires of Eve Volume 2 came out. So in 2013, I was a journalist at Wired when I decided to launch a Kickstarter to raise a simple amount of money to print 1,000 copies of a book about EVE Online that I was writing at the time. And this community, sight unseen and really without my having to ask for too much, decided to just overflow the funding for the project and allowed me to create the book that I always wanted to, but never even really bothered to dream I would be able to have the space and the funding to be able to go and report and to interview everybody in the community and to find the story that I always wanted to write. And the experience of that fundamentally changed my life, and I'm still to this day, I mean, I'm here because of that initial trust that the community placed in me. And yeah, I just can't, to this day, I still feel warm fuzzies in my belly over that moment, because it was one of the defining moments of my life. Then in 2018, we did a campaign on Kickstarter for a sequel, which attracted even more support. And now, to date, Empires of Eve has actually sold nearly 30,000 copies worldwide. And just even saying that is absurd to me, because like I said, the whole mission in the first place was just to print 1,000 copies of the book, and I thought most of those were going to end up in my closet. So to be able to be here at this moment is incredible, and I thank you all so much. So last month, I actually got a really incredible email, kind of out of the blue, from a museum in Spain called the Espacio Telefónica, and they're creating a museum exhibit on virtual worlds, and they wanted to include Empires of Eve in their museum exhibit. This is a screenshot or a picture. They're called pictures when they're real. Of an exhibit that they did previously on digital misinformation. It's a really wonderful place. And they do a lot of amazing things with technology and popular culture. And so the museum, the exhibit is called Virtual Worlds from Cyclorama to Metaverse, and it's going to be running from November 22nd, 2023 through April 2024. So if you find yourself in Madrid for whatever reason, it's free to the public, so you can go in and check out an EVE Online exhibit and see what we've been working on. Just as a quick aside, for anybody who doesn't know what a cyclorama is, it's actually kind of interesting. It's an 18th century technology that's kind of, in a vague way, the first ever virtual world. What they would do is they had these traveling carnivals, basically, as a carnival exhibit, where they would take a huge panoramic 360-degree image that they would paint of like Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo or whatever, and they would pipe in music, and there would be a door, and you would walk into the center of it, and you'd be surrounded by like a battle that was unfolding, and this was like the 18th century version of a virtual world, which is really cool, actually. I would love to go. I wish we still had those. So right now, the Empires of Eve Volume 2 audiobook is something that I just finished working on. And it's currently only available to backers of the Kickstarter for Volume 2, but that is going to change very shortly because I just finally did all of the little annoying things that you have to do in order to submit it to Audible. It's a very annoying little process. But I submitted that 5 or 6 days ago, and I'm told it takes about 10 days to get through the approval process. So with a little bit of luck, it should be available for purchase as soon as next week, ideally. Oh, we get a round of applause for that? Thank you, guys. That's really cool. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. So for the future of the series, I want to talk about that a little bit before we get going. In next year, in 2024, I'm going to be beginning work on some sort of new installment in this series. It is very hard for me to talk about what I'm going to be doing next year because I work by myself. I'm a single-person company. So when things get delayed or things slow down, my entire company comes to a screeching halt. So it's very difficult to call my shot a year out. But I have ideas in my head for what I want to do in the future, and I'm exploring those, and I'm really looking forward to it. I do not think it's going to be a full-on Empires of Eve Volume 3, simply because I just don't think that's the best idea for how to explore the rest of the story. But I do think that whatever we end up doing will end up substantially expanding the narrative beyond the events of Volume 2. And whatever I do, I promise it'll be a great idea. So. Moving on to what we're actually going to talk about today. And I wanted to open this up by talking about Empires of Eve because this was the headspace that I was in when I started working on the next project that I've been working on for the last 5 years. And it all started when I was in the finishing stages of that book. And I want to show you guys something that will be very familiar to a lot of you, but we're making a grander point here. So. This is, for anybody who doesn't know, this is the sovereignty map of EVE Online that shows which organizations own which nullsec territories. And this is a screenshot of EVE as it appeared in 2007. And it's amazing because we can actually, this is a time lapse, and you can watch a screenshot is each frame of this video showing a day in the life of EVE Online. And so what I want you to do is I want you to keep your eye on the bottom left-hand corner here. A lot of you are going to know what's coming, but it's still pretty interesting to watch it happen. In maybe 20 or 30 seconds, this blue blob down here in the bottom left-hand corner that says Band of Brothers on it, something terrible is going to happen to it. And we talked about this earlier in the keynote, that this is the dissolution of Band of Brothers, and what's going to, oh, it's already gone, oh my God, he's gone. Band of Brothers, Bob is dead. I can't believe it happened. And watching this video was so important to me to understanding what EVE Online actually is, because when you see moments like that happen on the map, you know instinctively as a storyteller, that's where the story is. Those moments of drastic seismic change are where you go to find the human dramas that makes the story of EVE actually worth learning to people. Those are the moments where everything changed. That's what you need to understand in order to understand the ebb and flow of power. So you see, for a long periods of time, the map usually tends to remain mostly stable until you get to these moments where suddenly everything shifts, and all of a sudden a blob just appears and wipes something else out. And it was watching this map play out where I really started to understand what I was trying to study with EVE Online, that I was really looking from the top down at this kind of like petri dish of a human social ecology that was evolving over time. And it's very difficult to read this map, but once you understand what you're actually looking at, you can actually see these organizations growing and becoming larger and more powerful over time. So having had that in mind, and thinking about the dissolution of Band of Brothers, I wanted you to watch another video. And this is a visualization of the entire internet as it existed in 1991. And we're watching the exact same thing taking place, where we are watching a frame, a snapshot of the structure of the internet as it grew day by day over time. And these flowers are network hubs. Like one of these is going to be Google, and another one is going to be YouTube. And we can learn things about the structure of the internet by studying this map. The blue is the United States. The red, I believe, is China. Green represents the networks of Iran and the Middle East. And I believe purple, if I'm not mistaken, is Europe. And so we can watch all of this happening as it unfolds over time. And this is a visualization project that's created by Barrett Leon at the Opti project. And it's honestly one of the most, to me, one of the most beautiful things that I've ever seen, watching the profundity of this system start to develop. Like, this is, to someone who studies the internet, this is like my pale blue dot. Like this, when I look at this, I see every hero and coward, every young couple falling in love in the DMs. This is everything. And so if you actually looked, and this is a very zoomed out map, we can't actually know what most of these hubs actually are. But what's fascinating to me is you can see similar things starting to happen on this map as networks start eating each other and moving around and conglomerating with one another. And it's profoundly fascinating to me to know that if we had enough information, we could zoom in on this map, we could find EVE Online in this bouquet of flowers, and perhaps even find the dissolution of Band of Brothers on this map in flow with the entire rest of the internet. And when I started thinking about all of these things and seeing these human social ecologies playing out in front of me, I started to feel a little bit crazy and was wondering, am I imagining all of this? Do I want this all to be very profound? Do I want Eve to be in flow with the whole rest of humanity and the internet? Or am I actually looking at something really fascinating here? And so in order to try to wrap my head around this, I reached out to somebody who some of you will know, others of you will not know, but I think everybody who loves Eve should know. It's a guy named Raph Koster. Raph Koster was the lead designer of Ultima Online. And I called in a few, and Ultima Online was the direct design ancestor of Eve. Way back in the early 2000s, even the late 90s, one of the early mission statements for EVE Online as it was being developed was to create Ultima Online in space. So this is a person who knows a lot about how these sorts of systems actually work. And so I called in a few favors and managed to actually get him on the phone. And I'm going to play a couple of clips for you from my conversation with him, because it ended up being one of the most profound conversations I've ever had in my life, as he immediately started to explain to me the structure of all human civilization across all eras of history. And so I bring up this map for you, or this graph for you, because he's going to reference what's called a Pareto distribution. And it's all very simple. He's going to fake like he's going to talk to you about math, but don't be afraid, he's not actually going to. We're going to move past it really quickly. But this is what he's going to be talking about when he talks about power laws and Pareto distributions. You can keep your eye on this map.
You're not too deep. If you take all of the cities in the world and you put them on a graph for population, so you end up with this, but if you take this and put it on a log scale, so this is the exact same data, but on a log scale, it looks like that. That's called a power law distribution, often called a Pareto distribution. Anyway, it turns out that magically throughout history, it hasn't mattered what the most powerful country in the world was. You know, regardless of what was going on in politics, if you graphed the population of the cities of the world, they always followed that curve. Think about how whack that is for a second. They always have this distribution to them. The biggest one is always n times larger than the next biggest, and so on down the chain. I'm describing a shape of human civilization. All periods in history, regardless of geography, the largest cities in the world have always had this structure. If you take the wealth of individuals across the world, they have tended to follow this curve. I mean, these curves are hidden everywhere. They're hidden in things like your cell, like your body follows this kind of curve. The graph that is your body has only a very small percentage of cells that are actually in charge of shit, specifically your nervous system cells, and the kings of the nervous system cells are in your brain. You have cells in your fingernails. Not only do you not give a shit about them, you intentionally kill them off yourself because they're that unimportant to your network.
So I actually kind of undersold the ambition of his comments because he went on to describe how these very same laws are bound up in almost every science, like the actual states of matter, plasma, gas, liquids, and solids are actually simply names for different levels of connectivity in the network graph between the molecules. So this is kind of like a universal truth of how things actually work scientifically. And he kind of started to really blow my mind when he explained how all of this applies to MMOs.
The reason is because of how networks work. When two things form a relationship, any two things, okay, any sort, form a relationship, mathematicians call that an edge. So think of it as a node and a line and another node, right? Let's say you've got a whole bunch of random nodes, and you just roll dice to start attaching them. What you'll find is that they attach in kind of a soup. An average node has the same number of connections on average as every other node, right? But if you tilt the odds just a tiny bit so that a node that already has edges tends to get more. So I want to play WoW because it's where my friends are, okay, whatever. That's called a preferential attachment network. And it's very hard to find things in human society that are not preferential attachment. You know, Facebook wins out over the other social networks because it's where everybody already is. If you take the populations of MMOs at any given moment since MMOs started, they also follow this curve.
So he kind of blew my mind, and then further went on to explain that not only do MMOs collectively follow this structure, that not only are all of the MMOs essentially sharing a population amongst each other, a single population, a single community that exists and permeates all of the different titles that are out there, Eve included. But that this actually also applies to player organizations. This applies to guilds and corporations as well. That this is essentially social science all the way down. And you can see this in the mega coalitions of nullsec, where you see these very, very few groups that conglomerate into massive coalitions of tens of thousands of players, whereas the majority of them fall into the category of these, the long tail, the very smaller groups of 30, 40, 50 players. So as a storyteller of MMOs and as a historian of the internet, this is actually particularly fascinating to me because he went on to explain that there's this phrase in the science called a phase transition that applies to all of these different types of networks. And a phase transition is exactly what happened to Band of Brothers. It's when something happens that suddenly causes the network connections to shift. And when they shift, they tend to shift very rapidly. And you see that immediately there. Something terrible happens to Band of Brothers, and it turns to liquid in a moment, and then a moment later, it's evaporated into gas, and it's gone. And so I started looking as a storyteller for these moments of phase transition because those are the moments of deepest humanity. Those are the moments that drill down deepest into these other digital social networks and can teach you the most by digging down into the history of why Band of Brothers was destroyed, what happened there, who was there, who did what, and why it all occurred. You can understand so much about EVE Online, and that essentially is the structure of the first Empires of EVE book. The dissolution of Band of Brothers provides the climax for the story. And so I went around looking for these other moments of phase transition inside the other popular networks within that shared community of other MMOs. And so the first story that I investigated was one of the more famous events in online gaming history, which is an event in World of Warcraft called the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj. And the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj was a one-of-a-kind event in which every server of World of Warcraft received a new dungeon with the gates sealed, and each server had to go on a massive realm-wide quest that included every single player on that realm to work together in order to amass an enormous amount of supplies to, supply the siege on this hidden dungeon where the old god Cthulhu, this big eyeball, was waiting. And they could only actually go into it when the entire server had amassed all of this enormous amount of supplies, and when one particular hero from each particular server had gone on this months-long quest to reforge the scepter of the shifting sands so that he could ring a gong outside the gates and open them up for the first time. And so what implicitly ended up happening is that this has created a race between all of the different realms to be the first one to open up the gates. And one server won in particular, a server called Mediv. And this guy named Galahad was the very first person to open the gates in World of Warcraft history. And what nobody anticipated, including the designers of the encounter, was that when you have only one place on one server in World of Warcraft where something interesting is happening, every other server empties. All of the players from the other servers, not all of the players, but tens of thousands of players from the other servers, left their server, created level 1 characters on the Mediv server, and began a massive pilgrimage across the world of Azeroth to arrive in the desert in one of these higher level zones to be able to be there to witness the opening of the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj. And that's what you see here in these relatively exquisite screenshots of players massing around the gates as they were opened. So the second story that I dug into was this story that I call The Siege of Kager Mall by the Armies of the Dead. And it takes place in a zombie apocalypse text MMO called Urban Dead, which is a fabulous game despite the fact that it's a text-based MMO. And what ended up happening in Urban Dead is the way the game worked was the zombie side and the human side were not fixed teams. If you died as a human, you became a member of the zombie team. And if you were a zombie and a human jabbed you with a medical syringe, you came back to life and became a human again. So at a certain point, the humans got tired of running away from the zombies and decided to make a last stand at this place called Kager Mall. And hundreds upon hundreds of humans showed up to defend the mall, to try to actually create one little slice of civilization again in this apocalypse so that they didn't have to get dispersed by the overwhelming horde over and over and over again. And so what happens is the zombies all find out that this is where everybody is at, and every horde of zombies within the game converged on Kager Mall, and you have this incredible battle that takes place between thousands of players that unfolded over the course of more than a month. And the only reason why it ended is because Urban Dead was run by an independent game developer. There was only one developer in charge of the game, and he was not able to be inside the virtual environment and actually know what was happening. So in the middle of the siege of Kager Mall, the guy his name was Kevin changed some of the rules. Remember that revivification syringe that I talked about? He changed the loot rate of those syringes so that 3 times as many syringes were able to be found, and the humans wiped out the zombie side by resurrecting almost all of them, so that there were almost no zombies left in Urban Dead. And the story climaxes or culminates with a protest march where the zombie side and the human side actually joined in common cause and became allies and marched across the city in solidarity to try to get Kevin's attention to say, Lord, the game is broken. We need your help. Please roll back the update. This is a game called Asheron's Call, which came out in 2000, and the graphics are great, aren't they, guys? Round of applause for Asheron's Call's graphics. Thank you. So, Asheron's Call is a really cool game where the developers of the game had an idea, and what they wanted to do was they wanted to release these crystals all over the game world for the players to find. And what the players didn't know was that when they smashed these crystals and got a bunch of loot out of them, that these crystals in the lore were actually the Horcruxes of the game's main villain, this winged demon named Balzaron. And so the development team didn't tell the players that they were trying to trick them into releasing the demon through their own greed, right? They were trying to pull the old okey doke on them. And they were trying to release these little hints that this was what was going to happen. And that's what you're looking at right now when you see these players standing on a mountaintop. The development team actually layered a silhouette of Balzaron into the skybox of the world so that when lightning struck, you would be able to see, just for like a fraction of a second, you would see the winged demon with his beady red eyes beaming down on the world of Dareth. It was called Dareth. And so once the players figured out that the dev team was trying to make them complicit in the destruction of the world that they were role-playing as saviors of, they refused to play along. They literally formed a secret society that formed oaths to guard the final crystal, the final Horcrux of Balzaron the Hope Slayer, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for more than a month. And the cool thing about Asheron's Call is that every creature in the game had experience points and could level up. So if you were a monster, you could, and you killed a player, you would get XP from that, and you might actually level up and become an even more powerful monster. Players used to troll the newbie zones by feeding themselves to like a level 1 bunny rabbit until it was a level 30 rabbit, and it was just rampaging through the newbie zones, nibbling players to death, right? So they did the same thing to the crystal, and they turned it into a level 900 crystal that one-shot everybody who ever came near it. And it became so broken that it started refusing dev commands. And they eventually figured out exactly why it was refusing dev commands. It wasn't like a ghost or something like that. But what actually happened is the crystal had so much extra experience that the moment they tried to set its HP to 0 to destroy it, it would spend its XP on more levels again and instantly refill its own health. But it took them a while to figure out why that was happening. I talked to the devs about this. They were like, we were kind of scared. We were like, what's going on? So this is actually, so what they ended up doing is they found the greatest troll in Asheron's Call and recruited them into basically a role play event where they gave them like infinity buffs to go in and role play the destruction of the crystal defenders and destroy the crystal. And it's too long of a story, but you have to read the story. It's a great tale. And this is Balzaron after he was ultimate released. This down here, this person in the orange in the bottom left, that's Vidorian, the greatest troll in the history of Asheron's Call, who ultimately destroyed the crystal, released Balzaron the Hope Slayer, and commenced what they called the fourth sending of darkness. This guy's another great troll. Fancy the Famous Bard was a character in EverQuest who EverQuest had a problem with what you might call shitlords. They couldn't control certain aspects of their community. And so they had to create all these rules to govern these people's behavior and make sure that they weren't harassing people out of the game. And the players, these players, hated that. And they were like, well, we need to be able to express ourselves to the maximum of our capability, or else we're not living our fullest life in the virtual environment. So the solution that they came up with was to create a no-rules server. And the no-rules server had one rule. It wasn't quite a no-rules server. They had one rule, and it was that any player who was lower than level 6 was invulnerable, couldn't be attacked by other players. So this was a ruthless place that was run by the worst elements of the community, some of the best PvPers in the game, but they were mean dudes. And so Fancy the Famous Bard was a level 6 player who skilled only one skill, and it was called Silos Accelerando. Silos Accelerando is a movement speed skill that buffs your movement speed so that you can run faster than everyone. What he did is he ran around the world attracting the aggro of all of these what are called sand giants, which are very large, formidable enemies. And you can see, and it's hard to see some of these graphics, but you can see the sand giants are chasing Fancy down the river, across the desert here. And he would take this enormous train of high-level enemies and run it right into the town centers and kill everybody. And the fun thing about Fancy is that he was role-playing as a doer of good. He worshipped the god of light, this guy named Nathaniel Mar, who was he's a god in the EverQuest universe, who's literally, he's a paladin whose face is so beautiful that he hides it behind his hair because it would pain you to look upon him. And that was Fancy's god, and Fancy killed everyone. Fancy killed 350 people across a rampage of 2 days, and basically took over Sullen Zek at only level 6. The no-rules server was called Sullen Zek, and he became the level 6 god of Sullen Zek. Here he is again with a whole train of sand giants chasing after him. There's Fancy close up with his cool green vest running across the desert. I love this guy. The Sun King Shines on the Devil of the Republic, the best chapter title I ever came up with, is about Second Life. One of the weirdest and ultimately kind of oddly coolest games that I've ever learned about. In the early 2000s, there was a really big fad around Second Life and the idea of creating permanent virtual outposts inside of Second Life. And the first political organization in history, I believe, to create a virtual headquarters was what's called the Front National in France, which is the political party within France that tends to blame things on immigrants, which tends to be a thing that shows up at least once in every country, it seems like. But the denizens of Second Life hated this. They hated the idea that this was going to be an unwelcoming space, a place where they were celebrating the election of Jean-Marie Le Pen, who was the leader of the party, who is actually the father of the current leader of the party, Marine Le Pen. And so they staged protest/riot. They made guns that shot pigs at the headquarters building, and they basically shut the entire thing down. They made lots of posters with Jean-Marie Le Pen with a little Hitler mustache on. And then my absolute favorite thing, one of them made an AOE attack of Thomas the Train Engine, which is just worth the whole story just on its own. And so Jean-Marie Le Pen's nickname in France was the Devil of the Republic. And when the protesters actually defeated the Front National and forced them to retreat from Second Life, Second Life is a highly moddable game, and they took a JPEG of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and they superimposed it on the sun so that forever afterward, Dr. King would be shining down, smiling upon the sight of a successful anti-fascist action. So I've now been studying MMOs for 10 years, and I've been working on these particular stories and studying. I've written, I think, 7 or 8 chapters over the last 5 years in my spare time, chipping away at this and doing research on other games as well. At the same time, I was writing about Eve. And the key takeaway is actually it's profound, but ultimately very simple. It's that we are from many games, but we exist across one larger community that's more important than any individual game, and that we are ultimately connected to our brethren across the gaming community, and to a lesser extent, we are in flow with the entire rest of the digital humanity across the internet, and that visualization that we watched earlier makes that relatively clear. And I find this so deeply interesting because these moments of phase transition, these moments where the social fabric of the world breaks down, has everything to teach modern social media about what awaits all of us in a digital future. Because I've got bad news. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't know about any of this stuff. He's never studied it. Elon Musk doesn't know about the history and what the history of gaming and online gaming has to teach social media about the internet's past. And it's almost disappointingly, these moments of protest and rupture are these social failures where these societies kind of came apart are far more complicated and interesting than what's going wrong with modern social media today, which is failing at elements that are far more basic than what games like Eve are experimenting with in the modern world. And so that is one of the great things about Eve and the responsibilities of Eve moving forward, is that Eve is the test pilot for digital research, for testing out human social societies. And it's an awesome responsibility, and it's one to take extremely seriously, and I know that CCP does. So I've loved writing these stories so much because they take place in deeply fantastical environments and star these bizarre characters, and they grapple with the functioning of these digital universes and what goes wrong when things go wrong. And I've spent years trying to figure out what I should actually call this book when so many of the characters that we're meeting and we're grappling with in this story are some of the most problematic elements of the universe, of these digital universes. And that's why I came up with the name Edgelord Elegy, The Fates of Digital Societies. And I hope that you will consider, as we move forward into the early next year, becoming a supporter as we start to plan a Kickstarter. So all of my research over these past 5 years working on these stories suggests just one deeply and desperately important lesson for Eve and for the internet broadly and for social media. And it's that every time one of these societies broke down, if you study it closely enough, you find out that it was designed to break down exactly as it did. It was always going to happen. And so you have to study these spaces and understand the social dynamics well enough to get out in front of it and make sure that that collapse does not happen. Because in the future, where we're living in a world where Facebook has 2 billion citizens, the consequences of such a rupture aren't as cheeky as Fancy the Famous Bard. They're potentially extraordinarily serious. And one of the reasons why I love Eve so much is that I know that Eve does take that responsibility so seriously. And if Eve is going to achieve the dream of Eve Forever, the only way that that is going to happen is by building the community person by person and making sure that absolutely nobody flies alone and that the community is healthy and strong. And I just want to say thank you guys so much for coming and for giving me an opportunity to be up here again. I've missed you all so much. And how about a round of applause for everybody at home who didn't get to come this year. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
All right, that was an excellent presentation, which shows us that wherever humanity goes, it's always there, right? I think that's the moral of the story. I'm CCP Goat. I can do my own name, I promise. And I'm joined here by two very special guests. My co-host, Tadrana Ivo, and Ryan from
Vancouver.
From Vancouver, exactly. From Project Discovery.
Project Discovery.
That was the thing that you were here to talk about and present about. You had a very successful presentation yesterday. Showed us some very, very cool stuff. I wanted to ask you, it's a question that I get repeatedly as a person who works in PX, dealing with tickets and others like support questions, so to speak. Does this Project Discovery actually do anything? Does it give any results? That is a question I get
Seriously?
a lot. Yes.
Oh my God. It's going to change the world. So yes.
Yes.
And it's going to change the world because we're going to have better drugs faster with less side effects that are going to do things like cure cancer. So does that count?
That counts. That absolutely counts. You hear that, Twitch chat?
Yeah, and it's not because of bots. It's because of real people.
Yes, correct. Okay, that's excellent. And you were able to take what you learned from this one and apply it to the next one that's coming, right?
Yeah. So when we started on this, we were doing COVID, and the thing that was really awesome was just how much data we were getting. We spent months trying to fill that pipe of all these players clicking, and then we had the realization that wow, with all this data, let's just make it better and give them more data and explore other diseases of the immune system that we didn't even have the idea that we'd ever get to because the data was looking so awesome that we're going to do things that we never had in our head in the first place.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. And we're going to analyzing cancer, not Rex, right?
Yeah. So the next thing we do is not just analyzing cancer. The tools that they're looking at is going to help us develop machine learning algorithms to help develop cures for cancer.
Wow.
And so, true story, I'm going to Pfizer next week, to one of the major drug companies in the world.
A name we've all heard now.
Yeah, and this is for good. The vaccines are for good, people. I'm a scientist, trust me. So I'm meeting with the head of flow cytometry at Pfizer, and I'm showing him data coming off of Project Discovery, because I just showed it to some people at that company in San Diego last week, and they're like, this is as good as the data that we're producing ourselves as real scientists.
Wow.
It's a true story.
I think that's actually wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, and the excitement is that fast.
Yeah. It happens that fast.
Yeah.
You, of course, went into this a lot in your presentation yesterday, which people can watch on the CSB channel from yesterday.
And like.
Yeah, I like. Exactly. So, I find it extremely humorous that you are on here as a FC for Pandemic Horde.
Well, not FCing as much as Logi anchoring,
Right.
but it's still pretty close to the same thing.
Right. It's an important part of that aspect of group gameplay, right?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody has to anchor on the Logi, or Logi have to anchor somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah. But you were telling me, sorry, my in-ear came out. That's not supposed to happen. You were telling me that this is your first time here at Fanfest.
Yeah.
Even though you've been around CCP for some time.
Yeah, we started this project 3 years ago. I'm a hardcore gamer. I have a little man cave that's got screens and a PC, an Xbox, a Switch. I've been playing since like Vic 20 days. I'm dating myself.
Right.
Not Eve, because it scares the out of me.
Yes. It is a game that takes a lot of time to get into, I would say. But it can be very rewarding, as you can see from the community that comes here. you were saying it's like it's not as scary because the people are so nice.
The people are nice. The game scares me. I went down that path of WoW, and there's like many late nights. And this is spreadsheet. So I'm a data scientist, and they're showing at these talks like graphs, and everyone's just loving the graphs. So I've got a new graph type, yeah! And that's my day job, and I love my job so much. And the idea of going into a game that is so data intensive and graph heavy, it's like I want to keep. I like my life now, and I have things I want to do besides Eve.
But I can tell you here and now that there is a way to play Eve without going into graphs. I have done it. Agreed?
Graphs, no, spreadsheets.
Right.
You need those. So.
Okay, all right, yeah. I'm more of a factional warfare kind of person. I undock, I find somebody, I die, and then I quit for the day.
Okay.
It's my dose of Eve.
Yeah, and I mean, I do nullsec stuff, so a lot of times I'm just like, I just undock, I go and rep whoever needs repping whenever we're shooting, whoever we're shooting, but then there's still sometimes like I need to organize my ships. Especially if I'm like suitcasing with my caps and all that. So I have still a bunch of spreadsheets. Maybe not as many graphs at all, but still.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we actually have an add-in into EVE Online for Excel, which helps with that kind of stuff. The first game to do that, by the way.
That is pretty awesome.
That's pretty awesome.
And all the stuff you guys are doing in R and Python, that's the world I live in.
Right.
And so it's too close to home.
Yeah, it's almost uncomfortable, turning your work into a passion.
Yeah, and it already is, and that's the problem.
Yes, okay, yeah, I understand that. Were you out last night on the pub crawl?
I was not. Tell me about that.
So I briefly touched on it this morning, but it's a wonderful time where a bunch of grown people come together.
Is it a horde?
Yeah,
But a happy horde.
Yes.
Can hordes are I think it's happy hordes are the thing, not nefarious. We're there for good.
I would say so.
Hordes for good.
Hordes for good. Yes.
Hordes for good.
CCP takes no official stance on which alliance is best. But, however, during pub crawl, we often have, and I heard that there were some groups that were stealing beers from other groups. I heard. Yeah, no. But yeah, I mean, it's a long-standing tradition. It started out like when Fanfest was still young. It started out with people just wanted to keep talking after the lectures, which happened in a place that was maybe 1/20th of the size of this. And they just wanted to go out for beer. And after that, it evolved, it grew. It became a thing where you have 14 groups of 4 or 5 devs with 15 to 20 players going around. We each try to hit a bar, and then we have a central location everybody meets up at. And you can imagine it's just like...
I just did the math in my head. That's a horde.
That's a lot of people. It is legend how kind and courteous EVE Online players are when they come here, even when they are, I don't know how...
Just like they are in-game.
Yes, exactly. Everybody's so nice in-game, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's a whole different thing. It's like sports teams. It's like we have the other team, and it's like, oh, you could be like, oh, beat them. But still, after the game, or if you're like tailgating, you're still going to give them a beer. Yeah. You can still hang out with them.
Or take them.
Or take the beers, yes.
I think that's an important part, because it is a living community. You should know that everything that happens on the battlefield stays there, and once you're out, you're just two people who play the same game. And you can all have fun, and that's a unique. I think it's a unique method of playing a game where you can actually lose a lot of stuff,
real stuff.
Yeah, real stuff that has like actual monetary value, and not be that mad about it. Like it can hurt.
It's still kind of disappointing when you get dropped on and lose 3 caps, and you're like. Sad day, but everybody has those stories.
But then you can peace out and do some project discovery and feel better about the world.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I also want to say that there are no drops in factional warfare, if you're in the right complexes, that is. But I will want to wrap this up now and maybe head on over to get ready for the next presentation, which is skills in real life in EVE with real life skills in EVE. I swear I can do titles, guys. I swear. With Exuki. That is the next presentation happening on the big stage. Any final words for this one?
Please keep doing that data. It's really important. It's going to help so many people around the world, and maybe even your mother.
We all want to help their mother, specifically. And you will be with me after the next presentation. So, guys, we will see you then.
Exploring how the roles we undertake in New Eden can provide transferable skills into real life. Please welcome to the stage, Exuki.
Hello, everybody. How's Fanfest going? You got to ask when you get to be on the main stage, right? So, hello, my name is Exuki Z, and today we're going to be talking about real-life skill training with EVE Online. So if you have been playing for a while or not a while, and you're wondering, what can I be doing in EVE that's going to actually help me outside of EVE, we're going to try to answer that question today. So, today, what I'm going to run through for everybody, I'm going to tell everybody a brief bit about myself, who I am, what I've done in EVE, maybe why you want to care just a little bit. I'm going to talk about what prompted the entire presentation that I'm giving. It's a question that I've been pondering and chatted with a lot of people over the past couple of years. I'm going to talk about how I gathered all the data that you're going to see used in the presentation that we're talking about. So when I say correlations or interviews, where that came from, because I only made up some of this stuff. And then I'm going to talk about what we found. So the meat of the presentation is I spent a lot of time talking. I wrote surveys. I did interviews. I used some personal experience. But what did we find? What is it that you might want to care about? What are some things I want you to think about? What are some things that you're going to go, huh? So, about me. If you are unfamiliar with me, my name is Exuki Z. I've been playing EVE Online since 2009. I joined right after Apocrypha came out, which is why I also spent more than the first decade of my time in EVE Online doing wormholes. So if you're thinking, that guy looks familiar, I'm frequently up on the Fanfest stage talking about wormhole space, but not this time. I'm instead telling you about how EVE's making you a better person. I'm the CEO of TD Sin and have been for 14 years. Another name that you've probably at least heard of before. We're not very good, but that does mean that no matter how bad we are, you've heard of us. And while I'm here, I wanted to just briefly touch on for everybody. We have a lot of fans that talk about us on Discord servers and talk about us on Reddit. That is an S. I frequently see people misspelling our name with a B. It's an S, though, just making sure that you guys all know that. I know that keys can be tricky. I'm also the alliance leader of Scary Wormhole People, a.k.a. Waboo. You've probably heard some of my corp mates shouting our ticker around. And, oop, it's gone. Oh, it's back. And you might have seen our pretty dope logo. So that's up there, too. I was also a member of CSM 14. I'm going to touch on it in another slide or two, but that's actually one of the places that prompted a lot of this. I've met a lot of really cool people playing EVE in general, as well as my time on the CSM, and that got me thinking into a bunch of things that led to the presentation. Outside of EVE and some of the personal experience that I'll be touching on, or what I said, I think this actually helped. I'm a director of software engineering outside of EVE. I've had a very fortunate career to move up several levels quickly in software engineering management, and I attribute a good chunk of that success to things that I've learned and gotten to experience through EVE. So, moving right along, the question that started all of this. So, when I was on CSM 14 in March of 2020, a month and date year that probably some people have some icky feelings about, because that was basically the start of the pandemic. Me and a bunch of CSM 14 found ourselves at the old CCP office way down closer to the docks. Watching COVID start to unfold, actually, it was that critical week where you might remember COVID was a thing in China, and it was starting to be a thing in Italy, and it was kind of popping up everywhere. And by the end of our week-long summit here, we were flying back, watching closures and international borders getting zipped up. So they sent us home just in time. I think the United States closed their international borders like 2 days after we got back from the CSM summit. But one of the things that happens at the CSM summits is, we have a meeting with a lot of devs. That happens constantly. There was one in particular in which Hilmar came down and sat down and looked around the room and just said, "I am in a room full of superhumans." Now, first thought when that happened was I looked around and said, that's a weird thing to say. I mean, sure, I wouldn't consider myself a superhuman. I would consider some of the other CSM superhumans, and certainly some of the more CSMs that I've gotten to meet since my time on the management council. Some of them are definitely superhumans. But it prompted that thought. What did Hilmar mean? Was he right? And I began to think on it. One of the things that, as you get to know the rest of your CSM and you get to talk more and more, I realized that a lot of the CSMs on CSM 14 were pretty powerful people. We had corporate executives, we had PhDs, we had a doctor, we had people that are leaders and movers and shakers in their career field. And from my experience chatting with a lot of other CSMs besides 14, that's not uncommon. And then you begin to dig and talk to a lot of other people that are leaders in EVE themselves. They're FCs, they're alliance leaders, they're corp leaders of some of the both smallest and largest corporations, and you start to see some patterns. Now, the question that I first started with was, how much of each thing is impacting the other? I don't think anyone would be surprised if I said someone that's an executive or a leader outside of EVE is likely to come into EVE and be a leader there too. That's less interesting, and we're not going to focus on that because I'm far more concerned with the reverse. I wanted to find out how many people played EVE, learned some things, and then carried that back to their career where they didn't have that first. So the questions we're going to dive into are, how can things that you do in EVE help you outside of it? What are those skills? How do they help? We're going to try to, so the goal of my presentation here really is to try to give you some answers to that question. I tried to build a presentation that would be helpful and insightful to as many people as possible, because your mileage may vary. I'm not getting up here and saying, do these things, you'll get promoted. Do these things, and you'll get a really cool new job. But I think what we are going to talk about is, do these things in EVE, and you're probably learning stuff. I don't want to ruin EVE for everybody, because if you suddenly realize that you're learning things, that might make it way less fun. But the bad news is you probably already are. Maybe whether you knew it or not, you've learned something from logging in and doing things in EVE. And you've probably picked up some skills, and you might just be a better person, whether you want to admit it or not. So we're going to focus and talk about what are some of those skills, what are the ways that you can learn them, and maybe you already are, and how those skills might in fact just be something that you can leverage. So everything that we're going to talk about here today comes from three main places. I used the basis of my own personal experience and career, of course, as a foundation for figuring out where I wanted to poke into, talk to people, what are the questions I wanted to specifically find answers for. I interviewed a lot of other EVE players. I conducted well over 70 different interviews, some very formal, some less formal, with people all over different organizations, every part of space you can think of, every block, corporations. I went all over the place trying to get a nice varied background of different people. I talked to doctors, I talked to engineers, I talked to truck drivers, I talked to people that repair medical robots. There you go, Phelp. I talk to people that work in retail. I talk to people that are chefs. I talk to people that are bartenders. We tried to go everywhere because my goal is to convince you that no matter what you actually do outside of EVE, you are learning things that are probably helpful. I had a survey. If you took it, thank you very much. We got several hundreds of people to come take a admittedly a little lengthy survey about what do you do outside of EVE? What do you do in EVE? Tell me about both of those things. Answer, I got feedback, too many questions about some different skills. Do you think you learned something? Do you think it came back and helped you in other places? But that also helped me provide a guide on people I wanted to talk to. And the great news is I found overwhelming support suggesting that the answer is yes. Almost everyone that took my survey said in some way they'd learned something that they think they were able to bring back to their job. Sometimes it helped immensely. Sometimes they thought it helped a little, but everybody said they learned something. So what I did with all of that is we tried to look, and I tried to tailor it and correlate it to a list that might make sense outside of Eve. So I went to the Forbes 2023 Most In-Demand Skill Workforce Survey, which is intended to be universal, regardless of who you are, where you are, and what you're doing or where you work. These are skills that you're going to find helpful. Those skills are communication, leadership, teamwork, creativity, time management, adaptability, problem solving, work ethic, critical thinking, conflict management, and emotional intelligence. So we've got a pretty cool list here. I'm going to hope and assume that most people know what most of those words are, because reading you the wiki definition of every single one would be time-consuming and probably rather boring. Although the one thing I did want to touch on, simply because when I first started, this initial feedback I got was, emotional intelligence? We're Eve players, you know. Your first thought when you're thinking about Eve players might not be emotional intelligence, but I can assure you that when I asked them about it, I was able to get several people go, you know what, I do care a little bit about other people. Or, you know what, I do know how to pretend that I care about other people just a little bit. So Eve players can get those done too. Now, basing it off of my survey, the roles that we're going to touch on and I looked at, by far not an all-inclusive list, broke down into 4 main categories. We have leadership roles, your CEO, your director. Depending on the size and way that your group is organized, you might have officers or a layer of middle management. We looked at industry and logistics, which I defined mostly as people that are building things and moving them around. This logistics is specifically the moving it around part and not repping other ships. That's also useful, but probably less likely to directly correlate because running around your workplace trying to heal people might be strange. And this is not all the roles that we looked at and talked about in my survey, but for the sake of time and not having a million slides, I condensed it into the ones that had stronger correlations and I thought were going to make the most sense, but also be a little easier to explain. So we touched on people that work in solo industry, people that worked with lots of other people working on supply chain management, material coordination, market managers, people that run buyback programs. The third category is people management. There's, of course, the possibility for significant overlap between all of these, but whether it's the same person doing half the things on this list for your organization or a small army may depend on the size as well as how you've organized yourself. These are roles and functions that are focused purely on people. These are your recruiters and people that talk to people, review applications. These are people that work in onboarding. These are people that track your membership. Are they active? Are they doing enough? Are they clicking their PAP links? And these are people that do culture fit assessments. Are these the right people for our corporation? Do I want to be flying with these people? Do I want to throw them out a window? And then probably the category that most of you actually first thought about, I called it operations. These are your fleet commanders. These are people that are helping run roles supporting the fleet commander, making the fleet successful. These are people that plan the fleets. Might be the FC doing literally all these things, but sometimes these are different people, or at the very least, they're different skills. And then you have your theory crafters. You've got your people that are figuring out what are we doing, how are we going to do it, which of these modules goes on my ship. There's people that know enough to shout at your bad corp members when they die, and ones that are fit terribly, terribly wrong. So the first group that we're going to look at, and for some of those, I'm going to have a slide that grabs just one, and for some of them, I'm going to have a slide that tries to condense it, all depending on what the results looked like. Now, what we found, both talking to people as well as from the survey results, was regardless of what level you're operating at as a leader in your group, chances are you're learning the same skills. The exact degrees, some leaned a little heavier and others did vary, but not enough to be worth splitting this up. So whether we're looking at CEOs, we're looking at officers, or we're looking at directors, these are people that are responsible for setting the goals and directions of your corporation and utilizing delegation and collaboration. They're going to try to make those things happen. These people had the strongest likelihood of saying that they felt that they had learned and or improved on their leadership skills, their work ethic, their problem-solving skills, and their communication skills. Probably not a huge surprise, especially the first one. If anyone's shocked that CEOs said I learned leadership skills, I've got tons of surprises for you in my presentation then if that one surprises you. But I also have a quote from someone that indicated that this is something they would define themselves on for each of these slides. We're going to touch on what the roles were, how I defined them, the skills that they correlated with, and then I've got a quote that some people saying that they're actually really getting something done. So for the people, I believe this was a CEO, Eve helped me trust myself and my skills enough to start my own business. When I look at what I've been able to deal with in Eve, the problems of my job seem like nothing. I actually really like this quote. I like all the quotes, that's why I chose them. But depending on what you do in Eve, you might actually have defined your time in Eve as your second job before. Show of hands, who else has ever thought that what they do in Eve is a second job? All right, that's a good chunk of the audience, so you guys are doing great. Keep it up. But Eve can be hard. Eve can be very hard. People in Eve can be very hard. I'm not going to keep asking everyone to raise their hands up and down. A couple of you made faces that you already said, I hate this, don't call on me again. But I think I've had more difficult people to work with in Eve than I have in my workplace, which is probably a blessing. There's certainly people that can say, oh, that is not true for where I work, and I'm sorry for you. But that's true for definitely some of my experiences in Eve. There are some rough individuals that play Eve. We might love them, but they're rough. So being able to do things in Eve hopefully helps you recognize you can probably do a lot of that in real life. It might be different, but if you can corral a bunch of people and say, guys, this is what we're doing over the next couple of months, and then work with them to get that done, chances are you could do that outside of Eve too. You might not want to, especially if you have to sit near people and smell them and things. But if you're here at Fanfest, you're already smelling people, so you can do it. Rolling into our next category, we're going to have a couple slides on some industry and logistic roles. The first one that I wanted to start off with, that actually surprised me a little bit, but only until you start thinking about it, was people that do industry by themselves. If you're here at FanFest, there's a good chance that you're not a solo player. There certainly could be some out there, but most people that make it to FanFest are usually people here with groups. So this may or may not apply to you. Or maybe you're in a group, but you don't like those guys, so they don't get to touch your minerals and you're building all your stuff by yourself. Where's the tritanium? This makes collaborating with people very challenging sometimes. But people that are solo industry players, they're tackling potentially complex jobs that might include a lot of steps, that might have prerequisites, and they're usually doing this by themselves. So these people, through my interviews and discussions, identified strongly with time management skills, critical thinking, adaptability, and problem solving. These are people that need to know how to line things up to be efficient. They need to be able to figure out how to adapt on the fly because they don't have someone else to go lean on and get some of this done for them. It's you. The buck stops with you. If your reactions aren't done on time, that next job's going to sit and wait. Skills I made doing industry helped me set up ordering of medical supplies and equipment, ensuring deadlines and bottlenecks are met as far as material and fiscal inputs are concerned. I thought that was actually a pretty cool quote. I talked to someone that basically talked about how they applied their Eve industry experience to organizing and getting things done. lots of people had feedback similar to this. There's a lot of things in real life that can be thought of as put a bunch of things together, let them do some things for a little while, get something out. Not everything can be baked down that far, and I would strongly advise against in your head applying the Eve industry UI to everything that you do, but you could if you really wanted. But people that did this and did industry by themselves were able to really learn and grow in a lot of different ways, because you've got to figure it all out and then get started. And I'm sure a lot of you would probably raise your hand that that is a definition of something you've done at your job, is figure it all out and get it started. Bouncing to another type of industry and logistics, we've got supply chain management and market management. So these are people that are working with other people. They're building capitals while someone else takes care of some of the components, maybe. They're doing reactions and doing reaction chains where other people are handling different steps of that process. These are people that are moving stuff from point A to point B. These are people that are stocking your market. They're getting stuff up on contracts. They're making sure that you guys have what you need. Primary skills that these people strongly correlated with were communication and teamwork. Not a surprise, since these are people that are working with other people. Conflict management and problem solving. And if you're wondering why conflict management, because I actually was too when it came up on the survey, and I chatted with several people, figuring out what everybody wants to do and then making sure that they're not all doing the same thing can apparently be rather challenging. If you've got several people that are helping stock your market, first off, great. The fact that it's more than one, we're off to a fantastic start. But it doesn't do you any good if they're all stocking the same thing. Because now you've got 5 people undercutting each other, trying to make sure that they're the ones selling things. And you've probably underserved your community because all the other crap that you need is not stocked. So the reason that a lot of those people chose conflict management was really a bunch of people getting into a room or a channel or voice comms and saying, I want to do this, figuring out someone's got to do something they don't want to do. There's compromise, there's resolution of some conflict, and there is hopefully an outcome where your group, your market, your whatever it is you're stocking gets what you need. Working with industry that requires multiple people requires patience and an understanding of people's capabilities and limits. Big things require coordination and working with people, and the same is true of almost all careers. So if you've ever found yourself trying to figure out how to get a bunch of people that together have all the right skills to get a job done, and you've managed to get it done, that's great. And that also is pretty agnostic of what you actually do for a living. If your experiences in school with group projects were that they're terrible and you hate people because of it, this is a good way to try to undo some of that PTSD, because most things in life require collaboration and working with other people, whether you want it to or not. As much as you want everything to be a solo venture, chances are that will not always be the case. Rolling into our third category and talking about some people management roles, the first slide that I've got here talks about cultural fit assessments and people that work in onboarding. Cultural fit assessments we defined as the person whose job it is to feel out somebody and decide if they're a good or a bad apple. This may or may not be the people doing all of the other things related to interviewing, but it is a distinct step, I thought, because looking at someone's skills and actually talking to them are two very different things. Likewise, people that identified as onboarders had a nearly identical skill profile, so that's why they're together here on the slide. If your group doesn't do onboarding, I would strongly advise trying to do onboarding. We've had other presentations at prior Fanfest for sure from different groups talking about their onboarding programs, but making sure that new people that join have what they need, know what they need, and know where to go to ask questions generally has a pretty strong correlation with likelihood of longer-term membership and smooth integration into your crew. People working in these roles strongly identified with critical thinking, work ethic, emotional intelligence, told you it would come up, and conflict resolution. Mostly the cultural fit assessment, I thought, but onboarders also had it too, When you're trying to work with someone, first trying to figure out, do I want to fly with this person at all? And then, all right, we got to fly with them. How do I make sure they don't suck? You end up talking to them. It requires figuring out what do they want, what do they need, and resonating that to match what you want and what you need, or rather your group wants and your group needs. Closing that gap and being able to get everyone onto the same page is the main reason that we have emotional intelligence up here. Working and assessing fit into an organization helped me understand that oftentimes the best way to solve a problem is to avoid having it in the first place. That's a good quote of virtually everything, but in the context of this slide, that was specifically raised to me as far as keeping bad apples out of a corporation. I suspect this is a lesson that many different groups and leaders and organizations in EVE have had to learn, probably the hard way at least once. Toxic people are bad. And you might say, but I need more people. You never need people enough that you should be tolerating people that are bad. The damage that can be caused internally by someone that is negative, hard to deal with, and makes other people want to literally not play with you, might mean that when you take a step back, you realize you're literally at a net negative for letting this person be in your fleet. And recognizing that before they're in your group can be important. And that was what this quote was specifically talking about, but hopefully a lesson that you can learn both in EVE and if you're in a position to ever be doing so. I'd advise about keeping bad people out of your real-life organizations as well, because it's rarely ever worth that gamble. So we've got people management working with recruiters and applications. So these are the people that are going to sit there and go, you don't get to fly with us. These are talent acquisition. These are people that work on finding recruits, whether that's spamming in local chat, posting on Reddit, using the in-game recruiting function. You're finding people that want to join your group, and then you're talking to them, making sure they know what you're about, figuring out if they want to come join you. And then you'll interview them and review their application, all depending on what your group does, how strict your requirements are. The bar could be way up here, or maybe if they can breathe, they're joining your corp. And most groups in EVE are somewhere in between there. We can probably all think of groups on both ends of that spectrum. Most corps are definitely somewhere in the middle. But that's a very real thing. And the people that do this in EVE generally had strong critical thinking skills, strong work ethic skills, again, emotional intelligence, because their work here relies immensely on just understanding other people's wants and needs and expressing their own, and communication, because they're spending a lot of time talking to people. Work ethic, I wanted to just touch on the reason we have work ethic up here is a lot of them said, well, recruiting's a lot of work. Maybe you have deadlines or targets. We want to recruit X number of people. Maybe you have a lot of people applying to your corporation, and the people that you've got to review and talk to are piling up. These are people that just generally speaking said they know how to buckle down and get stuff done. And they know how to consistently do that to try to keep everything moving. One of the, I think, only quotes that I actually have a name attached to it. Either people left me useful quotes but didn't give me contact information, wishing to remain anonymous on my survey, or in my interviews would say, you can quote me, but leave my name off that slide. I don't know if they were worried they just didn't want to be associated with me. But I did get a couple people that said they didn't want their name up here. So I actually use these skills in real life to hire support staff and even help with selection of physicians and other critical clinical support roles. I don't know if they're here. I asked one of the Wingspan guys, and he said he didn't know. But this quote is from Nikki Akala, who works in HR for Wingspan. Another one of my surprises that's probably not a surprise. EVE's a great place to just hone and practice and leverage some of those skills that you may or may not be using outside, but it's a place where you get to sit down on a table and interview people or talk to people and find out if you like them, if they like you. I I don't have a quote here, but I can tell you at least 5 of the people I spoke to specifically mentioned that they felt like interviewing people in EVE made them better at interviewing in real life on both sides of the table. Because you're sitting down and talking to someone and just figuring out, I want a job here, I want to fly with these guys, or I'm figuring out if I want them to fly with me. Maybe the word is not fly, but you do that a bunch in your job probably, especially if you work in any sort of hiring manager roles or team lead roles where you're trying to figure out people that you want on your team or you want on your company. Rolling into the last category that I had for roles set up, and starting right off with probably the role that I'm not sure which one's higher, CEO or Fleet Commander, probably the other role that everyone immediately thought to when I said roles in EVE. The Fleet Commander. I'll also note this is the only slide where I have 5 skills attributed to it because Fleet Commanders had such strong correlations across the board with a lot of roles that it was challenging to pick just 4. Because I think I did mention it, but these are not the only skills these roles help you with. They're just the strongest, because telling you that every skill or every role helps with every skill would be terribly unhelpful. But the definition of Fleet Commander that we use is these are the people that are responsible for calling out actions, directing and driving groups of people towards a common goal, and that goal might sometimes be complex. I'm sure if everyone just closes their eyes for a moment, they can hear their Fleet Commander shouting at them to jump or not jump, or wondering who jumped, or asking why'd someone already shoot the target and now we need to unlock and move to another one. It's every fleet. I heard several giggles. Like, it's not just, my corp's not the only one that's bad at PvP. I don't believe you if you try to tell me otherwise. But fleet commanders, they do a lot. They've got a lot of stress running on them sometimes. They've got a lot of people sitting there patiently, or hopefully patiently, actually paying attention to when they get told what to do. And they need to do a lot of thinking, and they need to do it quickly. So fleet commanders get 5 skills for critical thinking, adaptability, creativity, leadership, and teamwork. Fleet commanders need to be good at communicating too. It was a close contender to be here, because if your FC can't communicate, they're probably not doing any FCing ever again. But they need to be able to think quickly, they need to be able to make good decisions, and they need to be creative. Because sometimes you go on in and you said, this is the plan, and you take that Titan bridge and you go, oh, one D-scan lights up with what the fleet is bringing. And now you need a whole new plan. They're leaders, and they work with teams. So probably the rest of those skills aren't, well, none of the skills are probably surprises. But fleet commanders get an awful lot of experience in an awful lot of different places. My quote from an FC, fleet commanding was how I learned to build trust and reliability within my teammates. And these are skills that I've successfully carried into managing people outside of EVE. It's not a quote from me, but I probably could have written it, because I would say something very similar. I work with managing people for a living. I work on making sure they have everything they need, giving them direction where needed, and there is immense strong overlap with things I do both as a CEO and a fleet commander. I'm not our good fleet commander, though. He's someone else. Next up, I've got ops planning. Very similar to fleet commanders as far as the role breakdown goes, but I did want to call them out because they had at least one, they had a couple different differences there. And again, fleet commanders had very strong correlation across the board. I could have put all 11 skills up there, but it would have been less helpful. Ops planners are people that may or may not be the FC, but they're helping figure out what we're doing ahead of time. This might be planning just tonight's op. This might be planning the entire week. When are we hitting what? When are we going to need to follow up on timers? They're heavily involved with ensuring a group's operations run on time and move and run effectively. They've got leadership, just like the FCs did. They've got work ethic. They've got time management, and they're adaptable. Timing can be very important when it comes to planning. Most plans, at least in EVE, do have some semblance of time to them. But being able to figure out how long are things going to take, how long is getting there going to take, And, oh, the wormhole's gone. Now we need a new plan. And, figuring out how to adapt when your route has changed twice, because now your Titan's also dead, and you need to figure out how we're getting there differently. Planning and helping execute operations helped me build planning skills and learn attention to detail. I've been able to directly translate those skills to mapping out install jobs and ensuring proper staffing and resource allocations. So again, I thought a pretty cool quote. This person worked in construction, and in my conversation with them, they said that literally I've taken figuring out how I'm going to glass this constellation of structures and taken some of the skills I've learned from that on moving all the pieces and parts around and actually carried that back to my job. We've got theory crafting. Theory crafting is an interesting one in that I think your first thought might be, how does that apply to anything that's not figuring out how to make spaceships? But then you think on it more and realize it actually starts to make a lot of sense, especially after we touch on the quote. Maybe this applies more to some fields than others, but I got a lot of people that talked about how that overall min-maxing optimization mindset was able to be applied everywhere. These are people that build your doctrines. They figure out how to fit your ships. They might yell at you when you don't listen and fit your ship something differently. And they adjust to the game changes, both mechanics and the game meta, to ensure that whatever you're flying is as efficient as possible, keeping the price in mind. These are critical thinkers. They solve problems. They're adaptive, and they're creative. And figuring out, screen keeps dying on me. There we go. Figuring out how to min-max something and find the perceived best solution to a problem with hundreds of variables has helped me tackle similarly complicated things in my engineering career. Probably no big surprise to someone that engineering was where this quote came from, but being able to just take a couple steps back and look at the big picture with all the different parts, changes, things that need to happen, and figuring out how to navigate through that is not unique to Eve. It's not unique to Eve. It's not unique to just ship fittings. And I strongly believe that if you learn some of those skills and work and just what is the best way to put all these pieces together, it's going to work. That is a real ship fit that I have seen used by someone in my alliance, in case you're wondering where that came from. Not on the list from Forbes, but something I wanted to touch on was hard skills. The hard skills that we specifically peeked at was data collection, analysis, statistics. I got a lot of people saying that they'd picked up these skills in Eve. The first grouping, Google Docs, Microsoft Excel, Power BI, and other similar software that does data entry and processing. A lot of people we talked to actually said one of the first places they really, really used those things was in Eve. And many of them now use them in their job, even if they didn't have to, because they are now addicted to spreadsheets. Look what Eve has done to us. Almost everybody said in some fashion they used this, but the roles that had the highest likelihood of saying, yes, I used that for both my job and in my Eve job, literally every industry role, didn't matter what kind of industry you were doing, huge surprise. If you're doing industry without spreadsheets, I'm slightly concerned. Operations planners, theory crafters, and people that worked in onboarding. If you're wondering why onboarding's up there, my conversations with the people that checked that box was they basically use them to make checklists. They use them to track where people are at in their different onboarding pipelines. And they're using that to figure out who needs what. Likewise, people that learned and got involved in analyzing data and learning statistics, theory crafters, fleet commanders, ops planning, and people that worked in, again, all industry roles were likely to have gotten involved in analyzing lots of data and making some decisions based off of analytics. So, per the Forbes list, there's our 11. I attached one quick end towards the end for the hard skills. What we've done now is we've created a mapping of where am I most likely to improve my time management skills? Where am I most likely to be able to work and do some things that might help me learn and improve my creativity or my leadership or my critical thinking? I'm not going to read this entire slide, of course, but what we've got here is the 12 different skills that we touched on, along with what roles that I talked about that had the strongest correlation to them. I, of course, will again note, basically, almost every role that we looked at had some people that said they used XYZ skills in it. If you're doing anything in Eve, there's a good chance you're learning several of these. So this is not an exhaustive list or a prescriptive list, but rather this is intended to come across as a guide that says, I do some of those things. Those are the skills I'm learning and picking up on. Finally, I wanted to just touch on this with one slide just because it came up enough from conversations that I thought it would be silly not to touch on. There was already another presentation by Max Singularity this weekend that talked about relationships and friendships and networking and things that you can build and grow and learn through Eve. But two things that stood out to me that I felt were especially relevant to this conversation was people that said that those have helped them in their career. Just over 1 in 5 people that we spoke to and took the survey felt that relationships that they'd gained through Eve have actually helped them advance their career, whether that was helping them land a new job in the same field in another company, or just saying, hi, yeah, this is how I learned these skills and got promoted. Here's how you can do it too. These are not direct quotes, but rather paraphrasing of combining lots of conversations on this. But meeting someone that was further along in the same career as me helped me find advancement opportunities, summarizes what all those people gave me as feedback, as well as people actually changed career fields because of Eve, or rather because of people they met in Eve. I've been thinking about moving careers, and finding someone that already did that helped me decide to make that jump. If you're thinking, I want to know how to break into X, what's better than finding someone that already does X? So 1 in 8 people said that this has happened to them through their time playing Eve. 13%. Not most, maybe not tons, but given how many people we looked at, I thought it was relevant and interesting enough to bring it up. So that's wrapping up my presentation. We talked about me, the questions that started this, the goals of the presentation. Hopefully everyone feels like they learned something, or at least laughed once or twice at some of my bad jokes. How we gather the data, and then I drove in and talked about all the different roles and skills and how they all correlate together. So there is not time for Q&A here. We're not set up for it in the main hall, but if you have questions, comments, feedback, or want to just talk to me, I'm Exuki in-game. You can convo me if I'm online. You can shoot me a mail. You can find me as Exuki on Discord. And of course, I will be around for the rest of FanFest, so always happy to talk about this with anybody else. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope that was a good use of your time, and enjoy the rest of FanFest.
It's amazing how governing a group of players is the same no matter where those people, I should say people. Governing a group of people is the same whether they're in kindergarten, Eve, government, a corporation, like whatever. It's the same anywhere. I am CCP Goat. I'm glad and happy to welcome you back to the set here. I am joined once again by Delana. And this time around we have Andrew with us, the author of The Empires of Eve.
That's correct.
Volumes 1 and 2.
Yes, yes, yes.
And soon to be 3?
Something, yeah.
Something, yeah. Let's not.
My difficulty with that kind of stuff is like, as a individual author and a person who runs just like a one-person company, it's so immensely difficult to project myself out like next year, because if something goes wrong, my whole company shuts down.
Right. Yes.
You know?
yeah. It's there's not a lot of fail safes, redundancies when you're a single-person company.
No one to help me out. No one.
Right. Well, we were discussing it a little bit, how the overlap between these two subject matters is interesting. That, like, controlling, like, guiding a group of people through something is the same wherever it is, and people are the same wherever they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason why that becomes so important is because that means that the design of the game is of the utmost importance. That the people aren't responding the same way because they're people necessarily. They're responding the same way because the game is prodding them to respond in the same way. It's only giving them a handful of different options about how they can respond. And so people choose from among those limited options. So you end up with familiar things taking place across a number of different systems.
And it's super interesting. Actually, I wanted to point one thing out. Our last interview here was with, I can't remember his name, but he was with Project Discovery. I'm not very good with names. I'm old, okay? But I wanted to say, he wanted to come send something across, is that they are planning to release an app for mobile phones and other devices which will allow citizen science to occur outside of the client. And that's also something that I find really interesting is he called it a monkeys with like typewriters writing Shakespeare kind of moment. the thing, like, that many people created this beautiful thing. The map of sovereignty that you were showing in your presentation, that is something that I find beautiful in a way.
It is.
With all the, like, especially if you know the history of the intrigue and the espionage that went into it.
If you learn how to read the map, if you learn to see everything that's happening, it's so thick with consequence, and you understand that that little colorful blob actually represents 600 people's in-game lives, right? And that it meant so much to them. And when you study the game's history, that's what you're really studying, is you're studying the human emotion that's involved. You're reading their diary entries, their journal entries. You're hearing their speeches as they talked about it late at night on Discord or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And then watching it all burn down because one person maybe got a little, I don't know, pissed off, angry, bored.
Yeah, I don't know what you're looking at me for.
You would probably be the person of us here that has the most experience with something like that, something like this going wrong.
Oh yeah, well, not me personally, unless I don't know. But yeah, being in nullsec, yeah, it's all entirely just interpersonal interactions. So it's like we all make the story, and yeah, like we were saying, it's just. Yeah, if somebody decides to backstab somebody else, or if we just get in a nice little war, you know, we're writing the whole story, and that's still crazy to me. Just like, instead of just, you know, other MMOs, like we're just playing along, they make the story for us to just be part of. But with EVE, we are the story.
Right.
And that's still just amazing to me.
Yeah, I think that makes the game so fascinating too, because of the fact that one player can ruin everything for so many people, it makes the game is about making sure that that doesn't happen. So it means that part of the strategy of the game has to be about a sort of micro-level understanding of each and every pilot, because each person you put into a position of responsibility can be so disastrously consequential if you make the wrong decision. So you need to know who your allies are. You need to know who you're flying with.
Yeah, exactly. And when people are talking about how content is lacking in EVE Online, then the answer is usually just, you go out and do something. Like, do you have access to some corporation hangars? Go out, make history, make some content for yourself. Sure. But no, I forgot the point I was going to make, but that happens regularly. So coming from a PX background, it is... no, I forgot my point again.
It happens to me constantly. This is so relatable right now, to be honest with you.
All these lights, these nice people both talking and watching me. It's too much sometimes, too much. I will try and figure out what my point was going to be, but that might take a while. But now that we wrapped up the skills, real-life skills from EVE Online panel, there is only one thing left on the stream today. There's still some panels ongoing at Fanfest itself, but the one thing that's left is the closing ceremony, which is sure to sum up everything that's been happening here, both on camera and off. We'll get some statistics about like how the charity things were going and like where we've scored on that front. Would you say that you've been having fun?
Yeah. I mean, I'm here for the 5th time. I haven't been here in 5 years, though. You know, with everything that was going on, and also I hadn't been here for a couple years before all that started anyways, but this place is now like rich with memory for me. And so we're in a different physical location. We're not at the Harpa this year.
Right.
But still at the same time, being in the city, seeing all the familiar faces, it's a long trip, and it's worth it every single time. And I don't always know how it ends up being worth it every single time because I hate flying so much, and I do it anyways just to come here and be around this whole thing. And it's by the end of the, I've never regretted it once, and to be honest with you, I've never met anyone who regretted it. Before. So yeah.
I mean, call it confirmation bias. It takes a long time and a lot of resources to come here. But I agree. Everybody who decides to make the trip and does it, they don't regret it. It's a like even if I grew up here and I'm from here, it's a magical place. Like every single season has something new to offer, and you can go somewhere and see something new almost every quarter of the actual island itself. Not that we go that far from the capital, but I can imagine that like coming all this way to do something like for a game that you play and like and love and you enjoy being around the community, like it's only going to get better, really.
Yeah, I mean, especially as I get older, you talk about being older, as I get older as well, like I become much more aware that the little interactions that you share with people are much more important than you thought they were.
Yes.
And that is what I take away the most from Fanfest, is that a lot of times it's a short conversation that you share with somebody, or it's something relatively small. Like I met a person who I worked with, I collaborated with, the in-game photographer Rosori, and it just came up to me in the hallway, and we got this chance to just sit down and talk for 20 minutes about the craft of virtual photography. And like that is not the only experience that I've had here, but like realistically, if I had never had that conversation, I'd be so much poorer for it.
Yes.
And those little interactions are what make the trip worth it.
Yeah. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, usually for me, for FanFest, a big part, just besides just going to the panels, learning stuff, that's great. But one of my favorite parts is just walking around, just like with my little flag here, and just talking to people. Something I love, just like meeting all these different sorts of people from all over the place, and it's just all different perspectives, and it really adds a lot to just the whole experience and just being part of EVE, and just the whole social aspect of it is something I love.
I'm curious, do you have any social strategies for how you engage people? Like, is the flag your go-to strategy? Does that bring people to you?
It's like normally I would define myself as like a shy introvert, but this is here. It's just like, we're all here for the same thing. So it's like we already have something in common. It's like, okay, who do you fly for? Like, what do you do in game? And it's easy to just lead in with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And hearing like people who've maybe been playing since 2008, 2009, talk about what's the best thing to do in game, you can get into heated arguments, whether it's like nullsec, people want to go faction warfare, the wormholers usually say that you are just playing in an actual kitty sandbox if you're not going into wormholes. It's like the level and tiers of I don't want to say classism, but like snob that can happen with what you're doing in the game. Passion, right? Yes, yes. The different tiers of passion can be quite overwhelming at times, coming from like certain players who have mastered what they're doing, and then you have the people who are actually like figured out that switching between different playstyles in EVE is the best way to keep it like fresh and good. It's difficult to get to know something over a period of 1 or 2 years and then try to switch up the way that you're doing it. Going from like high sec mission running and mining to low sec, I mean, that's terrifying. I remember when I did that first. I lost my first probe to a gate camp, and I still haven't forgiven the people who did it. And then you go from you start, maybe you get better at PvPing, you get better at going 1v1, or you get fed up with getting hot dropped or ganked by small fleets, and you start gathering your own small fleets and stuff. And then you go into nullsec, apply for groups like Pandemic Horde, who are a really good group. Again, CCP does not endorse any one alliance as the best alliance in the game.
Sure.
But and then once you're fed up with the politics of nullsec, you don't want to be the F1 line monkey anymore. You want to go into wormholes, explore, find, make ISK. Some employees in CCP have taken to decided to make it their mission to crack the way you're supposed to play wormholes, and they do that by themselves, just alone, and have great fun doing it.
The inventiveness that you're allowed within the community too is something that, I mean, I'm a little biased because I feel like I'm one of those people who kind of invented my own play style by not actually undocking in a ship and just talking to people. That's what I like to do, is I like to hear people's stories, and so that's how it's not really a joke, but it's something I say sometimes, that's how I play Eve, and I gravitate a lot of times towards other people in the community who have found their own niche in the same way. Like I mentioned, Razorian, the virtual photographer who I spoke to a few minutes ago, he's exactly the same kind of person who invented, in a lot of ways, his own way of interacting with Eve in a way that nobody else told him was okay. No one told him to go do that and to go, become a fine artist, a virtual photographer within the virtual environment. But Eve is freewheeling enough to allow you to experiment and come up with your own play style.
Right, and that's a part of the infamous learning cliff, right? It's not what was the actual name of it? I can't remember. There's a graph. People know that graph. All the other games on that graph are dead.
That's
That's the best part.
The one with all the stick figures dying?
Yes,
of course.
That's the infamous learning cliff of EVE Online. But that's the reason why it's so hard. There's no right path to take. You can follow what others have done before, but they will not have found the reason those paths were made was because there was no path, and people just made their own, and some others were able to follow.
You seem to like EVE Online a lot. Is CCP paying you to say these things?
Low key, I can neither I mean, yeah, sure, yes. CCP is in fact paying me. I have been playing since it came out. I will tell you guys.
Is that right?
Yes, it was a very big deal when an MMO was being made in Iceland back in 2003, and they released beta for it. It was it was the biggest gaming phenomenon to happen in Iceland since board games were given got translations.
I've always been curious about that because it must have been special. The whole design philosophy does seem to me at times to be it is a game that is Icelandic in a lot of respects, and so to have something that speaks to that cultural experience in not an overt branding kind of fetishization kind of way, but it deep down in the bones and the DNA of the product, be made by people who see the world the same way.
Yes. So as an outsider who wasn't a part of the actual designing process, I can tell you that playing it in the beginning was like going into Icelandic nature, probably in the south part of the country where we have no trees and nothing. It's just lava fields, standing on a stone, and it's it's windy and it's kind of raining a little bit, and just standing there and listening to that was the experience of playing EVE Online for the first time.
Yeah.
With the music that came with it, and the feeling of trying the absolute joy you felt when you finished mining an umber rock somewhere where it was dangerous. Those were the days. We are all a lot less innocent these days, which comes with the evolution of the game. I heard somebody saying that he missed the time when people were racing rifters. It was you just tried to make a rifter as fast as possible, and then you just raced. And then I guess it evolved with people becoming bored of that, and they started bringing down the biggest alliances in history.
Sure.
Which is it's a beautiful evolutionary path for an MMO game, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
But speaking of evolutionary path, I will say that Fanfest 2023 has been a remarkably good time. It's been wonderful to see all these faces, as always.
The vibe is incredible.
Yeah.
The people are excited. Like, I was sitting in the audience yesterday for the keynote, and like people were getting like almost a little bit out of pocket. I was like, I wanted to get over and be like, I know you're like excited, but you got to calm down like a little bit because they're still speaking, please. But you know,
I don't know. They were telling us to get excited. Like.
Hilmar was being very loud himself too, so there was a lot of yelling. So
a lot of yelling, specifically at you, specifically. But yeah, it's even people that don't play the game are either on a break or have like self-declared one EVE Online. They still come to FanFest. There's a particular person I have in mind, which has like he is thinking of making a character called X-2 because that's how many FanFests he's been at. Like he's been at all but 2. And that is a unique thing, definitely. And for everyone, all of these people to come here, 200 to 300 people arriving to Iceland a day specifically for FanFest since last Sunday, is like those are numbers that like I think Icelanders are 350,000, 360 maybe the entirety. It's a large portion of the percentage of population per capita, of course. Sure. Iceland is the world champion of per capita records.
Anything per capita you guys win at it?
Apparently my mic died. Can I? Apparently my mic died, so I'm handing it to. Of course. No, but I want to quickly wrap this up. We are going on a little break until the closing ceremony starts at 16:30. So stick around, and you want to watch that to see this whole package being wrapped up. And then we will be back with a little word after that. But I want to thank you guys for joining me here.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for the presentation. It
Absolutely.
was immensely educational.
It's wonderful to be here as a guest at CCP and to get to talk to the community again. I'm isolated a lot of the time off on the west coast of the U.S., so I don't get the chance to talk to people about something that I really care about. So it's great to be here.
So it's safe to say that you'll be back.
Well, we'll see. CCP has to invite me. So
okay, perfect. And
Yes, thanks for giving me the dead mic. But anyways, yeah, I mean, I have the same thing. I live in the South, so it's even worse. We feel like it's hard to find the nerds, but this is where all the nerds are.
For sure. I live in Seattle, so it's not hard to find the nerds. It's a video gamey town, for sure.
Well, New Orleans is not really exactly, but I'm working on that.
Good luck.
Yeah. Good luck.
Go to EVE New Orleans.
You heard that? Go to EVE New Orleans. But for us, now we're going to go on break, and we'll see you after the closing ceremony.
It is time for the Fanfest 2023 closing ceremony. Please welcome onto the stage, me! Jesus Christ! There's a lot of you. Like, a lot of you. But one should expect that from the officially biggest fan fest ever. All right, I just have to go over a couple of things first. I'm used to speaking in front of people, not quite this many people. I'm more of like a nano gang public speaker, not so much a block level public speaker. So if I make a mistake or stammer or forget where I'm at, just kind of like roll with it. The other thing too is I won't be engaging in any of this crowd work sophistry that you see in so many presentations, you know, the callback thing, you know, like, are you ready? Yeah, all that kind of stuff. All right, is that all right with you? I said, is that all right with you? Good, because there'll be no cheap tricks like that tonight. So during the closing ceremony at Fanfest, there's a bittersweet thing. It's great to be up in front of all of you, and I've had a fantastic time with you all for the last couple of days. At least as many of you as I could catch up with, if you've been able to stop me for 5 seconds while I've been scrambling around the venue. But before we all got here from Fanfest, many of us had been in Iceland for a while already, and we'd gone on various adventures of our own. So I want to recap that just a little bit. I know many of you were at some of these events. Some of you weren't, but there's also several thousand people watching on the stream who didn't come at all, and I really want them to feel it, you know, like regret it. So the first thing for me that I went to was this Fanfest, not Fanfest, Shoot at LAN party. Now, this actually wasn't an official part of the Fanfest program, but with Fanfest coming up and so many of you arriving, my friends on the community team, we do a weekly stream called Live to Feed, where we go out and we just get in spaceships and roam around New Zealand and get, New Eden. I've been spending too much time talking to Tamba. Okay, so we roam around New Eden and get blown up. And we thought, wouldn't it be neat if we did that with just like way more people? So we went to this cool place in Copenhagen called Arena Gaming. We had 50 players and 10 devs. We went on 3 separate fleets. CCPB led one, Kiakti from Fine Ink led another one, Virion Stoneshard from Spectre Fleet led another one. It was a wonderful day of explosions. There was also some beer and some pizza. You know, don't judge. It's just the thing that you do at a LAN party. And everyone went home with a smile on their face, except for the guy in the grey jumper. But it's okay, he's a friend of mine. We're old court mates from our days back in Syndicate. That's Epsilon. Sorry, I couldn't resist. He's smiling on the inside. Don't worry about that. Some of you took the time to check out your surroundings. You went for like walks around Reykjavik and learned about the history of the city, which is a great thing to do while you're here. Some of you went out into the nature and you went on the Golden Circle tour and checked out some of the beautiful natural sights. And in some cases, the nature came to you, because the Discord for the Fanfest, the official EVE Discord, was just packed with photos of people looking at these like incredible northern lights. I could only fit 3, but there was like probably close to 50 or 60 pics on there. So to get a couple of nights of really clear weather while there's really good aurora going on is absolutely fantastic. So I hope if it was the first time seeing northern lights, you'll be able to cherish that and take it home with you. Damascus Kadash is trying to bring Fleet back. He took a bunch of people to go bouldering. And a lot of you also turned up for the monument unveiling, which was great, and then immediately started clambering all over it with your grubby hands to try and find where your names were. Now, I was here in 2013 as a player when they unveiled the first monument, and the only downside was like, I don't even think we used Discord in 2013. Maybe it was Carrier Pigeon. I can't remember. It was a while ago. Twitter, social media, whatever it was blowing up with all of my friends saying, hey, can you just go take a photo of my name? Can you take a photo of my name? Did that happen to any of you as well? Yeah. We had fun in the evenings as well. This is from the Tweet Fleet meetup at Gaukeren. Originally, this event was, well, I don't know if originally, but historically it had been run by a player named General Stargazer, who is now CCP Zealous. And in his absence, it had been picked up by Draclus, who's been looking up. Stand up. This is Draclus. He used to call himself the Paris Hilton of EVE because he was famous for doing nothing. But you're going to have to come up with a different name now because you're doing stuff.
So you all had fun singing karaoke. Even some CCPers got in onto it. Here we have CCP Duckling, CCP Tiger Shark, and CCP Emerald. I don't know what tune they're belting out, but I'm sure it was fantastic. Then on Thursday, things officially started here at Groska. Some people of lower moral fiber started turning up to register and collect their tickets. There were also some really cool presentations, and of course, the traditional charity dinner. Now, I want you to take a minute to look at this picture, see if anything stands out to you. I am captivated by expression on the face of CCP Blue Screen in this picture. This guy he's talking to has just told him some real shit. He's like, dude, do we call them pets because we pet them? Or do we pet them because they're called pets? And he's just like, yeah, never thought of that before. Then while you're here in the venue, I hope you went and checked out the history wall. We had so much space and we still couldn't fit all the stories in that we wanted. So there was a lot of stuff missing. Of course, Boltec can't walk past the word Megathron without stopping for a selfie. And Katya Say was there too, and I took a little opportunity to get a snap next to their Guinness World Record story. The Eve board game was also being tried out. Did you get to try this out? Did you go look at it? Until FanFest, I'd only seen it on a screen like this big, like on a Teams call, and I'm like, yeah, I guess that looks pretty neat. And then I walked into the area where they're set up, and I saw they baited me. They had that like 200% size version of it, and I was like, but it still looks super cool. So go to Kickstarter.com, look for EVE Online, find this, type in your email address, hit notify, because I've been talking to these guys. They're already thinking about what they could do with expansions, like one with pirate factions and one with wormholes, and all of that is incumbent on this being successful. And if you'd like to have one of these on your game shelves, then you should definitely try and pick one up. But the first step is just letting us know how much interest there is. So, yeah, I'm sure the Pope, you must be sitting on a gold mine. All right, Kickstarter's cancelled. It's going to be funded by the Pope. Thank you, Your Holiness.
Restrictions may apply.
Oh, okay. No worries. We have to pay him back. That's the only catch. Some of you took the time to brand yourself with Eve for Life, which is like a super amazing commitment. I haven't got one yet because I haven't decided what I want to get. I want to get the Caldari Navy logo. I think that would look cool. But I think if anyone saw it, they would think it's like, are you just some sort of try-hard Air Force guy or something? I'm like, no, I'm a nerd. That's way cooler. And some people who weren't quite prepared to go that far settled for just getting their hair and makeup done. I would have done this myself, but, you know. But it was a great FanFest overall, whether you were just like catching up with your current space friends. And I want to thank the guy from NC Dot who gave me that, that machined aluminium token with the logo on it. It was one of those situations where I was like charging from A to B, and he stopped me. He's like, "Here, have this," and I was like, "Thanks." And it wasn't until like 5 minutes later I looked at it. I'm like, "Oh shit, this is cool." You know, I feel really bad just for pseudo ghosting him. And even some old friends turned up. Never far from our hearts. But speaking of friends, I want to invite on stage now one of my legitimately oldest space friends. We've been flying together for nearly over 10 years was when we first started going on fleets together. Her name is Grey Gal, and she's the leader of the FanFest Volunteer Corps, and I want to bring them on stage as well, just so they can get the recognition they're due for all the awesome work they do to help make this event run. So come on out here.
Always good to be with you, Bam. Come on, guys. One of my best volunteer teams ever. Give them a big round. Getting shaped up. All righty. It's been a fantastic weekend, hasn't it? Full of history and mystery. And the volunteers have been doing this 10 years now. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Yeah. We started in eVegas 2013.
Oh, far out. So that's when you sort of started.
Well, that's when I kind of fell into this.
Started your army.
Yeah, it just started happening. And now, what were we going to talk about first again?
Well, did you want to say a little bit more about the volunteers first, or should we talk about some of the side work that you've done at Fanfest this year?
So let's talk about what some of the volunteers did this weekend. Besides checking everybody in, we raised a lot of money. We had, folded a lot of shirts, yes.
Stuffed a lot of bags.
Stuffed a lot of bags.
Yeah.
But mostly, we welcomed you because without you, we wouldn't be here. And we want to say thank you to all of you and give you all of you a huge round of applause because without the players, there is no Eve. Without Eve, there's no CCP, there's no volunteers. So thank you to all of you. No Eve subreddit.
Actually, that might not be so bad.
Yes. So you guys, I can't wait to see the total number. I don't know the total number yet. But y'all blew us away with your generosity in the raffles, in the Capsular Pilots licenses, which, by the way, if you haven't picked yours up, you better hit me up really fast after closing. And the Wheel of Fortune thingy, the data thing, and...
Should I just put the number on the screen?
I think so.
This is how much you raised.
I was... Wow. $40,710.66.
Yep.
Wow. Just wow.
So that'll be going to the Children's Hospital.
Directly to Children's
Thank
Hospital.
you so much.
We blew away last year. That's way more than last year.
Yeah, you're way cooler than all the people who showed up last year.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, we do have a little box. Where'd that box go?
Yeah. So there was a raffle running as well.
Yes. This little box contains about 4,000 raffle tickets, which wasn't what we expected it to contain because I was like, yeah, you know what? We usually go through about 500-600 tickets. It's a big one, you know. Let's bring like 1,500. That should be enough. And y'all bought 1,500 raffle tickets in 2 hours. We ran out of raffle tickets. We had several of the volunteers saved the day by printing some temporary raffle tickets while others went to the printers to get some more printed. And we're going to draw the winner here. And the winner must be present.
Yeah, so have your ticket handy because
now I know
you need to come down and show us the ticket so we can verify it.
Yes. Now, do we have a picture of the History Mystery Crate?
Say again?
That History Mystery Crate, which was
found...
Oh,
yeah, sorry.
Yes.
This is what you're playing for.
So, yeah, there's quite a bit there. And there's a couple of things that are not pictured, which will be revealed here soon. But the scanners worked really hard to find this. It's been floating in space for about 20 years.
Some of these are really old Fanfest T-shirts, I can tell. Like there's some stuff here you just can't get your hands on
And I'm
anymore.
going to read the scan results a little bit here while y'all are digging through your tickets to see if you win, since I know some of you have like 100 tickets, and it might take a few seconds for you to... Oh, somebody bought 150 tickets.
Shh.
So...
It's not a hypernet. Relax.
Yeah. But... we'll do a little pause if the first number drawn isn't a winner. Anyway, Marin, this is her first time volunteering this year. She has the keeper of this. And Jana Brill, who has been a volunteer for, 8 years now, is going to draw it. And Insidious, why am I doing that today? Sorry, Insidious is the one who's going to be able to figure out whether it's a green ticket or a red ticket because he's the one who actually got us the ticket. So, do the...
Ready, guys? Can we get a drum roll?
Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll.
Alrighty. I've got one. Here we go. If you are the holder of a pink ticket...
Pink ticket.
Number 1305. Pink ticket 1305.
1305. we'll give you a second to dig through your piles of tickets. Now, where did those scan results go?
1305, pink ticket. Oh, then you better check. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, there's some guy with 150 tickets. I'll be there in a minute. Just
So,
I won't be long.
all right, so, you know, it includes things from 2003 and 2004, as such as the original Eve CD key sets. You got another 10 seconds to find 1305.
He's jigging.
Eve Vegas Whiskey Stones.
Well, yeah, that's the guy next
That's
to him.
okay.
Oh.
And we've got signed by the developers at Eve Vegas 2014 Eve Universe book. I mean, sorry, that was the Empire of Eve book. A 2015
How long
Eve
do we wait
Universe
before
book.
we redraw, Gigi? Sorry to interrupt you. How long do we have to wait before we redraw?
We're about to go now.
Oh. Oh. You are? Oh. I
You
beg your
got
pardon.
it?
I thought you were
Is
going to
it?
ask a guy next to you.
All righty.
The guy with the crutches.
Oh. Let's have
Has
a
he
look.
got it? Match it up. There's also an original Danger
there.
game with board. Is this our winner?
I have the ticket. You can take your pick.
It is the guy with 150 tickets.
Now, because the crate is Mimitar manufactured, we weren't able to carry it up here on stage. So you'll come over to our area, or we'll help you with it after the show. And what is your name? Oh, I remember printing your card. CPU 93939.
Picture, so it's like 90% good.
In the initiative. Give him a round of applause.
All right.
One of the things not shown.
All right. Congratulations.
What are
Carry
you
on.
guys doing with all those tickets down there?
About 150.
Oh.
We had to find one.
Of course it was the guy who bought it. One of the things not pictured, there is a tile from the memorial.
Confirmed.
One tile, it even has little bits of concrete on the back. Okay, and that is a particularly special thing that I thought you would appreciate. That is in there. Signed lithograph of the monument and World of Darkness, the Day of Darkness card pack, a few other things. The scanners, of course, are never 100% good, but we've also got a Valkyrie #1 comic.
There are other opportunities to get those pilots licenses and still raise a bit more money for charity. Would you like to
Yes.
tell the folks
Yes,
about
I would.
evecharities.org?
EveCharities.org is for the viewers like you at home who have already contributed over $1,800, even though they weren't able to be here. So if you are watching this stream or you are here and want to order some additional Capsuleer Pilots licenses for your corp mates, alts, whatever, just go to evecharities.org. It'll be available through Tuesday, midnight. Let's call it Pacific time, midnight. And by making a donation, I will then print and mail you a card within 10 days, and that'll be available through, like I said, Tuesday, 26th, right? And all of that money will also be donated to the hospital, to the Children's Hospital. So I want to thank CCP for supporting this. This has been an amazing weekend. And all of you guys, just love you all, all of you. What else were we going to talk about? I can't remember.
That's
now.
about it. You've earned yourselves a break. You can go put your feet
I'm
up.
about due for a break.
Yeah.
And a smoke. So, y'all going to be at the party tonight?
I said I wouldn't do cheap tricks. She can get away with it.
But yeah, I think that's it.
All right.
And if you haven't picked up your Capsuleer Pilot's license, you need to get there ASAP because it's going to be shut down like really quick, so that way you can get it. And sir, the winner, CPU, we'll help you with carrying that out. Fortunately, everything's already in bags, but we can help you carry it out and make arrangements for it. It's over there. So, okay. You're welcome. My pleasure. Thank you again for another fabulous Eve Fanfest. Oh,
Take it with you.
All right. Let's head on out.
All right.
After you, my
Thank you.
crew, my
And
wonderful
goodbye.
team.
such a ham. It's okay. All right, and I want to apologize to you, sir. When you said you were colorblind, I thought that you'd meant that like you had looked at your tickets previously and misremembered the color. It was so I apologize for that. So, okay, well, congratulations. The swag is yours. I've only got one last thing to do, and that is just say thank you to our various partners for EVE Fanfest this year. These aren't just people who swing into action necessarily for Fanfest. Some of these are tech partners, marketing partners, people who work with us all year round to make EVE a better product. So thank you to them. And that's pretty much all for me. I am now going to hand this over to the VP of Product for EVE Online, CCP Orca.
Dan. Dan. Hello, everyone. What an amazing FanFest. Have you guys been having fun? Yeah. The future is even bigger and brighter, and I want to go over some of the highlights that we have been talking about during FanFest. Starting with the new system opening up. And although capsulers are already exploring, don't worry, you're not going to miss a thing. It's all going to start late next week when things will really start heating up in the Sarsak system. Although some of you couldn't wait, so there was at least one capsuleer spotted logging into the system yesterday during the keynote. This expansion will make your organization stronger with automatic payouts, the new project manager role, and, as you heard yesterday, getting the first steps to getting lodges on Killmail. Havoc is coming in November, where you will be able to align with pirates to aid in the mysterious Deathless, the harbinger of Havoc. And, of course, Angel Titans. And EVE Vanguard will be on PC. It will be connected to EVE from day one. And I can't wait to shoot you all in the face in the First Strike event in December. EVE Galaxy Conquest will be released on mobile, a 4X strategy game set in the EVE universe. And Project Discovery has delivered a wealth of information to the global scientific community, and we thank you all for your contribution. Ooh. And for the next iteration of the program, we will be moving into cancer research. Yeah. And then, of course, the 20th Alliance tournament has been confirmed. It's going to be bigger than ever, and we will be sharing more detail with you in the next coming months. And we welcome the 18th CSM, and we're looking forward to work closely with them in the next couple of months. We also want to thank the previous CSM members for all their hard work. So next year, we will be beefing up our attendance at player-organized events. We have already talked to the organizers of EVE Vegas, EVE New Orleans, EVE London, EVE Singapore, and we will have a presence at Gamescom next year as well. Which leads us to EVE FanFest 25. So we will be back in Harpan 25 in May. And tickets are on sale right now. Really looking forward to seeing all of you there. With that, please join me in welcoming CCP Helmar to the stage.
So, this is what you guys look like from the sky. I'm the tiny person there on stage. So we're actually calculating, this is 1,500 square meters of Eve fans. So, I think we can officially state this is the biggest FanFest ever. It's a cult. Is that some Danish measurement unit? Yeah, we have a complicated relationship with Denmark. We performed some alliance shenanigans when we exited the alliance while they were busy with other things. And here is a little bit, I like this picture. This is what happens behind the scenes. And that's, again, a call out to all the people that have worked extremely hard, some here in the audience, some here in the back, all around on the stream and around the world. There's a lot of hard work that have gone into this. And again, I want to take a moment to applaud everyone. Please give everyone pulling this on great applause. Special thanks to the president for coming and allowing us to feel reasonable about our Eve addictions. I don't think any skulls have been split due to Eve. That is a big improvement. Leave the violence on screen is kind of the new catchphrase. Big improvement from times on. It's maybe not what you know. Maybe people don't fully understand this, but so following the speech, the president actually went to play football with CCP employees. This is not a joke. And CCP Ratati was really weighing his options. Should he go play football or just practice the keynote one more time? It was not because of the president. He just really wanted to play football. This is the country we live in. It's this small. Smaller than you. I learned so many things at FanFest. I was just now watching Andy Groen, who was telling about a museum about empires of Eve in Madrid. Like, think about that. We were talking about its pyramids all the way down. The history you have created, he has written, is now a museum exhibition in Madrid. Like, well done. And so many great conversations and anecdotes have come out of this. I've constantly reminded about things in Even Line we need to fix. The lodges are slowly getting on those emails. You're seeing there's a path to it, getting more and more relevant. I think we'll have to dedicate an expansion to that eventually. We'll get there in the third decade. Also, just kind of little and small problems in Eve, always great to hear. I've had detailed conversations with people about new player bullying and HiSec and how we need to fix that. I've got an essay about how chaos need to come to wormholes from the Finnish contingents. It was a thick stack of design documentation that I gave to Berger to read. Meeting staples of FanFest. Space Pope is here in full force, fully recovered. Congratulations, Space Pope, being here with us yet again. So it's been just overall a great event. I'm so thankful to be here. Thanks all for coming. Thank you all for watching on the stream. I was watching the Twitch stream. There were about 11,000 people watching the expansion detail earlier today. People are really excited. Feedback so far has been, it's actually good. Which is high praise. So it's just been a smashing time. We're now not going to have this much longer. We have parties to go to. So I just want to end this on if we all cheer once more and we say, Eve, forever! So let's try again. So it's going to be 3, 2, 1, Eve, forever. Okay. 3, 2, 1, Eve, forever! Ah. Thank you, and see you at the party.
See you tonight.
Hello once again, and for the final time, this EVE FanFest 2023. I am CCP Goat, and I'm here to say thank you for following the stream. Thank you for sticking with us and watching everything that we had to show you. It's always an immense honor to get people to experience your show. And you heard CCP Helmar, reception has been mostly positive. It's kind of weird, isn't it? In all seriousness, you saw a little bit of why people come to FanFest. It's the community. It is experiencing others that have the same interests as you, even if it's just to connect over how much, if it's to connect over how bitter you are as veterans in the game. CCP loves all of you. As for us, we have now reached the end of scheduled content on the stream. The FanFest guests will have one more night of revelry. And I'm sure we will have a lot of fun listening to the bands that are going to be playing. If you want to come in 2 years, in May 2025, in Harpa, which is considerably larger and more impressive than the sports arena we are in currently, then I urge you to do so. Hopefully I will be here to say hi to you, and along with all the other CCP devs. But again, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching all of our content. I want to say a special thanks to all of the staff that's been working behind the scenes here for this stream, making it happen. The excellent production quality was all their hard work. And I would like you guys in Twitch chat to give it like a good clap. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you guys so much for making this happen. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you later.